Mecha dating sim Isekai, transported in an Otome game to change the fate of the heroines. Volume 1 by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, New Route. Question: is it wrong to fall in love with a game heroine? Everyone has probably been captivated by characters from manga, anime, or games at least once. As men born in Japan, a country of lovable perverts and a rich subculture, guys like us would at least have one ideal waifu. In 2D, that is, and like the rest, I too fell in love with game heroines. However, my feelings were rather shameless. That's because I ended up liking two heroines at the same time. If I seriously consulted someone about this, they would probably call me an idiot. What good is it to fall in love with someone you can't touch? They'd say I'm an absolute fool. And two of them, no less. They would tell me to wake up from my delusions and face reality. I'm aware of all that, of course. The ones who understand these feelings better than anyone else aren't the commenters who look at us funny for not differentiating between fiction and reality. It's none other than us who understand that longing for them was ultimately futile. But it couldn't be helped in my case. It already happened after all. I've often thought, I want to go to that world as I go through my daily life. If I could go to that world, I wonder what would happen. But I know it's an impossible wish. So, today, once again, I'm gonna meet them in a virtual world that activates with a mechanical startup sound. However, today I want to save them once and for all. From this damned shitty scenario, both of them. Section: the winner is player name, sword. I made a small fist pump. PN, sword, IRL name, Kenya Mitsurugi. And I just won again. Woohoo. Wow, he really won with a take Mikazuchi. How did he even dodge that attack? As expected of last year's world champion, he's still at half HP. A certain game's online tournament was being streamed on a famous broadcasting site. And the winner, meaning the Japanese champion, was just decided, creating a buzz with over 200,000 viewers currently watching in Japan. I would like to say the venue was buzzing, but unfortunately, the excitement was limited to the chat box. Today, since it was an online tournament, there was no physical venue. Everything was held online. For me, it was convenient not to have to show my face, but it must have been tough for the organizers. Well, it's all due to the virus anyway. Then the winner, or rather, the champion interview began. How do you feel right now? A woman who looked like a net idol asked me a typical interview question through the screen. She did exclaim, "Wow," during the match, but it felt like she probably had no interest in the game itself. And especially not in gamers like me who are dyed-in-the-wool otakus as well. Her outfit seemed to appeal to otaku, but she probably had a handsome and popular boyfriend in real life. Yep, I was cynical enough to think of such irony immediately. Well, I've been playing for about 6 years now, so I guess I feel pretty happy. 6 years, so you're a veteran player since KOG Season 2. That's right. Night of the Giant, commonly known as KOG, was a globally popular game. It became such a massive hit because it fulfilled the dream of boys worldwide to pilot robots in VR. KOG is a game where you control robots and battle using a dedicated controller and VR equipment. You start with 1v1 matches, move to 3v3, and even battle royals with over 100 players. By the way, the name of this mech, or rather, its official designation, is Night of the Giant. If translated literally, it means Giant's Night. So everyone calls their machines KOG. Some pronounce it as COG, while others pronounce the letters comprising KOG individually. It varies depending on one's taste. Today was the 1v1 Japanese representative deciding match, but won't you participate in other modes like 3v3 as well? I won't, I prefer to go solo. That's a complete lie. It's actually because I don't have any friends. If I could, I'd also want to form a team of 3. I'm a loner, you see. Why am I a loner? Maybe it's because I don't go to school. Or perhaps I don't go to school precisely because I'm a loner. I see. Zai. An awkward silence fell between us, with people in the chat box urging others to be understanding of my plight. The idol seemed at a loss for how to respond, and it pained me too. I wish she'd changed the subject already. Well then, everyone, we'll conclude the interview here. Finally, with a sigh, I went offline and took off my headset. Today's event has come to an end. It's been a while since I had an actual conversation with someone else. I was in front of my PC. And this is my room, which also technically serves as my house. Though I call it a house, it's just a small rental apartment about 6 tatami mats in size. Am I living alone? Yes, that's indeed the case. I didn't leave my family's home for some commonplace reason like the location, resulting in a long commute to school. My parents are divorced. The reason's typical: they both already had someone else they liked. In other words, infidelity. They both agreed to the divorce, but there was one particular problem. I, who should have been the fruit of their love, became an unwanted presence once that love was lost. I still remember clearly about that time. Both of them loudly argued about not wanting to take me in. Did they not think about how a child would feel after hearing that? The last time I received affection from either of my parents was probably when I was in elementary school. Back then, I felt like I was still cherished. Time is cruel and can easily change people. But because of those memories, I also think it's silly that I just can't completely bring myself to hate them. The condition they came up with for the divorce was to split the child support. And I was given this small room and a child support account. That became the last gift from my parents. The path that a child abandoned by their parents would take was pretty much predetermined. It's no wonder that a boy who no longer hears the happy, nagging voices urging him to go to school eventually became a shut-in. Well, there are other reasons for me not wanting to go to school as well. So today, just like any other day, I shut myself in at home and dove into that world. All right, let's do our best again today. After a short break, I launched the game. There's a game that I've spent most of my life on. It's the KOG VR visual novel game. Originally, KOG was just a pure combat game with cute heroines, and it didn't have a story mode at all. Even so, the popularity of the KOG combat game was immense. Kenya. Do your best. Kenya, help me. I love you, Kenya. Hearing things like that during the game made the heroines incredibly popular. I, too, was easily swept away, but I guess that's just how it was for guys like me. The impact of a VR heroine was something else. And finally, a VR visual novel expansion was created and released recently in response to us otaku's desperate pleas. You can now enjoy the world of KOG alongside the heroines as if they were really by your side. Moreover, the game even includes events where you control KOG to defeat enemies within the story, making it quite an authentic experience. That's why I was excited to try it out, and the thought of being able to converse with the heroines freely made my heart race. Or at least, that's how it was supposed to be. I love you, Kenya, I love you. Goodbye. A heroine had died. Kaguya. Tears flowed out every time I reached this scene. I was already familiar with the events, yet the tears never failed to come, because that heroine represented my youth. And so, I restarted the game, trying again to search for a new route. I'm sorry, Kenya, please stay alive, I loved you. A heroine has died once more, Rianna. And once again, I screamed for what felt like the 100th time already, as my other waifu died. This game had 2 heroines, and whichever route you choose, the one who isn't selected eventually dies. Whoever wrote this awful scenario, come out and face me, I'll definitely kill you. This was just near the beginning of the story, but I couldn't progress at all. I had no intention of advancing a story where one of the heroines dies. No way. While spewing such words of resentment, I challenged the game again. Is it really impossible? I almost dropped the controller in despair. I wasn't the type to look at strategy guides while playing. However, whenever I'm completely stuck like this, I might resort to conducting a little research. Actually, I've already looked into the known game routes before, but no one has found a way for both heroines to survive. There might not even be one in the first place. The developers and scenario writers were completely tight-lipped, so there's no way to know. I guess I have no choice but to give up, Today, while being careful of spoilers, I scanned the KOG visual novel game thread for any new information. One post caught my eye as I sighed while scrolling. After scouring through the game's program files, I discovered what seems to be a route hidden behind the early loss event. I don't get why, but even with mods, I just can't seem to reach that route. Someone, please beat that event for me. The early scripted loss event. What came to mind was the absurd event of 1vs 100, practically right at the beginning of the game's story. The reactions from the thread members were cold. After all, it's hard to believe that anyone could even get past that. There's no way, if anyone could pull that off, it would have to be the Japanese champion, right? There's no way it's even designed to be winnable. I'm sure not even the Japanese champion can do it. Seeing that post, my fingers froze. If it were me, then maybe. It felt as if the words were directed at me, but I shook my head and let out a dry laugh. Haha, there's no way I could get past that crappy event. I stared at the controller and VR headset. The tragic ends of the 2D wafis I fell in love with flashed through my mind. Unconsciously, I reached out. But if there's a harem route, with both of them waiting for me at the end? I couldn't help but smirk. It's my personal quirk, a habit I've had whenever challenging something difficult. I smile even when things get tough. But I'm definitely no masochist. Probably. I simply loved the feeling of clearing high-difficulty missions. So, I gripped the KOG-specific controller designed to fit both arms. I envisioned a happy future with the two heroines. Now I knew what I must do. I'll show them the power of the Japanese champion. I loaded a save just before that event. With determination, I began taking on the event once more. I'll save you, Kaguya Rianna. Half a day later. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. After the 100th attempt, I threw down the controller. There's no way I can clear this crappy game event. For a while, I stared blankly at the ceiling. Normally, even a 1v2 would be tough. Just imagine trying to do a 1 versus 2 in a hardcore combat game. It's impossible unless there's a huge skill gap. And the event I was tackling was 1 versus 100. Of course, I only ever took on 5 at a time. But no matter how many times I tried, I kept running out of steam at around the 10th enemy. A normal person would give up, but I gripped the controller again. Sigh, this feels just like when I got wrecked by a Smurf account in the newbie bracket. But even while calling it a crappy game, I picked up the controller again. Even after saying I'd given up, I found myself gripping the controller once more. It really was akin to digital drugs. I was completely addicted. But even while being aware, I just couldn't bring myself to stop. Because it's just so much fun. Section 2 months have passed since then. That moment has finally arrived. I've grown out a beard and no longer have the youthfulness typical of a high school student. I've made attempts countless times since then. I've analyzed the enemy's algorithms. I've written strategies down on paper and revised them repeatedly. 1 versus 100. An absurd and overwhelming power disparity that shouldn't even be possible to overcome. Yet, my only advantage was infinite retries. Not giving up, this was my only weapon. Using that, I challenged it over and over while relying on a thin thread of hope, with superhuman reflexes and the skills I've dedicated my youth to mastering. I can do it. I can do it. This time 90. The 90th enemy's down. Now, only 10 were left. In the virtual world, Kenya attained a state of extreme focus. Kaguya, you're too soon, dear. Hurry up and show your pure Dara side already. 91, 92, 93. Rianna, I absolutely love it when cool characters let their guards down. So, smile for me more often. 94, 95, 96. If there's a way for both of them to survive. 97, 98, 99. I want to see that. 100. I defeated the last enemy, and the KOG game model exploded into pieces. I did it, damn it. I quickly struck a victory pose. It was a long journey, thousands of attempts. Tens of thousands? No, even more. It felt like I'd been playing from morning till night every single day. A quest that felt impossible. But finally, I overcame it all, fueled only by my feelings for the two heroines. Then, a message appeared before me in the VR world as I piloted the KOG. Congratulations on a fantastic victory. Fantastic victory. Immediately, the message changed. A new route has been unlocked. Will you challenge it? Yes. No. Seeing that, I let out a shout of joy. It's here. Without hesitation, I pressed yes. And thus, the story begins. The tale of a socially awkward high school student who was just good at games. His story shifts to a new route here. A story of a high school student who just might become a hero if the world he lived in was different. Good luck. With that message, Kenya's vision faded to black. Hi. Moments later, my blurry vision gradually became clear. As things cleared up, I found myself in a familiar room. In other words, I was still at home. What the? I was unmistakably at home, but something felt off. It was slightly different from the home I was familiar with. When did I take off the headset? Wait, it's not here. Looking around, I found no sign of the VR headset. On the desk, however, was an unfamiliar envelope, sealed with a mark he had never seen before. Without thinking, I picked it up and opened it. Enrollment certificate, level 2, Asgard Empire citizen, Kenya Mitsurugi. What the heck? Just then, a roaring sound akin to an airplane's rang out. Wondering what that was, I opened the window to look outside. What I saw was not the familiar scenery of Tokyo, but a strange place that resembled a military base instead. I was bewildered by that scene, but I found something even more unbelievable. Huh. I couldn't help but yelp in shock. This was impossible. My mouth hung open in disbelief. I checked the top of my head multiple times, but my VR headset was definitely not present. I pinched my cheek, and it did hurt. So, was this reality, or was it a dream? He could no longer tell, but one thing was clear. In front of my gaze stood a black giant about 6 meters tall. It was the mech he had piloted countless times. True to its name, the Knight of the Giant, in other words. KOG. The Knight of the Giant stood before him. No way, what's going on? The world I longed for, the world I had dreamed of, the world I knew was unattainable. But what if? What if I truly found myself in that dreamlike world? What should I do now? Chapter 2. The World of Knight of the Giant. What would you do if you found yourself in the world you've always dreamed of? As a Japanese boy, you've probably played a game that made you wish to visit the world depicted in it at least once. At least I have. The world I wished to be in was the one depicted in Knight of the Giant. So, what would actually happen if that wish became a reality? The answer is this. I couldn't close my gaping mouth. I could only stare out the window at the scenery for a while. I still couldn't believe this was real. I pinched my cheek repeatedly, wondering if this was all a dream, but all I felt was pain. Seriously? No way, really? Full dives? A prank? Hypnosis? I tried to deny the scene before me through every plausible explanation. However, it's real, isn't it? My eyes, my nose, my ears. Every one of my senses was hammering into me that this was reality. I recalled the last in-game message I saw. A new route has been unlocked. Will you challenge it? If I take that message at face value, then this must be that world. The world of the game I poured all my youth into. I looked once more at the envelope placed on the desk. Inside were a student ID and an admission certificate. The enrollment is on April 1st, and this school has been the stage for the game countless times. The envelope contained a school brochure. The more I looked at it, the more I realized it was the school where the protagonist enrolled in KOG. Its official name was the Asgard Empire 13th Military Training Academy, a school for training soldiers, to put it simply. And not just any soldiers, but pilots who could operate KOG. If I had known this, I should have read all the setting details. Well, I guess I couldn't have predicted this. It seemed I'd been transferred to the KOG world. I didn't fully understand the situation, but I couldn't afford to be confused for long. I didn't know much about this world. Was I feeling more anxious or excited? My heart raced, pounding so loudly I felt like it was ringing in my ears. I was thrilled. By the way, what time is it? I mean, what day is it? I absent-mindedly touched my pocket where my smartphone should be, but it wasn't there. Instead, a similar device sat on the desk. Is this like the smartphone the protagonist had? I touched it and turned it on. The screen lit up, displaying today's date. It's the 1st of April, year 320 of the Empire. April 1st, 8 a.m. The entrance ceremony will start at 8:30, so I needed to hurry. I still don't understand what was going on, but I had to attend the entrance ceremony first. I didn't want to be late on my first day and draw attention to myself. I don't know what's happening, but I guess I'll go. I might find out something. Though I'm a recluse, it's not like I couldn't leave the house at all. In fact, I go shopping regularly. I just didn't find any joy in school, and the biggest reason was that there were people I disliked, or rather, people who disliked me. Then I suddenly wondered, was I still the same person in this world? I stood in front of the mirror, wondering if I might have been reincarnated as a different person. However, that was just a baseless worry. And there I was, the me from my previous life. No, since I hadn't died, I was still the same old Kenya from my previous world. I looked fresh-faced, just as I did in my first year of high school, wearing an unfamiliar uniform that resembled a military pilot training school outfit. I can't believe they even provided a uniform. The uniform was identical to those worn by the students at the pilot training school. I gathered everything on the desk and stuffed it into my bag before opening the door. Only the sun remained unchanged, shining down upon me just like before. While being bathed by the dazzling morning light, I frantically tried to process the unbelievable situation I found myself in as I headed to my destination. It seemed that I was living in the school dormitory. I noticed a few other new students trickling out of the same building. Although it was a world with mecha robots, the buildings didn't look like they belonged to a near-future setting. It was just a typical Western-style residential area. As I glanced around, I jogged toward the school while checking the map along the way. Still, this feels a bit different from Japan. The scenery and the clothing of the people around me all belonged to the KOG world, creating a sense of dissonance. I've arrived, this is it. Following the map from the brochure, I ran straight to a building that looked like a military base, just as I had seen from the window. I opened the device, let's call it the KOG device from now on, and checked the time. 8:15. It seemed I still had some time to spare, as students similar to me were trickling through the gate. Then, a student surrounded by several followers entered. "Lord, here's your schedule for today." Lord, to be chosen for the enrollment speech is really impressive. Lord. A short but handsome boy with blonde hair was being buttered up by his entourage. Is that really Lord? The one surrounded by hangers-on was Lord Asgard, the second prince of the Asgard Empire. He was supposed to be one of the main characters in the game. A strategist, known in the KOG world as an undefeated military advisor. He seemed to be a realist who valued ability over race or upbringing. I vaguely remembered that he wasn't a KOG pilot, but my memories were a bit hazy. I stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Lord Asgard. "Hey, you!" One of the followers noticed me and called out. Pointing at myself, I displayed a confused expression, as if to say, me. "You, yes you inferior race." "Me?" I pointed at myself once more. The crowd began to murmur, and I noticed several students kneeling with their heads bowed. "Hey, you with the black hair, you're a second class, right? Why aren't you kneeling? What are they talking about?" I tilted my head in confusion. "Fine then, inferior race. So you're saying you want to defy us?" Suddenly, one of the followers drew a sword from his waist. "I don't mind, but, Your Highness, please don't stop me. It's necessary to dispense discipline." "Huh? You inferior race from a defeated nation. Bow your heads before royalty. Is this for real? I'm so sorry." Just before the lackeys raised their swords, I was drop-kicked from behind. I was grabbed by the head and rubbed against the ground. I'm sorry, this guy is just a little slow on the uptake. I'll make sure to teach him properly. Just let this go." "Oi." "Shut up. Now you apologize too." "I am sorry." Feeling the overwhelming pressure, I thought it would be best to comply for the moment. "HMPH, as long as you understand. From now on, you will serve as the hands and feet of our empire until your useless life ends." With that, the royal entourage walked away. "Are you an idiot? We have to bow before royalty, or we could be killed for disrespect." A girl with a fierce expression glared at me as I lifted my head. She had black hair styled in semi-long locks, and her healthy legs extended from a short skirt. A sharp-eyed girl with a strong presence. Her chest, well, it wasn't much to speak of, but her well-toned limbs were impressive. Dressed in what looked like a military uniform crossed with a high school uniform, she stood with her arms crossed in front of me. To put it plainly, she was cute. I had seen her many times, even in my dreams, but reality was different. The girl I saw with my own eyes was leagues more adorable than any virtual image. Her rough demeanor remained, yet she was truly a kind girl, one of the heroines of this game. Kurakami Kaguya stood there. I slowly approached her. In disbelief, I reached out. Tears filled with emotion welled up in my eyes, and then, "Kaguya." I hugged her. "Kaya, what are you doing, you pervert?" She slapped me and sent me flying. Afterward, I was kicked and stomped on mercilessly. In our circles, this was actually considered a reward. I had hugged her several times in the game. Perhaps because of that, my body moved on its own. I was definitely not a pervert. Ha, 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 I can't believe you're not just an idiot but a pervert too. What a waste of help. Kaguya stood before me, arms crossed, looking down at me with disdain. Her tsundere nature was as strong as ever. I had only seen her in her tsundere mode. I'm sorry. But thank you for helping me. I'm Mitsurugi Kenya. Nice to meet you. Kaguya looked at my outstretched hand as if it were garbage. Don't look at me like that. It gives me the chills. Ha, well, fine. You're one of the few Japanese people here, after all. Plus, I can understand your feelings. Huh, does that mean Kaguya wanted to hug me too? Kaguya took my outstretched hand and shook it. Her eyes looked a little lonely. I understand you don't want to bow your head, but you have to. I feel the same way, my insides are boiling, but I can at least acknowledge your spirit. Huh, so that's what she meant. With Kaguya's words, I recalled the situation in this world and the current state of this country. Ah, right, I remember now. The meaning behind the words written on my student ID, which identified me as a second-class citizen of the Asgard Empire. This world is. No, this country is. I looked up at the flag displayed at the school. But it wasn't the familiar Hinamaru. Instead, it was a completely different flag. A crest featuring a shield and a sword. In other words, this country, formerly Japan, was being occupied by the Asgard Empire. Chapter 3. Entrance Ceremony. This country was under foreign occupation by a great nation that occupied nearly half of the world, known as the Asgard Empire. In other words, it had nobles, a royal family, and an emperor. I don't clearly remember the historical context, but Japan was occupied in the blink of an eye. The Japan self-defense forces were among the best in the world. However, that's a story for the real world. In this world, there were cogs. Tanks. They were no match for cogs. The invasion capabilities of the flying giant knights were beyond measure. KOGs, which were tactical weapons rather than indiscriminate mass murder strategic weapons, were indeed exceptional instruments of invasion. Japan has been invaded. That was already in the past, but as a result, the name Japan was stripped away from this country, becoming a mere colony of the Asgard Empire. That was the setting, just a story within a game. Yet in this world, it was reality. Well then, I'm off. Be careful next time, you idiot pervert Mitsurugi-kun. Ah, thanks, Kaguya. Don't call me by my first name. Ah, sorry. Kaguya. HMPH. Kaguya, blushing, turned on her heel and walked away. Kaguya, she was cute. I thought aloud as I watched her retreating figure. Since I had been calling her Kaguya every day, it felt strange to call her Kurakami-san now, so I decided to stick with Kaguya. I might as well ask her to call me Kenya next time. Section, Kaguya's perspective. What was that guy's deal? Kaguya, who had been hugged for the first time by someone of the opposite sex, found herself inexplicably flustered. And he even called her by her first name, no less. Just thinking about it makes me mad, but he didn't cower while facing a member of the royal family. The royal family, the rulers who governed this world. She had heard that the second Prince Lord was quite an eccentric and compassionate person. Even so, he was still royalty, a ruler. Colonial subjects who did not bow their heads before him would be cut down without question. There were practically no laws governing the actions of royalty, so it wouldn't be surprising if someone were killed just for being disliked by them. And yet, that guy had looked at the prince straight on. For us Japanese, the royal family is an enemy, and an object of fear. Kaguya decided to take note of Mitsurugi Kenya. Was he merely a foolish person, or was he someone who would become significant? The only thing she was sure of was that he was a pervert. Maybe he could help us. She thought he might be able to assist with her goals. At this moment, Kaguya finally noticed the fact that a certain someone had called her by her first name. Did I even introduce myself earlier? Section, Kenya's perspective. The entrance ceremony was held on the academy grounds. Though it was called the academy grounds, it was definitely not a place for sports. It was a military training ground with lots of KOGs present. Wow, they're really moving. Several KOGs were lined up in formation for the entrance ceremony. Upperclassmen, presumably KOG pilots, waved their hands at us freshmen while standing beside each of their machines' faces. There were about 300 new students present in total. In front of me were about 200 blonde students, most likely citizens of the Asgard Empire. Members of the current ruling race of this country comfortably sat in their chairs. Behind them stood a group of around 100 black-haired individuals, likely Japanese like me, listening attentively. It was clear that we were being discriminated against, or perhaps this was just a way to establish a clear hierarchy. A man stepped up onto the platform in front of the gathered students. The crowd buzzed with excitement. He was a celebrity. I recognized him too, the Empire's top ace. Known as the war god, he was respected by the Asgard military and feared by other nations. A seasoned warrior of the Empire, a top-tier KOG pilot. He was also quite popular as a character in the KOG series. I believe he was in his late 30s. Even now, he was a muscular, imposing figure, the epitome of a soldier. Ladies and gentlemen, nice to meet you. I am Sieg Silphid, the headmaster of this 13th Special District Military Training Academy and the representative of the garrison force stationed in the 13th Special District. The 13th Special District, where the name Japan is neither spoken nor allowed in any form, was an arbitrary designation imposed by the Empire on the occupied nations. It was likely a measure to make us forget about Japan. I always evaluate based on ability. I will use those who are useful. I'll do so even if you are a second-class citizen. If you are strong, I will use you. So, you second-class citizens of the Asgard Empire, do your best. Second-class citizens of the Asgard Empire. That was a term I honestly wasn't that familiar with. I would have to look it up later. The entrance ceremony concluded without a hitch. There were a few unfamiliar terms, but it was understandable since I didn't have all the story settings memorized. I was familiar with the characters who appeared in the game, but not many players like me knew the full details of each character's backstory. Once the entrance ceremony was over, we quickly moved on to class assignments. Looking at my admission certificate, I saw I was in Class E following the directions. I opened the door to my classroom. There she was. Kaguya. Don't come near me, you pervert. Kaguya was seated in the same class. There were about 30 students in the class. It felt more like a university than a school, with the teacher's desk at the front. All right then. Hi. Why are you sitting next to me? Nice to meet you. I'm Kenya Mitsurugi, nice to meet you. Even if you greet me with such earnest eyes, I won't pretend the thing earlier didn't happen. I tried to change her first impression with a cheerful greeting, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Kaguya looked at me with a disapproving glare. Let's get along as fellow Japanese. Are you stupid or something? You really shouldn't use the word Japan here. It's subject to punishment. Just saying Japan. No way. What are you, some kind of cold sleep experiment survivor? I just don't know a lot, so I'd like you to teach me about various things. Why should I? It's a hassle. With that, Kaguya turned her back to me. As expected of the tsundere princess, she wasn't going to let her guard down easily. Still, Kaguya was cute when she was being tsundere. Kenya grinned like an otaku while gazing at Kaguya's profile. Then, surrounded by his royal entourage, that person arrived. The students with black hair, presumed to all be Japanese, stood up and knelt. I guess I should do the same. Be at ease. Kneeling here will only hinder future classes and training. While attending this school, you are all exempt from kneeling, Lord announced to the students. Be grateful, you second-class citizens. The lackeys clamored to praise the royal prince's generosity. The Japanese students lifted their heads and returned to their seats. Hey, Kaguya, what's this second-class thing? Huh, you really don't know anything, do you? How have you been living? Just look it up on that device of yours. Kaguya pointed to the KOG device she had on her desk. So, it has a search function. Thanks. I began to search the web for info. It seemed the UI was almost unchanged from the original world, so using it wasn't too difficult. Second-class search. What appeared was a display of the inhumane laws established by the Empire. At the very top of the Asgard Empire was, of course, the 98th Emperor, Asgard Orgord. Next were 2 princes and 1 princess, referred to as imperial royalty. Then came the nobility. It seemed there were dukes and counts among them. This was probably a system similar to medieval Europe. Up to this point were the special individuals. Next were the first-class citizens of the Asgard Empire. These were the so-called commoners, granted basic human rights and freedoms. Then came the second-class citizens of the Asgard Empire. A third-class citizen could only attain this status if they enlisted to serve as a soldier or contributed something deemed appropriately significant to the empire. It seemed second-class citizens had the freedom to marry each other and were granted certain rights. And then there were the third-class citizens of the Asgard Empire. This was the tragic part. They were primarily the citizens of invaded nations, deemed unworthy of becoming second class. They were not granted freedom while under occupation and had to perform jobs assigned by the empire. Furthermore, they were denied the freedom to marry or have children. This is like slavery. I began to understand a part of this world's true nature. To become a first-class citizen of the Asgard Empire, at least one parent must be a first-class citizen. In other words, this world was heading straight for the prevalence of chosen people ideology. Anyone living in the Asgard Empire aimed to become a first-class citizen. As a result of this trend, the bloodline of the survivors from the invaded nations would be thinned out further and further. To truly dominate another nation, the colonizer must plant more and more of their own citizens within said nation. That's why they were likely trying to eradicate the bloodline of the Japanese in this country. Understanding this fact, I felt a pang of pain in my heart as I imagined the treatment the Japanese must have endured. I sighed while looking at the KOG device. However, the classroom went abuzz, pulling my attention once more. Hey, isn't that the Ice Princess? No way, but that long silver hair, yeah, it must be her. Wow, she's beautiful, just as the rumor said. A girl entered the classroom. The girl had long silver hair that cascaded down to her waist, styled in soft waves, flowing to one side. Her nape was exposed, adding to her allure. Her skin was pale, and her ample chest gave her a full and curvaceous figure. Yet her pupils shone in chilling blue, devoid of emotion, reminiscent of ice. Her overall proportions were exceptional. She walked with a straight posture, moving like a model, and I was deeply familiar with her. Sieg Sylphid, the top commander of the imperial army stationed in this country, known as the War God and the head of House Sylphid. She was the daughter of that noble house. In the world of KOG, she was a top-class female knight, referred to as the Silver Ice Princess. Rianna. She was the second heroine that I was resolved to protect. Chapter 4. Defeated Country. The girl appeared, her silver hair flowing down to her waist, shimmering in the light. Rianna. I was captivated by her presence. Rianna Sylphid. Kaguya glared at her as if she were the enemy. The daughter of the military's top brass in this country, Rianna Sylphid. Unintentionally, she sat down next to me. It was merely because the seat beside me was empty, but still. I turned to her. Hey, is he actually planning to talk to her? The color of his hair, he's second class, right? Rianna seemed to notice my gaze and turned to look at me. I felt as if I were being drawn into her mesmerizing blue eyes. Still, I mustered the strength to exchange a few words, if only to greet her. Nice to meet you, Rianna. Please don't talk to me, I'm not interested in you. I was instantly crushed. The Ice Princess was as indifferent as ever. Her heart was as cold as ice. After that, she never looked my way again. You really have guts, don't you? Kaguya looked at me with pity. She probably felt sorry for me, thinking I might be sulking from the shock of being shot down as I hung my head. Hee, just as expected of the Ice Princess. However, my eyes were definitely not dead. On the contrary, they're probably sparkling as if to say, this is it, this is what I wanted. Cool and aloof. Just as I imagined. Imagining that one day her expression would break into a smile made me grin. Seeing my eerie smile, Kaguya pulled back in disgust. Just then, a military figure, likely our teacher, entered the classroom. Take your seats, all of you. I'll give you 5 seconds. I am pleased to make your acquaintance, Your Highness Lord. My name is Alfred, and I will be in charge of this class. It's an extreme honor to be assigned to your class, Your Highness. The military instructor spoke with authority to everyone except Lord, to whom he was quite subservient. It must be difficult for him. It's like a company president's son entering the company as a new hire. It must be a tricky situation for the instructor. Why was Lord, who was part of the imperial royal family, in the military anyway? I knew he was eccentric, but still. Once again, I am Alfred. First of all, congratulations on your enrollment. And to the second-class citizens of the Asgard Empire, you have shown great courage in choosing the path of a soldier. I welcome you all as well. About 10 Japanese students bowed their heads. And you first-class citizens who are in a position to lead must manage and guide them well. We expect exemplary behavior at this academy. He subtly declared who the rulers were. Some glowed with excitement at his words, while the expressions of others darkened. The line between ruler and slave was clearly drawn. Now, let's confirm the schedule starting today. Please download the app on your devices. I activated my KOG device and opened the app as instructed. You will primarily aim to become pilots of the KOG for our country. However, if you are deemed unsuitable along the way, you will be assigned to support roles. Basically, it seems this school is where we learn how to operate the KOG. I nodded in understanding as I looked at the schedule. Then I was astonished when I saw today's agenda. This KOG aptitude test. As you can see, today you will undergo the KOG aptitude test. This is an important test that will determine the hierarchy of this class. Do your best. The evaluation will be conducted fairly, so all of you in the second class, well, good luck. At that, Alfred, the instructor, wore a smile that clearly conveyed malice when he said the last part. Laughter could be heard from the classroom. That laughter did not come from the Japanese students. But disregarding that, I got to thinking, can I actually pilot one? Seriously. The thought of possibly piloting a KOG sent my excitement soaring. However, my mood was brought crashing down by the next words. The test will be conducted using a simulator. The basic operations are the same, though. Now, let's proceed. That makes sense. They wouldn't let us operate one right away. Everyone stood up and began to move. However, the Japanese students moved with heavy steps. I looked at them with a puzzled expression. Kaguya was clenching her fists in frustration. All right then, those whose names are called, please step forward. The names called were of those with black and blonde hair. In other words, the Japanese and the citizens of the Asgard Empire. Laughter could be heard from around them. You both have read the manual distributed beforehand, right? If you read it, you should be able to operate it. Now, get in. In the center of the classroom, 2 simulators, the virtual cockpits of the KOG, were prepared. The 2 stepped inside. Hey Kaguya, why do you look so frustrated? Don't call me by my first name, you pervert. You'll understand if you just watch this tasteless display of humiliation. Their match seemed to be displayed on the monitor above. The stage was a mountainous area. It was a terrain without any particular gimmicks, but in an actual war, training on this stage would be beneficial. And the battle began. However, it was not a battle. Hey. You can't even stand properly. Hey. As expected of a loser, at least learn how to operate it. Hey. P1 win. So that's how it is. I understood as I watched the footage. This was not a battle. It was a display of humiliation. As expected of a first-class citizen of the Asgard Empire, wonderful. Yes. And compared to you, well, you are inferior as a race, so at least try harder. Not being able to stand is, I suppose there's a reason for being in the second class. The 2 who got off the simulator faced each other. One wore a smile, while the other clenched their fists in silence. Seeing this, the instructor raised his voice in anger. What are you doing? Second class, hurry up, declare your defeat, and bow your head. The instructor kicked the back of a Japanese boy who was clenching his fists tightly. Such a useless bunch, don't waste my time. I lost. Your voice is too quiet, and your words are wrong. It was clearly written in the manual. I admit my defeat. Thank you for your guidance, despite your opponent being in second class. With tears of frustration in his eyes, he bowed deeply and declared his loss in a loud voice. All right, next. And one by one, the Japanese students declared their defeats. The others laughed together, reinforcing the hierarchy among the group. Is it because the citizens of the Asgard Empire were superior? That can't be true. Those guys practiced beforehand. This is our first time. There's no way we can win. Kaguya clenched her fists in frustration. This was likely a baptism for the second-class citizens of the Asgard Empire, at the very bottom of a rigid military hierarchy. One by one, they were forced to acknowledge their defeats and declare who was superior. This feels great. From now on, you all will live your lives groveling before us like this every day. If you don't like it, feel free to go back to third class. A much worse life awaits you there, though. Beside us, a citizen of the Asgard Empire laughed at me and Kaguya, who looked quite frustrated. A chubby boy with a bob haircut and a wealthy appearance. Just looking at his condescending gaze made me sick. Next, good Samaka and Kurakami Kaguya stepped forward. The Asgard citizen who had laughed at Kenya and the others stepped up. "Ha, you two are lucky. I'll make sure to give you proper guidance." "Oh, right, Alfred Sensei." Then the boy raised his hand with a sleazy grin, as if he had just thought of something. "What is it, good? How about we make them bow down and apologize when they lose?" "What?" Kaguya exclaimed at that sleazy suggestion. "Bowing down, what's that?" "It's the most polite way for a second-class citizen in this area to express their apology. They kneel and rub their foreheads against the ground. It's the perfect gesture for a loser." "Interesting, sounds fun. All right, I permit it." Ignoring Kaguya's opinion entirely, the two made their decision. "Is there a problem, Kurakami?" "And no, none at all." "Good, then." The two faced each other in front of the simulator. One glared at the other with hatred, while the other looked down with a mocking smile. The instructor, seeing the obvious future ahead, said with a grin, "Get in." Chapter 5, Loss and Irregular. The two of them climbed aboard. "Just like the manual says, I read it thoroughly. I can do this." "Come on, me." Kaguya motivated herself. Today was her first time using the simulator. After all, KOG had an age restriction. Only high school students, meaning those who were 15 years old and up, were allowed to pilot them. If you're too young, you couldn't even touch the controls, let alone operate them. While KOGs were dangerous when mishandled, the main reason was that you could only become a soldier at 15. In Asgard, you were considered an adult starting at 15. I'm looking forward to this. I love seeing the face of someone who's about to cry in frustration. Are you both ready? Then let's begin. A countdown appeared on both of their screens. 3, 2, 1, fight. Start. Come on, Kaguya. I could only cheer her on. Kaguya was an ace-level pilot. But whether that's already true now or only in the future was uncertain. However, the results would soon become clear. Not bad, you're standing up properly. Good job. Don't underestimate me. Kaguya desperately tried to maneuver her machine. But it's not easy to operate a KOG for the first time. I knew this better than anyone. Just getting used to the controls would take a whole day. I practiced quite intensely, but even the simple act of standing up was a struggle at first. Watching the battle, I realized Kaguya was not an ace pilot just yet. She was still a complete beginner. Look out. She was being completely toyed with. It should be easy to finish her off. Instead, her opponent kept knocking her down and waiting for her to get back up. "Hey, good, cut her some slack. This is just cruel. You can surrender, just give up. You're losing because you have such pathetic pride." Taunts flew freely from the gallery. "I'm getting a bit used to the controls. I can do this." "What?" Kaguya counterattacked. It seemed to be an unexpected move, causing Good to stagger slightly. "All right, go for it, Kaguya." I cheered her on. The surrounding Japanese spectators watched with bated breath. As expected of the future ace pilot, she's quick to grasp the situation. Her movements were still unsteady, but it looked like she was improving little by little. Gradually, she was pushing back against Good, the Asgardian. Seeing this, Alfred moved in front of the simulator's control panel. "Hey, isn't this bad? Good's not gonna lose, right? At this rate, she might just pull it off." I and the other Japanese spectators held our breaths in anticipation, but gradually, something felt off. Kaguya's HP was decreasing faster than it should, despite her pushing back, and it seemed like Good was taking less damage. Could it be? Realizing this, I glanced at instructor Alfred. I could see Alfred manipulating the panel. "So that's what's happening, this is. Why can't I push through?" Kaguya was in a state of confusion. The attacks that should have dealt roughly equal damage were instead reducing her HP to a one-sided extent. I knew what was going on. I had encountered this phenomenon in my previous world. This is the handicap system. The handicap system was a feature designed for the more skilled players to play against those who weren't. It mainly allowed for damage reduction or increase. Originally, it was a system for friends with differing skill levels to enjoy playing together, but here, it was not being used that way at all. They really don't want her to win. You see, there's no way you can win. Inferior race. Why. With a violent shake, the victor was decided. Kaguya's KOG exploded in a cloud of smoke. Good win. That was cutting it close, good. You weren't actually gonna lose, were you? Hee hee, I just let my opponent have a bit of glory. After all, I'm a philanthropist. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, he slicked back his sticky hair in a flamboyant manner. And then Kaguya stepped down from the simulator. This is ridiculous. This is so unfair. Just admit it, it's embarrassing. That's right, shut up, Kirakami. Just hurry up and declare your loss. Instructor Alfred stood before the two, silencing Kaguya's protests. But. Are you defying me? A second-class soldier like you. That was. Even so, Kaguya retorted, and Alfred struck her cheek hard. Kaguya bit her lip, blood dripping down. How utterly disgraceful. You can't even admit your loss. That's where you need to start. Acknowledge that you've lost the war and understand your position. You're not very bright, are you? Kaguya was trembling. It was probably from anger or frustration. But the loser loses everything, while the winner gains everything. That's the result of an invasion war. It was an unreasonable treatment that seemed to embody that very fact. What's wrong? Hurry up and declare it. Oh, and don't forget to bow down. That single phrase cut deep into Kaguya's pride. Kaguya looked down, sobbing and shedding tears of regret. Hey now, there's no need to cry. It makes it look like I'm bullying the weak. I'm just teaching you the rules of this world, okay? So, hurry up, you slowpoke. Even then, Kaguya couldn't move. Slowly, Good approached with a sigh, lifting Kaguya's chin to see her tear-streaked face. Honestly, but you don't look half bad. Good, not allowing her to hide her tears, wore a lewd grin as he looked at Kaguya. Let's see, I'll make you my personal slave. If you serve me well, I'll grant you the right to bear children. That way, your child will be a first-class citizen. You should beg on your knees. That's all you can do, come on, hurry up. You worthless trash. Good whispered, then suddenly shouted loudly, intimidating Kaguya. Kaguya trembled at his words, her face paling. Slowly, she began to kneel, tears spilling down her cheeks. Why my? Speak up. I'm. As Kaguya lowered herself to kneel, Good wore a lewd grin. This feels so good. Good was thrilled, his expression one of delight as he reveled in the humiliation of others. However, things didn't go as he expected. Just before Kaguya could kneel, she was supported by a boy. What's this? I'm in the middle of something good here. It was I who held Kaguya up as she tried to kneel. You don't have to admit it. That was your victory earlier. I was shaking, with uncontrollable anger. I was furious at the sight of Kaguya being humiliated. I had been trying to hold back, thinking it was best to stay quiet. I knew I should avoid drawing attention in this unfamiliar world, but I couldn't help myself. My heart was pounding hard, urging me to help her. I couldn't just stand by and watch her cry, so my body moved on its own. Good, you bastard. I spat those words in a low voice, suppressing my rage like a volcano on the verge of eruption. I don't recall allowing you to call me by my first name. Who do you think you are? Will you fight me too? What's in it for me? If I lose, I'll kneel naked and beg for mercy. Haha, do you think that will save you? No way. Both of you will have to kneel naked. Fine by me. W8, you don't need to get involved too. Kaguya, trust me, I won't lose. Kenya looked straight into Kaguya's eyes. Kaguya found herself at a loss for words. There was no basis for it. The boy shouldn't have any chance of winning. Yet somehow, she felt compelled to believe him. His eyes burned with determination and gazed straight ahead. He exuded confidence that made her want to rely on him. Would that be fine, Instructor Alfred? He seems confident, but as long as the handicap system is in place, it shouldn't be a problem. Very well, go ahead, know your place thoroughly. This is also part of your education. All right, Kaguya, I'm off. Okay. Kenya sat the trembling Kaguya down before heading off. Kaguya could only see his back, but the back of the boy she had thought was a weirdo reminded her of the brother who had once protected her when she was young. This is going to be fun. Well, I'm not really interested in seeing a guy naked, though. The two faced each other in front of the simulator. If I win, you have to swear that you won't lay a hand on her anymore. You think a second class like you can beat me? Fine, I'll swear it. But in return, if I win, you have to swear to be my slave for life. The two stood facing each other. Kenya glared straight ahead, while Good looked down on him. A contrasting master and slave, black hair and blonde hair. A Japanese and an Asgardian. However, this slave, or rather, this Japanese person was. Then let the match begin. An irregularity in this world. Chapter 6. 17,000 hours. I was bullied in middle school, for the simple reason that I had no parents. Looking back now, it seemed the reason didn't matter. It was probably my attitude that caused it. When I entered high school, there was someone else who was being bullied just like me. I wonder why. I thought I would spend my high school days quietly, trying not to draw anyone's ire. But why did my body move on its own? I don't know. Was it some foolish sense of justice? I knew what would happen if someone without power stood up to someone with power. The outcome was clear. I understood that I would be the target of bullying as well if I went through with it. But, all right, the controls are almost the same. I climbed into the simulator. I was confident because I had skimmed through the manual. The controls of the simulator were nearly identical to those of my original world. Of course, there were some differences in the details, but they were trivial. Even though it was just a few hours ago, it feels a bit nostalgic. It had only been about 4 or 5 hours since I came to this world. I had no idea why I was here, what was expected of me in this world, or what I should do. I didn't know any of that. Today, I planned to observe and avoid any actions that would draw attention. After all, I still didn't understand this world very well, but there was no way I could stay silent after witnessing something like that. I didn't know what I was meant to achieve in this world, but there was one thing I was certain of. I had something I wanted to do. That was to protect the heroines. That single-minded determination had driven me to break through that quest and brought me to this world. Since that's the case, I had no choice but to save her. The heroine I had fallen in love with in the game. The girl I adored who had appeared right before me in the flesh. The KOG that I was piloting stood up. Well now, after all that boasting, you better at least be able to stand up. I gazed at the palm of the KOG I was controlling. Ah, this feeling. It feels a bit like an older version, but it moves like an extension of my limbs. I had already grasped the controls. It was a KOG from a slightly earlier season of the previous world, but I had played with it before. Now then, are both sides ready? Let's go. 3, 2, 1, fight. Begin. All right, how should I toy with you now? He seems overly confident, but I've practiced on this simulator for a month. There's no way I can lose to some second-class garbage. Good charged straight at me. The spectators, seeing I was standing still, had a premonition of my defeat. Kaguya could only clasp her hands together in prayer, unable to do anything else. I don't know how much you practiced on this simulator, but I can tell from your movements. At best, it's been a month. The opponent had practiced on the KOG for at least a month in advance. If they were serious about it, that would mean about 8 hours a day, roughly 240 hours at most. That was enough playtime to learn the controls. First, I'll break that right leg and make sure you can't stand. Good raised the massive sword, equipped on the KOG. The standard issue massive, sword-shaped weapon's cutting edge glowed brightly. I continued to remain still, calm, like a surface of water without a single ripple. But you see, my playtime is. Plop, a droplet fell onto the surface, creating a disturbance. Kenya moved, at a speed that was almost imperceptible. However, this was a technique of sudden acceleration from 0 to 100, combined with maneuvering into the KOG's blind spots. It was a fundamental skill of the top-ranked players from the previous world. In an instant, Good lost sight of Kenya's machine, which had vanished from right in front of him. Kenya had many titles: addict, hardcore gamer, recluse, home security officer. He had dedicated all his youth to the KOG VR game. He had earned many dishonorable titles, but in this world, those titles would take on new names. Because the time he spent in the game, Kenya's total playtime, was a number worthy of the world's strongest player who had become a world champion. My playtime is 17,000 hours. It was the time spent playing and training that transformed into the power to resist fate in this world. Well, with a single strike from behind, Good's machine had its head severed clean off. Amidst the violent shaking and blinding light, the KOG exploded, and a message announcing the victor appeared. That message was so clear that there was no room for excuses. It distinctly declared the winner. Kenya Mitsurugi win? Wait, I lost. No way, what just happened? Alfred was left speechless. He had planned to use the handicap system if things got dangerous, but he never expected Good to be defeated in one blow. That was a mistake. I messed up the settings. That was a mistake. Alfred hurriedly declared that it was a mistake, raising his voice. W8, was it the teacher's mistake? Yeah, right. After all, something like that's impossible. The Asgardians let out sighs of relief. Only one person, a girl with silver hair, stared straight at Kenya. That was the instructor's mistake. That can't be. Ha ha ha, so it was the teacher's mistake. I was shocked. That kind of thing is impossible. Then the system was activated again, and the two faced off once more. Alfred operated the panel. He set the handicap system to the maximum, knowing that Kenya's control skills were dangerous. With this, if he took a single hit, his HP would be completely depleted. Conversely, Good's machine would need to be hit at least 100, no, 200 times in order to be defeated. It's a bit blatant, but it can't be helped. Who the hell is Kenya Mitsurugi? I'm not familiar with that name. All right, it's ready. Are you two ready? Let's start again. For the time being, Alfred felt relieved. But that relief quickly turned to dread. What is this? What on earth? What's happening? Good shouted. What those watching the battle felt was overwhelming domination. There was not a single chance for a counterattack. The gap in skill was absolute. Where are you? Where are you, coward? Good shouted through the comm system from within the KOG. Cheating? Is the difference in skill called cheating in your country? Alfred probably set the handicap to the maximum, but the handicap system only adjusts damage. It doesn't matter as long as I don't get hit. It was as if Kenya was piloting a different machine altogether. Good's machine was being sliced apart from all directions by the rapidly moving Kenya while simultaneously getting bombarded with gunfire. Wow! Kaguya couldn't help but exclaim as she watched the footage. The power was undeniable, matching the confidence he had shown earlier. She honestly thought it was incredible. With the way he was moving, it was as if that boy could see the future. Kaguya wasn't well-versed in KOG, but even she could tell. Such perfected movements were truly beautiful. Intense sparks, gunfire, and slashes. Yet everything was unleashed by one side alone. After about 5 minutes, Good was thoroughly trampled. Please, just let me go, Even though it was just a simulator. The storm of slashes and gunfire created a cacophony of explosions, flashes, and violent vibrations. Good was subjected to what felt like an endless barrage, his mind wearing down from the strain. And the intense shaking made him feel nauseous. Thanks to the handicap system, Good's HP barely decreased. But finally, that moment arrived. After enduring over 100 attacks, his HP was completely depleted. And what appeared on the screen was, Kenya Mitsurugi win, a message celebrating the victor. Wow! The Japanese crowd erupted in cheers. This time, there was no room for excuses. It was clear to anyone who saw it who the winner was. Could it be that a second-class player has won? No, is he really second-class? Unless he underwent special training, this is on the level of a paladin. No, even beyond. Alfred was more surprised than frustrated, yet he had no choice but to acknowledge it. The winner was a second-class citizen, and the loser was first-class. The winner was Japanese, and the loser was from Asgard. In this battle alone, history had been rewritten. The two emerged from the simulator. Kenya-kun. Kaguya rushed over to Kenya. Along with many other Japanese, she approached Kenya, applauding him. That was amazing. Kenya-kun, you're incredible. You're our shining star. That was so cool. It felt so good. Kenya was surrounded by the excited Japanese, and pushing through the crowd, Kaguya stepped forward to express her gratitude. Thank you, Kenya-kun. Kaguya expressed her thanks to Kenya. So, as a reward, how about a kiss? Hi. Just kidding, well then, please call me Kenya. And I'd like to call you Kaguya. Hee hee, you never miss a step, do you? All right, just this once. Thank you, Kenya. The girl who had been crying just moments ago now smiled brightly. Just that made all the reckless effort worth it. And as for the other person, Urgh. That's disgusting. Good just threw up. Good, overwhelmed by the intense shaking, reached his limit and vomited his breakfast spectacularly before being carried away to the infirmary. Seeing this, Alfred sighed and declared, "It seems we have a winner. Now then, is there anyone here who wants to take revenge on Good's behalf?" Silence enveloped the room. Everyone knew Alfred no longer had any cards to play. However, this situation could not be left unaddressed. Today, they needed to establish the rankings. If things continued like this, a second-class player would end up at the top of this class. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Empire, and it should not happen. Yet, no one raised their hand. The Asgardians who had watched the battle avoided making eye contact with Alfred, because they had realized their defeat. They didn't want to admit it, but that second-class player was superior to them when it came to piloting KOG, so no one spoke up, except for one person. "Allow me. I will be your opponent." An Asgardian slowly walked up to the simulator. Hearing that voice, Kenya smiled slyly. The words directed at him were uttered with a familiar voice. "Yeah, go ahead." Kenya agreed. He believed in fighting with all his might against anyone who challenged him. And this time, the challenger was, "Greetings, Kenya Mitsurugi. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." That statement reminded Kenya of their earlier exchange in the classroom. "I said I wasn't interested in you, but I take that back." With silver hair flowing and eyes as cold as ice. The girl had a gaze that seemed to indicate she had no interest in anyone but him. With captivating, icy blue eyes, she declared, "You've now got my attention." It was indeed Kenya who was reflected in those eyes. Chapter 7, Silver Ice Princess. "Fight me, Kenya Mitsurugi. What's in it for me?" I grinned mischievously. Just a little teasing, that was the plan, just a simple conversation starter. "You scumbag, do you want me to grovel before you? Your tastes seem quite twisted." "Ah, crap." I got carried away. The look in her eyes, which had already been disdainful, now turned into one of disgust. It sent a shiver down my spine, but I needed to raise my favorability right now. "I'm not thinking that at all." "Ah, right. Then could you call me Kenya-kun?" In the game's VN story mode, she had been addressing me with that honorific, so I wanted her to do the same in this world. Rianna looked a bit surprised upon hearing that. Very well. Is that what you desire? Though I don't quite understand the reason for it." The Ice Princess tilted her head, looking at me curiously. "Ah, she's beautiful." I wanted to hug her. But since I had no relation with her in this world just yet, I held myself back. I'd probably get sliced in half by that sword at her waist if I tried anything funny. Just then, Instructor Alfred stepped forward. "Well then, Rianna, I'm counting on you. Are you ready as well, boy?" "Yes." "Sure." It would be unacceptable for a second-class citizen to stand at the top of this class, as per the history of the Empire. So give it your all. "Instructor, the handicap system is unnecessary. The moment it's used, I'll stop the match." "Understood." "Oh right, Rianna is the daughter of the top military officer stationed in this country, known as the War God. She's a bit stuck up, but it seems she has her own struggles. Guess it's not just the CEO's son. The manager's daughter is also in the same class." I felt a bit of sympathy for Alfred upon seeing his predicament, but given his earlier attitude, I couldn't forgive him so easily. I then proceeded to face off with Rianna. "All right then, let's do this, Rianna. I have no intention of getting overly familiar with you." Rianna remained as cold as ever. We entered the simulators. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1, fight. Now then, let's see what you've got. Immediately after, Kenya's view of Rianna's KOG vanished. This was the same action Kenya had taken, a fundamental technique of top players. Disappointing, is this it? A swift strike from his blind spot. Clang, however, that sword was halted by a fierce shower of sparks and a metallic sound. What? At that moment, Rianna's expression finally faltered. "That was close, I got careless." I was sweating bullets, but Rianna was oblivious to that. Rianna stepped back and spoke to me over the open channel. "How did you? That attack should have completely caught you unawares." It was indeed an attack launched completely in my blind spot. That's why I was able to predict the general direction. KOGs had poor visibility. After all, they were robot mechs, so blind spots certainly existed, just as there were areas out of a human's line of sight. I've completely grasped all the blind spots of cogs. If I can't see you, then you must be in a blind spot. I can calculate which blind spot it is based on the machine's position before it disappears. A fundamental technique of top players. Blind spot maneuver. Grasping that alone allowed low-ranking players to dominate their peers. However, top players had an even more advanced technique up their sleeves, and that's memorizing and getting familiar with all the blind spots. Understanding where one could duck out of sight, and from which angles KOGs couldn't see, and then calculating positions accordingly. Rianna's voice carried emotion as she responded. I see, so that's how it works, thank you. Rianna expressed her gratitude sincerely. Her attitude of absorbing knowledge even from enemies was genuinely commendable. Haha, that's so like you, Rianna. Well then, I won't hold back. So what do you know about me? I know plenty. We've been fighting together for a long time. I know what kind of person you are. And thus, the battle between me and Rianna began in earnest. The high-level exchanges left the watching students in awe. They couldn't comprehend what they were witnessing. All they understood was that they were far outclassed. Ugh. However, the fight was indeed one-sided. Rianna is strong, 100 times stronger than that good guy from earlier. That said, she wasn't overwhelming enough to take me down in one hit. Yet, my HP had already dropped below half. Strong, I've never felt such a gap. This is the first time I felt this way facing an opponent other than my papa. An opening. Rianna kept the open channel active. In fact, she referred to her father as Papa in private. I couldn't help but feel a pang of affection at the unexpected use of Papa by the supposedly cool-as-ice character. Calling him Papa out of nowhere is just too cute. This is bad. My otaku side created a moment of vulnerability, but I quickly regained my composure. Still, she's really strong. Is she at the level of diamond or even master? In the previous world of KOG, there was a ranking system. Iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. And above that, the top 100 players were known as masters. Of course, I was ranked first among the masters, the strongest amateur, surpassing even the professional gamers. I remember it took a considerable amount of time to reach diamond. But now, defeating someone at the diamond level was easy for me. However, I was struggling to attack right now because I was hesitating. So, what should I do? I was in a dilemma. Should I go ahead and score a win? It had seemed like a good idea to charge in boldly, but upon reflection, winning would be inconvenient. If I won here, I would become the top-ranked cadet in this class. In this world, where second-class citizens were already persecuted, becoming number one would invite all sorts of harassment. Assassination was even a possibility. It's a bit disappointing, but I guess I have to give up on getting called Kenya-kun for now. I'm gonna have to concede. And so, I decided to lose. While it was true that I didn't want to be a target of harassment or assassination, there was another reason. I'm sorry, Rianna, I'll let you win on purpose today. I had things I needed to do. For the sake of those, I wanted to move freely for now. I had acted on impulse when it came to Kaguya's predicament earlier, but I had no regrets. But now it was different. There was something more important than winning this match. That was our future together. And in the midst of their swordplay, I revealed a gap that only my current opponent could perceive. Uncertain if she was being lured, Rianna unleashed a strike. My machine's HP was completely depleted, and the winner was decided. Rianna Sylphid win? Yes. Take that, you second-class citizen. Alfred pumped his fist in the air, and the other citizens of the Asgard Empire cheered. Ah, he lost, but he was really giving that Silver Ice Princess a run for her money. Yeah, he's amazing after all. However, only Kaguya sensed something off. I felt like his movements were strange for just a moment. It was still just a hint of discomfort, but the ace pilot, who would eventually reach far greater heights, understood intuitively. The boy had been holding back and intentionally lost, and Rianna, caught up in the heat of battle, hadn't noticed. But the moment the match ended and she regained her composure, the realization hit her. So she immediately reacted. Don't mess with me. Stepping down from the simulator, the two faced each other. Rianna, losing her cool, glared at Kenya with visible anger in her eyes. Her gaze, devoid of emotion moments ago, now radiated fury. I admit my defeat. Thank you for your guidance, even though I'm just a second-class citizen. Yet Kenya calmly bowed his head. This only made Rianna clench her fists tighter. Around them, jeers from the citizens of the Asgard Empire flew. Damn it, why? Why did you do that? Rianna, you understand, right? You're smart enough to grasp the reason. You know my position. What do you mean by? No, is that how it is? At that moment, Rianna understood. She felt angry at her opponent holding back, but quickly regained her composure and realized the truth. She understood his circumstances, that he was a second-class citizen. And she reflected on who she was and their relationship. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed for having raised her voice like a child. "I'm sorry, I lacked consideration." Loosening her tightly clenched fists, she turned to leave. "But when it's just the two of us, I'll give it my all anytime." Kenya replied in a voice only Rianna could hear, still bowing his head. Rianna repeated those words softly to herself, a small smile creeping onto her face. Just the two of us. With her silver hair flowing down to her waist, she turned around with vigor. As she gazed at Kenya with her icy eyes, her snow-white skin flushed slightly as she pointed at him, shyly declaring, "It's a promise." "Absolutely." And with a hint of a smile on her face, she said, "Kenya-kun." Chapter 8, Amaterasu. "I did it," she called me Kenya-kun. I shouted in my heart and did a small fist pump. I had been nervously wondering if I would end up being disliked, but it seemed I had barely managed to make myself get acknowledged. And then the exam was over. In the end, all the Japanese participants except for me lost, but everyone declared their defeat loudly. Their voices were filled with pride, and there was no hint of self-deprecation. It was certainly frustrating to lose. Still, seeing the Asgardians who were taken down a peg because of my victory made me feel good. I smiled back at the Japanese people who were genuinely happy for me, even though it felt a bit embarrassing. In my previous world, I had been a total loner, but it seemed things were a bit different in this world. With the exam finished, that day's training came to an end. From here on out, it's time to commence the operation. Its name was, "Hey Kaguya, wanna go grab some food together?" Operation Increase Favorability. Huh. Do you think I'll let my guard down just because of what happened earlier? You pervert. The operation ended in failure. That's strange. With my current favorability, I should have been able to ask her out on a date. I had courage, but absolutely zero romantic experience. In a VR dating sim, these girls would easily flock to me. Damn it! Where did I go wrong? She's supposed to be an easy heroine. My mistake was not taking into account the difference between reality and a game. There were myriad dialogue choices, and the routes weren't predetermined like in a game. I, who was extremely inexperienced in romance, had no way of knowing that. However, my efforts were ultimately not in vain. After glancing at my dejected figure, Kaguya turned her head away and replied, I have plans today, but I might be able to go tomorrow, okay. Easy heroine get. Thank goodness I wasn't wrong. Thank you, countless dating sims, though I actually haven't played that many. Got it, then let's exchange contact information. And so, I and Kaguya exchanged contact details, though it was just through the messaging app on the KOG device. I have a lot of things I want to ask him, and I should at least thank him for helping me. Kaguya inwardly thought, as the two exchanged contact information. Then the two left school that day. Kenya returned home once to strategize for the future. Meanwhile, Kaguya headed toward a less populated area, not back to the dorm. Section. Kaguya's perspective. I'm home, Dad. Welcome back, Kaguya. I hope you haven't had too much trouble. This was a lawless zone located far from Tokyo. A town that resembled a slum stretched out before her. This country, occupied and governed by a foreign power, had lost most of its functions as a nation except for the areas around Tokyo. With infrastructure left in disrepair, the people lived in squalor and discomfort. They couldn't even form a government, and there was no proper governance to speak of. If they tried to unite and rise up in resistance, they would be ruthlessly suppressed, often resulting in many deaths. Yet they still held hands and strived to live as a people. Among the slum-like structures was a building that resembled a hideout. In the large hall, the Hinamaru flag, the mere possession of which could lead to severe punishment, was prominently displayed. At the central seat of honor sat a man. I'm sorry for the great trouble I've caused you for the sake of Japan. Have you been bullied at all? No, I'm fine. I'm prepared to risk my life as a member of Amaterasu. If your mother heard that, she'd cry, you've really grown up. The man's name was Kurakami Isshin. He was Kaguya's biological father and a lieutenant general of the former Japanese army. He had been the linchpin of this country's defense, but those times were now long gone. And then, I too am prepared to risk my life as the leader of Amaterasu. The day of the decisive battle is near. A resistance organization that could not yet abandon the soul of Japan. An organization that sought to reclaim Japan and save the oppressed citizens of this country. An organization created with the hope of once again illuminating this nation with the radiant rays of the Japanese sun goddess. That was Amaterasu. In terms of sheer scale, it was the largest resistance group in the world. Finally, we're going to take this country back. Yes, I've already spoken with the Asian Union. If we can reclaim the government of this country and occupy it, they will allow us to join the Union. I see, then we have to do our best. Yes, it's good news. By the way, did anything happen at school today? Did anything happen at school? It was a normal conversation between a father and daughter, but the intent was not small talk. Kaguya recalled the earlier events and immediately thought of that smirking face. It was still infuriating that her heart had been stolen even for a moment, but his strength was genuine. There was an interesting guy, he might join us. Oh, what kind of guy? At the very least, he's stronger than anyone here in KOG. Maybe even stronger than the Silver Ice Princess. She remembered that battle. Now, she could honestly assert that Kenya had clearly been the stronger one. He had lost on purpose. I see, occasionally, there are those born at pivotal moments in history. The Ice Princess was one of them, but whether by coincidence or fate, we have a prodigy in our country as well. Yes, and he was kind. And, no, it's nothing. I see, but we still need to recruit him, so I'm counting on you. Kaguya, even if you say that, it depends on his motivation, and he needs to have some anger toward that country. Even without that factor, there should still be a way. Then Isshin looked at his daughter's legs. Long and attractive, healthy limbs and a beauty inherited from her mother. She was certainly attractive, but her slim, youthful body was not quite of the alluring sort. Seeing that, Isshin sighed and looked down, disappointed. If only you had a little more volume up top, it would be more tempting, what a pity. Why didn't you take after your mother in that regard, Kaguya? In front of him, his daughter cracked her fingers with a darkened expression. Kaguya was smiling, but her expression was certainly not one of joy. Cold sweat dripped down Isshin's back. Except for that bit, you've become more and more like your mother. I'll kill you. Well, jokes aside, go ahead and bring him here. I will assess him. Isshin tried to cover up the large bump on his head. What can a damn old man like you even assess? You were just calling me dad a moment ago. How cruel. Kaguya turned her face away, cursing Isshin under her breath. She respected him as a person and as a father, but he had his ridiculous moments. In any other situation, his comments would be considered sexual harassment, but despite everything, Kaguya still loved her father. Anyway, we have a large-scale operation planned soon. You need to participate. What are we gonna do? We're gathering forces to ambush a certain ship. Depending on the outcome, the Asian Union may finally recognize our capabilities and worth. The Asian Union, a massive coalition that divided the world. Amaterasu aimed to reclaim Japan's place within said union. As for the Asian Union, the group's inclusion would bolster its military strength. Since they were already facing invasion attempts from Asgard, they would be more than happy to increase their forces. However, they had no intention of welcoming useless individuals. It was essential to demonstrate that the nation of Japan was still alive. This operation served as a test for that purpose. For this operation, we absolutely need skilled pilots. His eyes were serious, and Kaguya nodded slowly. Section, Kenya's perspective. Well, that was a lot to take in all at once. It had been less than a day since I arrived in this world, and it was already this eventful. It felt like 3 days had passed, but given the repetitive nature of playing KOG all day, the stimulation was overwhelming. They say life hits a midpoint at 20, but it's strange how the perception of time speeds up when you're stuck in a routine. I opened the door to my room. It was only later that I realized this was a dormitory for second-class citizens of the Asgard Empire. A room assigned to those aspiring to be soldiers. It had the bare minimum of facilities, but I never expected my own room back in my former world would turn out like this. I wondered if the other rooms were the same. I sat down on the sofa and exhaled. I was tired from being outside for the first time in a while. But I really did come to the world of KOG. The events of the day were so shocking that I vividly remembered everything. Seeing Kog in real life, meeting Kaguya and fighting Rianna, and learning about the current state of this country. The world is the same, but it's not just a series of events like in a game, obviously. If I were sent here as the game protagonist, there wouldn't be an episode about saving Kaguya, nor one about fighting Rianna. In fact, there was no protagonist in this world. The events of him enjoying school life as a pilot were only in the game. It didn't seem like there was any lighthearted atmosphere, though. That guy Good was the worst of the worst. Was it the fault of the Asgard Empire's citizens, their culture, or the royal family? I couldn't blame them entirely, having been raised to be this way since birth. Still, I have to put a stop to that situation somehow. There was one thing in particular that concerned me the most. It was a story about a future that would probably happen sooner or later. A worst-case scenario that would result in many deaths. A full-scale war initiated by the Emperor of the Asgard Empire. In other words, honestly, I really wish they'd stop with the world domination. The outbreak of a world war. Episode 9, Which Route? Let's sort out the situation. I analyzed the current state of affairs. Kurakami Kaguya, my favorite heroine, one I wanted to marry. She's actually a bit of a naughty girl, a tsundere with a stronger awareness of the opposite sex than anyone else. Kaguya should be a member of the resistance. I need to find a way to join her. I want to join the resistance to protect her. After witnessing today's events, I couldn't possibly tell her to quit. If we don't reclaim Japan, Kaguya's happiness will never come. And then there's Rianna. Rianna Sylphid, my other favorite heroine, one I wanted to marry. A courtier character who never showed any signs of obvious affection in the game I played, but she's more earnest than anyone else and had a strong attachment to the Kog. From the vibe today, it seemed like there was a chance to get closer. Two wives with contrasting personalities, Kenya's fantasy. One was the daughter of Isshin, the leader of Japan's largest resistance group, Amaterasu. And the other was the daughter of Sieg Sylphid, known as the war god, the top of the military forces in this country. Originally, they were enemies. If I try to save one, the other will die. I wanted to be allies with both, but I couldn't think of a way to do it. But I absolutely must save both of them. I need to understand the reasons behind the war, and I have to infiltrate deep into the Asgard Imperial Army. I had made up my mind. This is like wearing two pairs of shoes. I'll rise through the ranks of the Asgard Imperial Army while also working with the resistance. They say you can't catch two rabbits at once, but a proverb known to every Japanese person tried to dissuade me. But I punched that thought away, cursing while at it. If I don't chase rabbits' hairs, I won't catch either, right? I didn't intend to give up any of the two. My ultimate goal was to create a harem of 3 where both of them agree to be lovey-dovey with me. The realization of a harem that exists only in the game world. As I indulged in such fantasies, the KOG device rang and a message came in. I opened the messaging app to see who it was. Tomorrow, 07:00 a.m. Come to classroom, promise, a work notice, it's probably Rianna. The next day, I arrived at the classroom more than an hour before the start of classes. I was a bit late, but it should be within acceptable limits. Sorry, I overslept. I've been sleeping whenever I wanted until now. It can't be helped. I ran just before entering the classroom, pretending to be in a hurry, panting as I stepped inside. Then I found a girl standing inside. With her arms and legs crossed and her body trembling, she appeared to be quite irritated. Honestly, it made me want to go home, but I felt it would be scarier to leave now. You're late. Sorry, I got held up a bit. I've never lived a disciplined life, so I struggled to get up early in the mornings. Until recently, I had completely shifted to a night owl's schedule, going to bed at 4 a.m. I slept around sunrise and lived like a vampire, avoiding the sunlight. Please at least fix your bedhead before coming. It's too obvious. Rianna let out a sigh as she looked at Kenya's messy hair. She could see right through his pretense of rushing to the classroom. Could this guy really be stronger than me? Shall we go then? Go where? I've already gotten permission from the instructor for some practice. Rianna flashed her card key at Kenya. Despite being a cool character, she's a passionate combat enthusiast. That's quite the gap, Kenya thought. The two of them arrived at a room where they had conducted the simulation battle from the previous day. Promise me one thing. Give it your all today. Don't cry, okay? Wah, don't underestimate me. Seeing Rianna's character starting to waver, Kenya laughed. What's so funny? Heh, I just realized that you don't care at all about me being a second class. I've never thought of you all as inferior, but I'm not foolish enough to defy the emperor. Cold to everyone and equal to all. The aloof ice princess despised discrimination and favoritism. She was only interested in one thing. Now, let's see what you've got. Show me your skills. Whether or not one was a strong KOG pilot. All right, I'll fight as many rounds as you want. All right, let's see if I can make her cry. Kenya inwardly snickered. The two of them then hopped into the simulators. 3, 2, 1, fight. A few hours later. Therefore, the KOG requires a battery replacement after about half a day of operation. Today was a lecture day. We were learning about KOG's operation methods and basic theories. While the game settings mentioned such things, hearing it again was quite interesting. There were a lot of terms I didn't understand at all, but it seemed many futuristic technologies like deuterium batteries were being used. Honestly, it's a really fun class, if only it weren't for the piercing gaze of the girl next to me. So, what exactly did you do to her? Kaguya, sitting next to him, whispered to Kenya. Why's she asking that? Because the scary silver-haired girl on the opposite side was glaring at me as if she wanted to kill me. Was she still glaring? Maybe it's fine now. Nope, she's still glaring. Was she trying to shoot laser beams from her eyes or something? Haha, oh, just a little something. To explain how this situation came to be, we need to rewind time a bit. Come on, come on, come on. What's wrong, Rianna? Why, what is this? Kenya was mercilessly beating Rianna. It was a combo attack, one of the many techniques available in KOG. A series of flowing attacks that were hard to escape from. It's a technique that works well in the simulator, but would likely fail in reality due to various factors. However, if you didn't know the proper escape method, you just end up dying. Mitsurugi Kenya WINS. Haha, I win. One more time. Tears welling in her eyes, Rianna pleaded. Feeling good after such an overwhelming victory, Kenya got a bit carried away. He got carried away and ended up trapping her again, over and over, with a despicable cackle as if a demon lord were mocking a human. It's something one must have experienced at least once. Playing with someone you like in a field you excel in, you'd get carried away without ever considering their feelings. Engaging her without holding back, making her sulk. Normally, one would have that experience once, learn from it, and be more careful next time. Unfortunately for Kenya, he has never had such an experience. As a first-timer in the IRL game called Love, he was thoroughly enjoying himself, wearing a satisfied expression. And when the time came to wrap things up, he suggested, phew, that sure was satisfying, but let's call it a day. He was met with an intense glare. With tears welling in her eyes, she looks at Kenya as if he were her parents' killer. She had her pride, and among the students, she was said to be the best in the empire. Yet she had been utterly crushed, and so she has been like that since then. I definitely went too far, my inner nerd came out. I flaunted my skills too much. Overkilling an opponent weaker than myself, simply playing for my own enjoyment. I could have fought in a way that was more fun and educational, and while being subjected to intense stress, that day's class came to an end. Ouch, my stomach hurts. After a day filled with stress, I was thoroughly exhausted. As the bell rang, I stood up, forgetting my previous plans, and was ready to head home. Kenya-kun, Kenya. Then Kaguya and Rianna called out simultaneously. I have business with him. Who are you? Rianna and Kaguya glared at each other. Kaguya inherently disliked the citizens of the Asgard Empire. Rianna was probably in a bad mood, and it's all my fault. Who am I? Kenya, you tell her. We're gonna have today, so we can't entertain her. Sparks flew between Rianna and Kaguya above my head. Just what are you? What is your relationship with Kenya-kun? Could it be that you're lovers? Who would be in a relationship with such a pervert? I and this guy, what's our relationship anyway? Why are you asking me? A battle of women unfolded. Stop it, don't fight over me. Kenya-kun, we're going to fight in KOG, right? We made a promise, didn't we? Kenya, you want to go on a DDD date with me, right? If you're that embarrassed, you shouldn't say it out loud. Whether out of pride or feeling cornered, Kaguya openly competed with Rianna. Using the word date herself, her face turned bright red from embarrassment. DD date. Rianna momentarily faltered at those words. I looked back and forth between the two in a fluster, but seeing this, they both grew irritated and pressed me. So, who are you gonna choose? Who are you going to choose? Chapter 10, Those who don't chase after two rabbits would get neither. No matter which option I chose, hell awaited me. So, just like Columbus, I won't choose at all. I'll opt for a strategic retreat. I'm feeling sick. Grab, I won't let you escape. So strong, with Rianna and Kaguya gripping my shoulders, I couldn't run away. It really hurt. That's right, both of them had experienced military training before, so their physical abilities were higher than mine. Realizing that escape was impossible, I had no choice but to propose a desperate measure. How about we practice together in the simulator? It was a half-hearted suggestion, but it didn't seem like a bad idea after all. The two exchanged glances and then looked at me to respond. I don't mind if I can fight you. Well, I'd be happy to practice too, if that's the case. Kaguya genuinely wanted to get better at operating KOG. Rianna, especially, didn't care about ranks or race. If Kenya was willing to be her opponent, that was fine. With everything settled smoothly, the three of us headed to the simulator room. I'm really glad Rianna is here. They definitely wouldn't let us use it if it were just the two of us. I really hate it when they say that a second-class citizen is useless. It's national policy, but I feel like it's gone too far lately. Discrimination was a national policy. The emperor himself declared that ruling over the citizens of the colonies was the right thing to do as a citizen of the Asgard Empire. The Asgardian citizens, having lost their reigns and garnered a warped sense of justice, eventually became capable of harboring malice against those not part of their collective. If told it's okay to bully, humans might just do it. That might be human nature. For now, let's have Kaguya and Rianna go first. Me. I'm not interested in this person. Rianna, Kaguya will get stronger. Just like you. I'm sorry, but I find that unbelievable. What are you talking about? Me, strong like the ice princess? Rianna looked suspicious, while Kaguya was shocked by my statement. Now, just try it out first. With that, the two stepped into the simulator. The match began, and as expected, it ended in a crushing victory for Rianna. We tried various matchup combinations, switching between me and Rianna, then Kaguya and me. For a while, the three of us were engrossed in operating the simulator. Before we knew it, it was dinner time. We must have been at it for 3 or 4 hours. Let's call it a day. I'm hungry. So you're running away. Haha, I'm not running away. If you want, I'll accept any challenge at any time. Then let's do it one more time. No, let's skip that. Tomorrow is a day off, so let's do it next time, okay? Rianna's enthusiasm reminded me of when I used to lose track of time playing, and it was heartwarming, but it was time to end it. After all, I couldn't just play around, I had plans afterward. All right, I understand. Great, looks like they'll let me go. Rianna, who hadn't managed to win even once against me, reluctantly agreed, though still in a bad mood. I got some good practice in too, so I'll thank you for that, Rianna. I didn't gain anything from practicing with you, though. Stop it, why are you suddenly trying to pick a fight? I got flustered, and thought this might be what they meant by being like cats and dogs. However, an unexpected remark came from Rianna. But for the last round, I'll give you credit for landing a hit on me. That was a nice move. Instantly, Kaguya's face, which had been glaring, turned red with surprise and embarrassment. She hadn't expected to be praised and was taken aback. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude bashfully, looking down. It seemed she still couldn't fully accept the compliment at face value. The barriers created by war couldn't be overcome overnight. But, thank goodness, maybe they can build a surprisingly good relationship. I wanted the two of them to get along. That was the reason I suggested this situation. Well, if you can pull off that last move, it'll at least serve as finger exercises in the future. Oh, come on, why are you trying to pick a fight again? I stepped in to mediate between the two, who seemed ready to clash again. This role was far more exhausting than piloting KOG. Then Rianna, with her silver hair flowing, turned around. Well then, I shall take my leave. I'll return the card. Thanks, Rianna. All right, Kaguya, let's go. Where to? Where else on a date? Despite saying it herself earlier, she got flustered and stumbled over my words, how cat-like. Kaguya, with her cat-like demeanor, looked adorably flustered. She already resembled a cat, and cat ears would definitely suit her. Come on, let's go. Without waiting for a response, I decided to drag her along. Because today, I had something I needed to tell Kaguya. I couldn't hold back any longer. It's getting late already. See you later, Rianna. After saying that, I took Kaguya by the shoulder and hurriedly headed out of the classroom. Don't touch me so casually. Hey, stop. As they exchanged such banter, Kenya and Kaguya left the simulator room. To an outsider, they might have looked like a couple playfully flirting. Watching their backs, Rianna crossed her arms, fidgeting and glaring. Huh. Why do I feel a bit irritated? However, not understanding what that feeling was, she quickly decided to shake it off. All right, I need to return the card. But there was a man watching their interaction from the shadows. I should probably report this to Siegsan, and about that irregular too. That man was Instructor Alfred. Rianna's father, Alfred's superior, the academy headmaster, and also the top military leader of this country, known as the War God. He was considering reporting the three of them to Sieg. Even if you say dinner, there aren't any places we can go nearby, you know. Huh. It seemed that all restaurants were only accessible to first-class citizens. Of course, if you left the capital, there were places where even second-class citizens could enter. But here in Tokyo, or rather the 13th Special District capital, mainly first-class or second-class military personnel resided. Third-class citizens commute from afar every day, tirelessly cleaning the town and enduring treatment akin to slavery for low wages from morning till night. And all dining options were for first-class citizens only. It's customary not to eat in the same places as second-class citizens. But what about meals then? Isn't there a supermarket? There was a supermarket near the school. Of course, the staff are third-class citizens of the Asgard Empire, former Japanese. They were burdened with all sorts of menial tasks and were treated so poorly that even black companies would be appalled. It seemed like if they were told to die, they would have to. In this world, there was no Article 36 agreement to protect third-class citizens of the Asgard Empire. If we buy ingredients, where exactly will we eat them? Well, in my room, of course. Hi. A silence fell, and Kaguya looked over at me. Immediately, she darted away from me like a startled rabbit. She hugged her body with both arms, adopting a defensive pose while looking at me resentfully. What are you doing trying to drag me into your room all of a sudden? What's wrong with your sense of propriety? And no, just for a little bit. We'll just rest for a moment. Stop it, don't touch me. Don't be difficult now that we've come this far, just a little. Just the tip. I thought I must look like a man trying to pull in a woman who suddenly changed her mind right in front of a love hotel. However, after a fierce back and forth, Kaguya relented. Why you better not to anything weird, okay? Is that an invitation to? Ugh. Wasn't don't push, a signal to push further. In the original world, I had heard that such rules existed, but it seemed the rules were different here. I curled up, clutching my stomach after Kaguya kicked me. A recluse like me inviting someone on a date was a high hurdle to begin with. I wanted to believe I wasn't socially awkward, but I wasn't particularly good at talking to people. With Kaguya and Rianna, perhaps because I had talked to them extensively through the game, it didn't bother me at all. Why was I so proud of only being able to talk with game heroines? Quiet you? Shut up. I suppose something like curry would be fine. Thank goodness, I was worried it might be some ingredients I've never seen before. The supermarket was more ordinary than I expected, except for the fact that the staff looked dead inside. Working all day with no entertainment, I wondered how painful it must be to live such a life until death. Seeing that, Kaguya wore a sad expression. When she thanked the cashier after checking out, I thought again that she was such a kind girl. She was part of the resistance, someone who lamented the current state of Japan, so even though she knew there was nothing that could be done, it might still make her feel a bit sad. After finishing shopping, we headed to my house. I paid with the KOG device. It seemed like some money was provided by the military, and this world appeared to be more into cashless transactions than my previous one. So this is your room, huh? Kaguya crossed her arms and scanned the room. There's nothing here, not even garbage. This was my room from the previous world, but I wonder why. It feels strangely calming here. Maybe it's due to the tatami mats. My room was a 6 tatami mat Japanese-style room. Since tatami was the heart of the Japanese, Kaguya might be feeling a sense of nostalgia. And then I started cooking. Having lived alone for a long time, cooking was second nature to him. Wow, you can actually cook. Yeah, it's curry, so there's not much to it. I can handle it alone, Kaguya. Suddenly, I was reminded of the typical exchanges between couples. In times like this, the boyfriend usually says those things whenever his girlfriend comes over to hang out. You should go take a shower first. I said it with a determined expression. Chapter 11, Long Live Japan. I'll kill you. The girl said so, with a look that could only be described as pure disdain. I was just kidding, please don't kill me. You really are strange, Kenya. What do you see in someone like me? With that, Kaguya placed her hand over her chest. According to the game setting, she was supposed to be a typical girl with a complex about her small chest, so I decided to respond with a confident expression. A flat chest is a status symbol. I like them too, you know. Small ones, I mean. How about that? I'm now a guy who can gently cover for a girl's insecurities. With this kind of charm, Kaguya should, Miss Kaguya, there was no cute girl blushing in front of me. She was trembling like a volcano, like burning magma, shaking with rage. Kenya Mitsurugi, 16 years old. Never had a girlfriend equals his age and only had a skewed understanding of how to treat women. So it was understandable that he might make a mistake, thinking that teasing girls about their physical features was simply a form of mutual communication. I'll kill you. Bam, crack, smash. From that day on, Kenya decided he would never touch the topic of Kaguya's chest again. All right then, the curry is ready. Kenya ladled out the curry while sporting a large bump on his head. He had taken a solid knee strike from Kaguya, but it was all in good fun. It was just a bit of skinship, or perhaps a way to hide her embarrassment. Thank you. Kaguya took the curry, and the two of them sat down at a small table. Why did you join the military, Kaguya? Kenya asked her while eating. The reason he had invited Kaguya here today was to discuss that very topic. He definitely wasn't thinking of luring her in for anything more. Not at all, okay, maybe just a little. Well, it's for a particular goal of mine, I suppose. He understood. He knew that this goal was related to her activities as a member of the resistance. Is it because you want revenge on the Empire? When Kenya said that, Kaguya looked surprised for a moment and stared at him. Don't worry, I'm on your side. He hated the Empire, but as long as he was part of the military, he had to obey them. Even though they were both Japanese, he couldn't casually say he wanted revenge on the Empire. They had only two choices: either join an organization and fight desperately, or live a restricted life without ever joining one. But Kenya knew. He was aware that there were still many groups advocating for Japan's independence, labeled as terrorists. And he also knew that Kaguya was the daughter of the leader of the largest group, Amaterasu. What exactly happened to you, Kenya? Kaguya asked him. I lost someone important. I'm not lying, and if this continues, it might just become true. He looked at Kaguya with a gentle gaze. She was one of the two people who had become the reason for him to fight in this world. If it meant protecting her, he was ready to fight anyone and anything in this world. He was that much in love with the heroines. Seeing the emotion in his eyes, Kaguya looked down and fell silent for a while. Then, as if steeling herself, she raised her face. Do you want revenge? Of course, if possible. What I really want is to stop the war, but I understand. And then Kaguya began to speak quietly. I want to take back this country. Can I ask why? Of course, I can't just stay silent about this situation, but my life isn't just mine alone. My brother's soul is with me too. I want to fulfill that wish. Your brother's? Yeah, I had a brother. It's a bit of a dark story, will you listen? Sure, I will. And with that, Kaguya began to speak. Section. 5 years ago, right after the end of the war, the Japanese government collapsed and the war came to an end. The military of this country was defeated and surrendered to the Asgard Empire. Japan fought to the bitter end. However, they were ruthlessly trampled by the massive deployment of KOG. The technological gap was overwhelmingly vast, with national power more than 10 times greater. There was no way they could win from the start. The EU had flipped its stance at the last moment, abandoning the security treaty. They provided no military support. The Japanese government did not surrender until the end, but if they all died, it meant total defeat. Most of the military personnel were slaughtered, with the organization itself effectively falling under Asgardian control. Well then, let's go have some fun today. You really enjoy this sort of thing, huh? Well, just for a little while longer, do what you want. Japan was still not functioning officially as a colony of the Asgard Empire at this time. Hence, the soldiers occupying the country were running rampant. It's just too much fun. Forcing it is the way to go. It's a crime back home, but here it's legal. No, there are no laws here. His dirty teeth were yellowed from tobacco, hadn't shaved for the longest time, and had plenty of dandruff in his hair. His hobby was to forcibly take advantage of the defeated country's citizens, especially very young girls. Kaguya, did you get the water? Yeah, big brother, a whole bucket. The war was over, but the country had lost its functionality. The siblings went to the river to fetch water to survive another day. Isn't it heavy? Not at all, I'm already 10 years old. Where's Dad? He said he was looking for food. Let's wait here for a bit. The area was a mountain of rubble. Looking around, a few others were also fetching water. The two sat on the debris. Grrr. That wasn't my stomach, it was something else. You don't have to hide it. It wasn't because she was embarrassed. It was because if her kind brother heard that sound. Here, chocolate, just a little okay. He smiled gently, forcing a piece of chocolate meant for himself into her hands. I don't want it. Idiot. If you don't eat, you won't grow. I'm still in my growth period, Then her brother forcibly stuffed the chocolate into Kaguya's mouth. Is it good? Why, yeah, it's good. I'll make sure to fill your belly with food one day. Her brother smiled kindly, while the sister felt awkward. Every day was tough, but as long as they had each other, they could survive. If they supported each other and gritted their teeth, surely, one day, happiness would come. Big brother. Yeah. Thank you. With just one beloved and kind brother, Kaguya could endure even this hell. I found one. Unbeknownst to Kaguya, a soldier with a lewd grin was approaching. You're cute, just my type. Stop it, let go. Kaguya was about to be taken away by the soldier, who was part of the recent surge of military kidnappers targeting women. Get lost, brat, or I'll kill you. Her brother desperately tried to grab the soldier's leg to stop him, but the soldier was, after all, a trained military man. There was no way a mere student could win. Brother, he was beaten to a pulp and slammed to the ground. Now, let's have some fun, okay? Until you die, And no. The Asgard soldier forcibly grabbed the trembling Kaguya. Let Kaguya go. Her brother stood up again. This is such a hassle. Just die already. The sound of gunfire echoed, a dry noise reverberating through the rubble-strewn wasteland. Blood flowed from her brother's abdomen. You brought this on yourself for resisting, you little brat. Oops. Kaguya wriggled free from the soldier's grip. She ran over to her brother. Brother. Kaguya, run. And no, I won't leave you. Just go. So your name is Kaguya, huh? Now let's go. But then a man came running at the sound of the commotion. Kaguya. It was Kaguya's father, Isshin, one of the few survivors of the Japanese military, a major general who had fought through countless battlefields. Hey. He swiftly subdued the Asgard soldier and drew his knife, slitting the soldier's throat. It happened in an instant. The soldier couldn't even let out a sound before he died. Takashi. Isshin approached her brother and examined his wounds. Given the amount of blood loss, it was already a fatal injury, though immediate treatment might have saved him. However, in this country, there was no place capable of performing such surgery. Moreover, it was already too late for Isshin to carry his son, a dying teenager, to safety. This was because he could hear the voices of several soldiers in the distance. Hey, we heard gunfire over here. Isshin, seeing the Asgard soldiers in the distance, closed his eyes tightly, then slowly opened them, steeling himself. He had to make a decision. If he didn't, they would all be killed. So, Takashi, I'm sorry. It's my fault for taking my eyes off you. No, Dad, it's not your fault. If we don't have food, we'll just starve to death. It must have been excruciating pain. Yet he smiled nobly, trying not to worry Kaguya, and turned to smile at Kaguya next. Isshin and Kaguya held each other's hands tightly. Takashi, this is where your journey ends. You did well to protect your sister. You are my pride. Of course, I'm your son, hurry. Take Kaguya and run. Then their father placed the knife he had used earlier into Takashi's hands. He gripped it tightly, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, I love you. Oh, Dad. No, no. Isshin forcibly hoisted the resisting Kaguya onto his shoulder. No, brother, brother. He left the scene with all his strength. Kaguya, slung over his shoulder and struggling, watched her brother grow distant. The last sight she saw was her brother raising the knife. Haha, is this the end, dying to protect my sister? Well, I can't complain about that. Then, several soldiers came running nearby. They saw a colleague who had been killed with a knife to the throat and a young man holding a bloodied knife. Hey, did you do this? Yeah, I did it all by myself. I killed that scumbag bastard. For a kid, you've got some guts. You know what's coming, right? Ha, don't think you invaders can do whatever you want. Her brother gripped the knife tightly. The soldier understood what was happening, but it was already too late. Hey, stop him. One day, someone will definitely take this country back. Just wait and see, you bastards. Stop him. See you later, Kaguya. You have to live. Dad, I was proud to be your son too. Long live Japan. And with that, he plunged the knife into his chest, ending his life. The tightly gripped knife pierced straight through his heart. Nuo, brother. The last sight she saw was the knife extending straight from her brother's chest. The girl's anguished scream faded into the mountains of rubble. Such events happened almost every day. Lives vanished like bugs, and human rights were non-existent. The victors took everything, while the losers lost it all. For the losers, this place felt like hell. Chapter 12. This world is hell. And then I swore I would take revenge on that country. Is that so? Kenya didn't know of these events. He knew she was part of the resistance, but he didn't understand why she was a part of it. He had no idea what kind of past she had or how she had lived. It was too tragic. He was at a loss for words at events that seemed straight out of a story. But surely, they were real, and such things were also common in the world he came from in places he wasn't aware of. So Kaguya is. Yes, I am part of the resistance. The largest resistance group in Japan. I'm a member of Amaterasu. I'm just infiltrating the military. Zai, are you surprised? I'm sorry. I didn't intend to tell you, but you just felt different. Then Kaguya stood up. The curry was delicious. Forget about today. From tomorrow, things will be normal or maybe not, but let's get along okay. With a slightly sad voice, Kaguya forced a smile as she tried to leave. However, Kenya grabbed her hand as she headed for the door, holding it tightly, and he spoke clearly. I want to join too, the resistance. I want to protect you. I want to join the resistance. Let's fight together. Are you serious? Of course. I came to this world for that, so it's easier to protect you if I'm by your side. Kaguya looked at him in surprise. She had hoped he would want to join if possible. But that was a path leading to an uncertain future, a war against an empire they were almost certain to lose. She couldn't easily invite him into such a situation. It would mean asking him to die alongside her. But Kenya had said it of his own volition, that he wanted to protect her, that he wanted to be part of the resistance. You might die, you know. Better than letting you die. Hee, you're really strange. But if you have your reasons, Kenya. And then Kaguya smiled at him, not with a forced smile, but genuinely. Okay, let's be comrades, Kenya. Leave it to me. Kenya returned her smile, one of Kenya's goals. His participation in the resistance was achieved, and Kenya stood up. Well then, shall we go? Go. We're heading back to Amaterasu's headquarters, right? I'm going with you. Kaguya didn't live in a dorm. She had a specific place to return to, Amaterasu's headquarters. It was supposed to be a slum about 2 hours away by car from here. Kaguya, you can drive, huh? Just this much is easy. Compared to KOG anyway. Getting into Kaguya's car, Kenya headed to Amaterasu's headquarters along with the girl. Surrounding them were well-maintained roads and empty scenery. After 5 years, the rubble had been cleared, but nothing had been built in its place. The battered car, while not comfortable, fulfilled its role and transported the two of them along the road. So there are normal cars around. You're not saying you don't know what a car is, right? No, that's not it. It's just that I'm surprised there's still cars when there's KOG. You don't see them much in urban areas, but once you leave Tokyo, they're actually quite common. Ahem. Feeling the breeze, Kenya looked outside. The temperature was just right, hinting at spring, but there were no cherry blossoms in sight. A barren road stretched out before them, cleared and leveled. Then Kaguya, looking straight ahead, asked Kenya, Hey, can I ask about your past? Are you interested? It would be strange if I wasn't curious. You're capable of piloting KOG like that, but you don't know much about the world. That's true, yeah, I'll tell you someday, but can you hold on for now? Okay, I understand. Kaguya didn't press further. Kenya intended to share his story one day, but not now. He himself couldn't fully believe it, nor did he think anyone would believe him. Seeing Kenya's demeanor, Kaguya sensed something was off and decided to drop the subject. She had no intention of forcing him to talk about something he didn't want to. He had said he would share it someday. We've arrived. Before them lay a slum. It was a densely populated area where the so-called third-class Japanese people struggled to survive together. The emotions that surged within Kenya as he took in the scene were, "This place is terrible." Kenya lived in a relatively peaceful and civilized era. In his previous world, although he had no parents, he lived without any hardships. If he wanted a bath, he could boil water. If he was thirsty, he could drink water. If he was hungry, a convenience store was just a short walk away. Such basic comforts were non-existent here. As Kaguya led him into the slum, people began to gather one after another. "Ah, Kaguya-chan, welcome back. I'm home. Kaguya-nichan, you're back, let's play later. I'm home. Sorry, but I have plans today. Kaguya-chan, are you bringing your boyfriend home for a visit?" And no, that's not it. Kaguya was greeted by numerous voices, simply by walking through the slum. This was the heart of the resistance, where Amaterasu's headquarters was hidden within the slum. Everyone loved Kaguya, and she loved them all in return. They all held hands and lived like a family. "You're quite popular." "Yeah, everyone is a good person." "So where to now?" Kenya asked Kaguya, who was heading straight for their destination. "I want to introduce you to someone." "Is that?" "I am Kaguya's father, Kurakami Isshin, the leader of Amaterasu." "So, you are the boy who has piqued Kaguya's interest." "Me, Kaguya is interested in me. Could it be that she likes me?" And no, don't get the wrong idea. In a tatami-floored room, Isshin and Kenya faced each other across a table. This was the headquarters of Amaterasu. Kaguya, why are you sitting next to him? It looks like you're introducing a husband to your father." "I came here because Kaguya said she wanted to introduce me to her father." What? Kaguya? And no, that's not it. He said he wants to join Amaterasu. "But I swore to protect your daughter for life." "Hey, what are you talking about? Are you resolved enough? Even if it costs me my life." "Stop it, just stop with the weird vibe already." The exchange between her father and Kenya was dead serious. However, Kaguya, sitting beside them, felt so embarrassed she could almost burst into flames. "You've got good eyes. Do you want to join Amaterasu?" "Yes." "Kaguya, you trust this guy?" "Yeah, I think I can trust him. At the very least, he couldn't be a spy." Isshin looked straight at Kenya. His gaze was that of a warrior who had survived countless battlefields. Confident in his ability to judge people, Isshin scrutinized Kenya. "Understood. We'll conduct your aptitude test during tomorrow's operation." "Wait, tomorrow's operation? Just like that? And I've never done an aptitude test before. This isn't an Amaterasu test. It's to see if you're suitable as my son-in-law." "I'll give it my all, father-in-law." "I don't recall giving you permission to call me that." Just do whatever you want." Kaguya buried her face in her hands. However, Kenya's entry into Amaterasu was approved. Though his background was unknown, he was introduced by Kaguya, and more importantly, Isshin saw in his eyes the resolve of a determined man. "All right, I'm off to the strategy meeting. It's getting late, so stay over. Kaguya, show him around." "Got it." And so, Kaguya took Kenya further in for a sleepover. It seemed like it would be a fun development, but that was far from the case. "Is this the place?" "Yeah, you're staying here tonight." The place she led him to was filled with children. "Who's that big guy?" "Come play with us." "I'm sleepy." "Is he Kaguya-nichan's boyfriend?" There were a lot of kids around. "I hope you weren't imagining a fancy hotel or something. We can't afford that. We'll all be sleeping together here." "Haha, looks like a big kid has arrived. I'm the aunt of this orphanage. You can call me Yashi." Then, a woman who looked like she could wield a giant ladle entered the room. She wore a cooking apron and had a motherly vibe. That night, Kenya found himself sleeping amidst the children. "Sorry, is it hard to sleep?" "Ah, someone's butt is on my hand, ugh." "That's mine." "Ouch, Kaguya, do you sleep here every night?" Not every night, but all the kids here have lost their families to the war. So I try to be here as much as I can. Even in the dim light, her face looked almost like that of a saint. Kaguya played with the kids until they fell asleep, gently tucking them in like a mother would. She was currently coaxing a young child to sleep with soft pats. I see, well, good night. Yeah, good night. Section the next day. My back hurts. Kenya woke up in a room that wasn't particularly comfortable, surrounded by many others. It feels like a school trip. Around him, the children were still sleeping on their futons. Even this little girl, I think her name was Azusa. He gently stroked the hair of the girl, sleeping next to him. She must be around 6 years old. It's heartbreaking that someone so small has no parents. Kenya could feel her pain all too well. Having lost his own parents, he deeply understood the feelings of these children who were at an age when they longed to be coddled. Daddy. The girl clutched Kenya's hand and hugged it tightly. Hee, I'm still just a high school student, you know. Being called Daddy made Kenya chuckle a little, thinking she must have mistaken him for her parent. But then her next words made the meaning sink in. Daddy, don't go, don't leave Azusa behind. Her small hand gripped his tightly, trembling. Tears streamed down her face as she held on even more fiercely. Hearing that, the smile vanished from Kenya's face. He remembered. This was an orphanage. This girl's father was already dead. He probably died in the war. Realizing that made him chastise himself for having laughed so foolishly. Good morning, Kenya, what's wrong? Aren't you getting up? Sorry, I just want to stay like this for a little longer. Kenya held the girl's hand and gently stroked her head. He could see her expression softening, but for now, this was all he could do for her. Little by little, Kenya was starting to grasp the reality of this world. Though it still felt somewhat like a game, he began to sense that each person had their own story and that it was all real. This world is terrible, truly. When he first arrived, he thought he had come to the best world. He even believed that. But now, the only feeling Kenya had about this world was one. This world. A world where countless people were dying because of war. It was hell. Chapter 13, KOG Capture Operation commences. Hey, it's morning. Everyone, fold your futons and get ready for breakfast. The cafeteria lady, or rather Aunt Yashi, woke the children up with a nostalgic method involving a frying pan and a ladle that screamed Showa era. The children quickly tidied up their futons like trained soldiers. In no time, breakfast was laid out on the table. Rice, miso soup, rolled omelet, and seaweed. A simple meal, small in quantity but very warm. All right, everyone, let's say it together. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. What a lively breakfast. Yeah, mornings are a battle every day. Kaguya and Kenya ate their meal amidst the chaos of the children. Everyone here was without parents, yet they ran around so energetically, enduring so well despite their lack of family. Kenya? No, it's nothing. Kaguya looked at Kenya. She saw the tears that had been welling up since morning finally spill over. Kenya himself didn't quite understand what those tears meant. Was it because he could somewhat relate to their feelings, because he saw himself in them? Or was it the atmosphere of sharing breakfast together like a family? Kenya couldn't tell, whether it was happiness or sadness. Now, I will announce the operation. In the Great Hall, many soldiers, including Kenya and Kaguya, took their seats. The one presenting was Isshin. First, the objective of this operation is to seize the KOG. The plan was as follows. They would ambush a transport ship from the Asgard Empire arriving at Old Tokyo Bay this evening. They would activate and seize the KOG being transported and leave the area immediately. A strategy to bolster their forces and inflict damage on the enemy. Can we even operate the enemy's KOG? Kenya thought inwardly. But he was told that there were collaborators within the Asgard Empire, so it wouldn't be a problem. The activation keys had been distributed to everyone. May I ask a question? A soldier raised his hand. Even though it's a transport ship, we expect it to be escorted by KOG. How will we respond to that? We will deploy our own KOG. Only one KOG. But Miss Kaguya isn't skilled enough to operate it yet. The only KOG they had successfully seized in the past. All the soldiers here had practiced to the level where they could operate it, so they could at least do that. However, since they had never operated it in a live operation, they weren't at a combat-ready level. That's why Kaguya was also learning to be a KOG pilot. Originally I intended to operate it myself, but the last piece fell into place yesterday. Mitsurugi Kenya, step forward. Then Kenya was called. He had already received skeptical gazes from everyone in the strategy meeting room earlier, and now all eyes were focused on him once more. I've heard from Kaguya. You can pilot a KOG even better than the Ice Princess. What? The soldiers exclaimed. The name of the Ice Princess was far too famous, said to be the second strongest after the war god in this country. Can I count on you, Kenya? Isshin had decided yesterday, after looking into Kenya's eyes. The man brought by Kaguya, the man recognized by Kaguya. And then, to protect Kaguya and this country is a great responsibility. Leave it to me. Kenya agreed. He had come for this purpose. What? A newcomer like him, who even is he? The soldiers all clamored. Isshin silenced them with a wave of his hand. He has sworn to protect Kaguya, risking his life. Do you understand what that means? What does that mean? Yes, he is our family, Kaguya's important person. The soldiers misunderstood the meaning of Isshin's words, just as he intended. Then, we have no objections. My apologies, Kenya-kun. I look forward to working with you. No, I will do my best, so please take care of me. Kenya shook hands firmly with the soldiers one after another. With that, words of congratulations were exchanged. Kaguya was unable to comprehend it all. What's happening? Kaguya was confused, but one soldier offered her words of blessing. With those words, she understood everything. Her father had said that to gain the soldiers' approval for Kenya. Miss Kaguya, congratulations on your marriage. She realized then, they were misunderstanding that she and Kenya were in a romantic relationship. And soon, more words of congratulations were directed at her. Congratulations, young lady. Wait, that's not. When's the ceremony? That's not it. You don't have to be shy. It's exciting to think about welcoming your future children. But if she denied it, the newfound trust in Kenya would diminish. That could have a significant impact on the operation. If they trusted him because he was the boyfriend of Isshin's daughter Kaguya, then she couldn't possibly deny it now. So Kaguya's reaction was, Yua. With a bright red face, she ran away. All right, Kenya-kun, let's go. Where to? Where else? We have less than 10 hours until the operation. And then, he was taken to a warehouse. Inside was a black KOG manufactured by the Asgard Empire. Finally, I'm gonna get to pilot one for real. This is the card key. You know how to activate it, right? Yes. He had read the manual provided by the military thoroughly, and the activation method was simple. The operation was the same as in the simulation. Kenya climbed the ladder attached to the cockpit from behind and got inside. It feels just like the simulator. Insert the card key and the startup screen appeared. Since it was made by the Asgard Empire, the startup screen displayed the Asgard Empire's flag, but the operation was as usual. Phew, all right. Kenya gripped the control levers. He had moved them countless times, but he never thought he would have the chance to pilot a real one. He moved it as he always did. It moved. The KOG began to move straight ahead. The cockpit was equipped with inertial control, resulting in almost no shaking. Yet, with each step, Kenya could still feel subtle vibrations. Growing accustomed to it, he began to move a little faster. Gradually. The soldiers watching him couldn't help but express their admiration. That's amazing, it's just like a human. Yeah, incredible. How many years would it take us to do the same? Kenya maneuvered the KOG, as if it were an extension of his own body. Before long, his movements resembled those of a master martial artist. He spun and wielded the sword as if he were dancing. His piloting skills reached a level he couldn't even achieve before. Not only in the simulator, but also in the real world. He was getting closer and closer to the level of movements he could pull off in the game. At this rate, we might just pull it off. Isshin smiled. Seeing Kenya's movements, which matched Kaguya's description, he felt confident about the operation's success. Awesome. It really moves just as I want it to. Kenya was overjoyed, but continued to check the finer details of his movements. I'm going to take off a bit. He issued a warning to those around him over the open channel. Then he maneuvered the KOG, which soared into the sky. It felt as if he himself was flying through the air. Wow, KOG is truly amazing. Bathed in the morning sun, Kenya felt a surge of emotion. He experienced a thrill that surpassed even the first time he operated it in VR. This world was hell, but he felt it was worth coming here. In the morning light, the world sparkled. And then, in the evening, the operation began. I don't even need to be on lookout duty. Hey you, don't fall asleep. With that, the guards on the transport ship switched places. In the control room of the massive ship, a man sat alone, functioning on autopilot. Nothing's going to happen anyway. I'm so sleepy. The sea was as calm as ever. Even though dusk was approaching, the orange sunset faintly illuminated the ship. The transport ship carried 10 cogs. Even a single KOG could change the tide of battle. Of course, it depended on the pilot's abilities, but when an ace pilot was at the controls, it became an unstoppable weapon. That's why there were specialized schools to train pilots, and the Empire invested heavily in pilot development. I can probably afford to sleep a little. The man closed his eyes, but just then a loud alarm blared. What the? The man jumped up and looked at the radar. It showed a single ship approaching at high speed, one that had not sent any prior communication. What the hell? He quickly radioed a warning. Even when he declared it a hostile act, the ship did not respond. It was then that the man finally understood. Could it be? But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. A massive jolt struck the transport ship as one vessel blocked its path, closing in. That ship displayed a flag. A white and red flag bearing the Hinamaru, and under Ishin's command. Operation Commence. The operation to seize the KOG has commenced. Chapter 14, Night of Another World. Kenya, you stay here on standby. If enemy KOGs appear, initiate combat. Understood. Essentially, the operation to seize the transport ship will be carried out by Ishin and the others. In close quarters combat, the highly trained Ishin and his team of professional soldiers won't lose to mere guards of a transport ship. However, if a KOG shows up, the situation will change drastically. That's why they had Kenya, and that's why they had a KOG of their own. It's begun Hus. Feeling the pounding of his heart, he realizes he is now on the battlefield. He never imagined he would be involved in a life-or-death struggle. The sound of gunfire, people are dying. There's no sense of reality, yet the gunfire continued to echo around him. That meant people were dying. It could be someone he shook hands with today, or it could be Ishin. He vaguely understood this fact, and his heart felt uneasy. Kaguya shouldn't have had to come here. Kaguya wasn't on board the Asgardian transport ship, but she was participating in the operation. She has been piloting the ship they took and handling various tasks. She should be in the ship's cockpit right now. He wished it would all end like this. He even thought it would, but it seemed things wouldn't be that simple. Don't underestimate us. You losers, now that this guy and I are here, it's all over for you. A KOG landed on the transport ship. Then, there was only one thing for Kenya to do. Operation Commence. He connected to Ishin via radio to report the start of the operation. Am I really going to kill someone? Is this really happening? His resolve hasn't wavered. Protect Kaguya, defeat the enemy. That resolve hasn't faltered. He still didn't think joining the resistance was a mistake. But do I have a reason to kill someone here? Do I have a reason to kill Asgardians? But if he doesn't act, Ishin and the others will die, and Kaguya's other loved ones will die. Even so, he kept repeating this question to himself, one without an answer. Kenya, who had been living in modern Japan, found himself on a battlefield and was now about to kill people within just a few days. He has yet to grasp the reality of that act. Yet, if he doesn't act now, the people Kaguya wants to protect will die. So he resolved to fight. For now, that thought was enough, and he forced himself to accept the situation. At least I can't see their faces. The fact that he can fight through the KOG is a small relief. Even without resolving himself fully, this felt no different from what he had done until now. And Kenya flew into the sky, landing on a signboard. What the hell, you guys are actually piloting KOG. Facing Kenya was a proper pilot who graduated from the pilot academy. A regular soldier, distinct from students. However, what the hell, this guy's movements, could he be an ace? In an instant, Kenya closed the distance with the KOG from the Asgard Empire and landed a hit. Don't underestimate me. The enemy drew their standard-issue sword and swung at him. However, Kenya easily parried and deflected the attack with his own drawn sword. No way this guy could it be. His heart was still shaken, but Kenya's body moved instinctively in response to the KOG's actions. Before he could think, his body retaliated on its own. A paladin class. With a swift counter, he struck. Its severed body smoldered, and the enemy KOG exploded. If there had been someone inside, no, there must have been someone. Did I really kill? Kenya gazed at the wreckage of the explosion. He felt a sense of unease at not feeling anything upon seeing the lifeless remnants. Yet, the harsh truth cut deep into his heart. Operation complete. Returning. With the defeat of the escort KOG, the transport ship surrendered without resistance. Well done, Kenya-kun. Yes. He's not very lively. Is this his first time killing? No, that's probably normal. Ishin understood through the radio that Kenya's voice was faint. He knew that the boy needed care, but there was no time to spare. Activate all the KOG on board, set course for the target destination. Then 10 KOGs took to the skies. Kenya followed behind them, heading toward the destination. They would fly back to the base, but not in a straight line. They planned to take a detour and return via the mountains, taking a longer route. Well then, shall we head back too? Yeah, good work out there, Dad. Under Kaguya's piloting, the remaining team members returned to the base, and thus the operation concluded. Section. At the same time, Asgard Empire 13th Military Training Academy, Principal's Office. By the way, just why did you enroll here at this country's training school, Lord? If we're talking about that, then what about you? A Paladin-class KOG pilot, known as the War God. The two played chess across the table. In the Asgard Empire, there were ranks for pilots, starting from apprentice, meaning students. Those who were called knights were the standard KOG pilots. Above them were the squad leaders known as knight commanders. This was the basic structure. However, pilots with the potential to change the tide of battle, known as Ace Class, are given a different title. That title was Paladin, revered and feared as the sacred knights who protect the Empire. They were the kind of talent that emerged once a year from the 13 training schools around the world. Above them was the Paladin Commander, but there have only been a handful of those throughout history. Sieg Silphid, known as the Empire's foremost spear, was one of those Paladin commanders. Talented paladins grow stronger by surviving the trials of the battlefield. That was what it meant to be called the strongest rank of Paladin Commander in the Empire. Still, you're quite strong. I can't compete at all. I do dabble in this as a hobby, you know. But after all, it's just a board game. It's far from real combat. But you enjoy it, don't you? Yes, it serves as a good mental exercise. Haha, to think that you're the best in the Empire in this. The two continued their chess game, and Sieg didn't hold back just because Lord was of royal blood. The second prince, Lord Asgard, was simply overwhelmingly strong. A genius of war, known for his devilish intellect. But I envy you guys who can pilot cogs. I can't do anything in that aspect. A capable commander is sometimes more valuable than 1,000 soldiers. That's true, but giving orders from a safe zone without getting my hands dirty is just, well, if I were to go to the front lines, I'd be dead in an instant. You jest. So, what's your reason for being here? Well, it's a lingering attachment, I suppose. It's quite pathetic, really. Seeing Sieg unwilling to elaborate further, Lord decided not to press the matter. My purpose here is to find something. A strong pilot, a gem in the rough. A strong pilot. So you've been traveling around the world for that. Exactly for that purpose alone. I've already scoured the world, but I have finally found one. Oh, may I ask who? Hee, that's something I can't share. Sieg got brushed off easily. Though Lord was young, he carried himself as if he were much older. It feels like I'm talking to His Majesty the Emperor. You shouldn't be much older than my daughter. Sieg, do you know how to help someone grow? It's not about age, is it? Indeed, the best way to help someone grow is. And with that, Lord moved a chess piece, to throw them into hell checkmate. At that moment, a soldier entered the room. Excuse me. General Sieg, I have an urgent report. The soldier glanced at Lord. Don't mind me, just go ahead and speak. 10 KOGs from the transport ship, scheduled to arrive today, have been seized. They are likely Japanese. Excuse me, I believe they are third-class citizens of the Asgard Empire. What? There should have been KOGs on guard. There was one KOG on the enemy side. The escort was defeated. From the footage, they appear to be at least a paladin-class pilot. The report made the war god frown. Terrorism itself wasn't particularly rare. However, it was the first time they had encountered someone who could use a KOG and surpass the skills of a pilot trained by the Empire. The footage was brief, but it was clear that the pilot possessed top-tier skills. It's been a while since the Empire has suffered such significant damage from a terrorist act. I suppose it's time to fulfill my duty as royalty. Then Sieg stood up. Are you going yourself, Lord? Yes, it's also my responsibility to pacify the special district, and there are things I want to investigate. Understood. Sieg watched as Lord stood up and left the room. To think he's the same age as my daughter. If His Majesty the Emperor were to pass, Lord would be the next in line, and that would ensure stability. Lord's father, the 99th Emperor of the Asgard Empire, Asgard Orgord, was bedridden. He had been confined to bed for over a year since last year, and as a result, the invasion wars against the world had been temporarily halted. Within the Asgard Empire, a succession struggle had begun. The Emperor had already been diagnosed and his days were numbered. He had 3 children. The first prince, Odin Asgard, the first princess, Emir Asgard, and the youngest, Lord Asgard. Among the 3, the latter was the most feared royal in the world. The strategy, akin to foresight, known as the Devil's Brain, led to an undefeated record on the battlefields where he appeared. The world was divided among the Asgard Empire, the Asian Union, and the European Union. It was the Asgard Empire that had seized half the world by taking the territory of the AU. A genius of war, quite terrifying. That was the second prince, Lord Asgard. Chapter 15, Gamer and Samurai. Cheers! That night, with the operation successfully concluded, the soldiers were in high spirits. Did you see that? This is our power. With this momentum, we'll take back Japan. Invaders, just wash your necks and wait. With drinks flowing, their excitement turned into drunken revelry. For them, who had never experienced a true victory until now, today was nothing short of an overwhelming triumph. Come on, you two, Isshin-san. Kaguya-chan, where's your husband? I told you he's not my husband. Geez, but where did he go? He's the star of the day, so go find him. Let's drink together. Well, technically we're still minors, but I guess it doesn't matter anymore. There's no law to judge us. At that, Isshin stood up and left the room. Kaguya silently followed him, sensing something was off. He should be the one most excited at a time like this. So you were here after all. It was the warehouse where the KOG was stored. There, a boy sat, staring at the KOG. The warehouse was open and the moonlight shone in. Isshin-san, stay with me for a bit. Isshin lifted 2 cups and smiled broadly. Kaguya watched from the shadows of the KOG. I've never had alcohol before. Just take a sip, it's fine. Even pretending to drink is good enough. It's all about the atmosphere. Then he poured sake into the cup he handed over. After pouring, Kenya also filled Isshin's cup, and they lightly clinked them together for a toast. It tastes bad. Kaguya said the same thing. I guess you kids really are still children. A slow, relaxed time passed. Yet strangely, there was no feeling of awkwardness. If anything, it felt reassuring, as if Kenya could sense Isshin's warmth like that of a father. Thank you for today. I'm glad I could help. Yeah, but how about you? Are you happy? If everyone is happy. Kenya couldn't find the words. To be honest, he couldn't feel joy from this victory. Rather, it was more complicated. But you're worried, aren't you? Is it your first time killing someone? Yes. He felt as if his thoughts had been read. Kenya's troubled feelings after having taken a life had been noticed by Isshin since that last transmission. That feeling is normal. I've killed many, but when it comes to enemies, I feel nothing. No, it's more accurate to say I've trained myself not to feel. Today, I defeated No. I killed an enemy for the first time. I don't think it was wrong, but I don't know if it was right. He looked up at the KOG. Bathed in moonlight, the black machine glimmered faintly. I cannot affirm it for you either. Everyone lives their own story and has their own sense of justice. That's why wars never end. I used to wonder why there were wars. Since coming to this world, Kenya's thoughts had changed. He believed that wars should never happen, that the world should be peaceful. He thought it was better to endure some inconveniences than to have wars. This was the mindset of a boy from peaceful modern Japan. Why do terrorists exist? conflicts arise, and armies stand ready. He was someone from a peaceful country that couldn't even comprehend such things. But what about the sights he's seen since coming to this world? Endure. There's no way he could say that to them. So what should he do? He had no idea. He still could say that acts of terrorism were justified, but Kenya couldn't believe that not resisting was the right thing to do either. When you're in doubt, remember your purpose. A strong conviction within you that absolutely cannot change, something you can't compromise on. With that, Isshin lightly tapped Kenya's chest. Do you have that? Right here. That alone will support your sense of justice. A warm feeling spread through Kenya's chest. Isshin continued speaking. I'm not saying that killing someone is right, but I will do it nonetheless. As long as it means restoring the lives of the oppressed people in this country, I will do whatever it takes. The fire in Isshin's eyes burned fiercely. He had already overcome this long ago, something Kenya was still struggling with. He didn't shy away from killing people. Seeing this, Kenya asked himself, my unyielding conviction. In an instant, the faces of Kaguya and Rianna flashed in his mind. Originally, they were heroines from a game, and he thought he was infatuated with them, but there was a part of him that couldn't even believe those feelings. But suddenly, coming to this world, meeting them in person, talking, touching, and spending time together with them. Now he was certain. He could truly believe that those feelings were real. So, yes, I will protect Kaguya. That's something I absolutely cannot compromise on. He answered straight away. That was the only thing he could proudly declare as his true feelings. Hearing this, Isshin smiled gently. Heck, you've really fallen for her, huh? She's a good woman, isn't she? Yes, I love her. I won't let you have her easily, though. You need to be a man capable of saving this country. That, yes, I will do my best. With a spirited reply, Kenya downed the sake. It was his first time drinking, and he had no tolerance whatsoever. Whoa, this is pretty strong, you okay? Huh, my head is spinning, something feels off, ah. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, and this must be what getting drunk felt like. Kenya, having gulped it down in one go, swayed and collapsed while sitting. Unfortunately, it seemed he had no tolerance for alcohol. The worries that had been troubling him were blown away. He couldn't rejoice in having killed someone, but if he found himself in the same situation again, he would wield his sword and kill. Something clicked into place within him, and he felt a sense of understanding. As a result, the tension melted away, and he began to breathe softly in sleep. Haha, I can only imagine what lies ahead. Kaguya, are you there? WHYs. Then Kaguya, who had been hiding, revealed her face. It was flushed a deep red, more than even Isshin had ever seen before. Seeing this, Isshin laughed. This is the alcohol, it's because of the alcohol. Kaguya desperately tried to hide her face. Kaguya's hands covered her face, flushed a deep red, as if she might burst into flames. Don't worry, Kenya is asleep. Come over here and take my place. Isshin entrusted Kenya, who was leaning against him, to Kaguya. I'm counting on you. I need to head back. We have to celebrate this victory. Kenya was softly snoring on Kaguya's lap. The alcohol had knocked him out, leaving his face still red as he slept. Today, at least, the hope of Japan's samurai should be rewarded. With that thought, Isshin left the scene. The word samurai, from its origins, meant to protect, and he hoped to convey that message to the boy. Left behind were Kaguya and Kenya. Honestly, I just don't get you. Why do you care about me so much? Kaguya recalled the overly sweet words she had heard while listening to their conversation. Feeling so embarrassed, she could hardly stand it. It was the first time someone had told her they loved her. Kaguya, who hadn't experienced the normal life of a youth her age, had never experienced love before either, yet now she couldn't take her eyes off this boy. She was unable to shake off the feeling of being captivated by the boy who had so openly declared his feelings for her. She didn't even fully understand what this feeling was. What she did know was this. Really, such a strange guy. But she gently stroked the hair of the boy sleeping on her lap. Thank you for today, for fighting alongside everyone. She felt grateful to him, and her heart raced, enough for the boy sleeping on her lap to hear if he were awake, causing her face to heat up. The light of the full moon illuminated the two of them. It was as if Kaguya herself had descended. Behind them, the KOG was faintly illuminated as well. Today, the mere gamer had truly become a samurai with something to protect. By firmly recognizing this, his heart began to change significantly. From here on, the world that had been enjoying a temporary peace would move into an era of turmoil. What role he, an irregular in this world, would play was still unknown to anyone. The one thing that was clear was that he had a single, unwavering conviction: to protect the heroines. That became the core supporting his reasons for action, a pillar supporting the justice he believed in. Good night, Kenya. The samurai, now simply asleep, was still unaware of the ruin that would follow the success of this mission. They truly did not understand what it meant to turn the rulers of the world into their enemies. Chapter 16. War God's Invitation. Yes, it appears to be the resistance, but we are still investigating. A muscular man in his late 30s, with a great sword sheathed at his waist, spoke. His beard was neatly groomed, and he possessed martial skills that were second to none. He embodied the very essence of a soldier, known as the war god, Sieg Sylphid. Sieg was reporting in front of a screen. What is taking you so long, war god? We're talking about 10 machines here. Do you have any idea how much that costs? The communication partner was the military high commander back in the homeland. Under Lord's command, we will carry out the operation to annihilate the resistance. Oh, that sounds interesting. I think I'll join in on the fun. On the other end of the line was a woman. She had long, golden hair that reached down to her waist. At first glance, she seemed to embody the image of a beautiful princess. However, upon hearing her statement, Sieg couldn't stop the cold sweat from pouring down his back. Because her name was Asgard Emir. The first princess, one of the royal children, known by the moniker Torture Princess. Emir is coming, this will lead to a massacre. Sieg was the head of the garrison in this area. However, as long as there were no conspicuous actions taken, he generally left the third-class citizens alone. The fact that they had only recently occupied the territory was the main reason, but the resistance in this country was overwhelmingly larger compared to other colonies. This was because Sieg had not conducted a military annihilation. Those who defy them would be killed without question. That was the Empire's ideology, but Sieg had not acted on it. His kindness was the reason, but with the Emperor currently bedridden, there had been no particular reprimands, so he continued as he was. That concludes my report. Oh, by the way, Sieg. Yes, what is it? Your daughter Rianna, right? Her dedicated machine has been completed. Thank you, I'm sure it will be of great help. I have high expectations for both you and your daughter. And then the communication ended. So, Rianna's machine has arrived. Rianna will be going to the battlefield. Then I must prepare myself as well. Sieg muttered to himself in his room. It seemed the time limit was drawing near. I'm sorry, Sakiko. I may not be able to protect this country anymore. Section, a few days later, morning. Dad, is something wrong? The war god Sieg and the ice princess Rianna were having breakfast. House Sylphid was not originally a noble family. However, due to their contributions to the military, they had been elevated to a baronial house. No, it's nothing. More importantly, I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Their family conversation was rather formal. That was to be expected, as Rianna was an adopted child. I took you in when you were 10 and provided you with all kinds of education. You must have been practicing KOG for 2 years now. Yes. Rianna had not had many opportunities to converse with her busy father outside of breakfast. She barely had any memories of playing, and they had never shared laughter like a normal family. She understood that she was an adopted child. Even so, she respected Sieg as her father and trusted him immensely. She certainly didn't dislike him trying to make time to have breakfast with her every morning despite his busy schedule, and she even thought about surpassing him in KOG someday. I thought there was no one stronger than you in your age group back in the homeland, but it seems you lost. How do you know that? On that day, Instructor Alfred had learned from the simulator's records that Rianna had been defeated. He reported to Sieg about a certain Mitsurugi Kenya, who had managed to win even with the handicap system set to maximum. What happened? Yes, I'm sorry. Was he strong? Yes, very much. Stronger than me. I don't know. Him, she doesn't know, huh? Sieg pondered. He considered the meaning behind Rianna's words of uncertainty. He had never shown his true limits to his daughter. He fought mock battles with her once a month, but had never lost or even struggled against her. For Rianna, who knew his true strength, to say she didn't know, that definitely meant something. His limits are unknown, interesting, very well. Bring him here tonight. But he's a second class, you know. I know that. I want to see what kind of man he is. You know I'm not a prejudiced person. Understood. Sieg did not discriminate. Rianna's lack of prejudice might be largely influenced by her upbringing. But why did Sieg not discriminate? Rianna did not know the reason. However, publicly declaring he wanted discrimination would be tantamount to criticizing the royal family, so he publicly stated that he believed in meritocracy. As a result, many Japanese people were present in the special area's army garrison, but discrimination within the military could not be entirely eradicated. Your father wants to meet me. Yes, Papa wants to see you. Today, Kaguya, Rianna, and Kenya were practicing KOG after school. Yes, so how about having dinner tonight? Is that really okay? Papa, like me, does not engage in meaningless discrimination. Despite being the head of the military, he certainly has that impressive martial image. So is that all right? Got it. After all, I'm part of the military, so I can't refuse. I wonder what he wants. Could it be that he found out about the resistance? Hey, hurry up and take one of us on. I'm just starting to get the hang of it. Shall we go then, Kaguya? Oh, this time I'll make sure to win against you, Rianna. Since then, the three of them had been practicing together, after school several times. At first, Kaguya clashed with Rianna's blunt way of speaking. However, Kaguya gradually came to understand that Rianna saw only her as a person, without any prejudice or discrimination. Moreover, unlike other Asgardians, she always called her by name instead of referring to her as a second-class citizen. Though Kaguya disliked Asgardians, she couldn't bring herself to dislike Rianna. They've really become close. I understand what Kenya said before now. She truly is getting stronger. As Kaguya continued to train with the two strongest people in their class, her innate talent allowed her to improve rapidly at an impressive rate. This was true for anything. Practicing at a high level leads to quick progress. Therefore, being able to train every day with Kenya and Rianna was the best environment possible for her growth. I'll definitely defeat everyone in the next ranking test. With that, the two of them hopped into the simulator. However, she was still far from reaching Rianna's level, so she would end up suffering a crushing defeat. All right then, Rianna, shall we have a match too? This time, I'll at least reduce your score by 10%. I'm looking forward to it. Rianna had grown stronger, but Kenya had become even stronger as well. In this world, the KOG that he loved so much transformed into a weapon to protect lives. That resolve pushed Kenya to the next stage. There's a saying that being able to focus was a talent in itself. Kenya's focus had reached even deeper levels since coming to this world. His growth was widening the gap with his peers, surpassing even Rianna and Kaguya. The difference in resolve was immense. Having killed in the recent operation, Kenya's newfound understanding of the weight of lives had made his determination incomparably stronger. And just as he was about to enter the simulator, "Is it all right if I watch?" Hi. A student suddenly entered the simulator room. With blonde hair that was a bit long for a boy and blue eyes, he seemed to be about the same age as Kenya and the others. Though they saw each other every day, they had never spoken. The reason being, Prince Lord. He was one of the royal children ruling over a vast part of this world. Lord Asgard, the second prince of the empire. Chapter 17, Two Irregulars. Hey, it's good to see you, Kenya. And then there's Kaguya and Rianna. Right after that, Kenya and Kaguya knelt down. Rianna also bowed her head in a gesture of respect. I thought I said it wasn't necessary on school grounds. At those words, the three of them lift their faces. With a look of surprise, Rianna asked, Prince Lord, why are you here? Even Rianna, who usually showed little emotion, was visibly shaken by this. It was unusual for Prince Lord to appear alone without even a guard, even if it was within the school. I heard there were students practicing after school, so I came to check it out. Don't mind me, please continue. But don't worry about it, I'm just a bit curious. I won't discriminate against you just because you're a second-class citizen. I believe in using whatever is available. Kaguya gasps at those words. It's not that she doesn't understand the implications of what he said. She knows that even among the Asgardians, there are those who oppose discrimination. They see it as inhumane, yet all of those opinions were regulated and suppressed. but the being standing before her was the top of the empire. Whether second class or not, he boldly stated he wouldn't discriminate if someone proved themselves useful. Did a member of the royal family just criticize the emperor? Do you find what I just said unbelievable? Then Prince Lord approached Kenya. He casually extended his right hand. In your culture, it's customary to use the right hand, correct? He's asking for a handshake. Kenya understood this. He knew who this Prince Lord was. He held an ideology against discrimination that was unbecoming of royalty. Yet he fulfills his duties as a royal and achieves remarkable results in war. Kenya couldn't grasp what kind of being he was just from the in-game character settings. He doesn't understand his intentions at all. All he knew was that he was an incredibly formidable strategist. Will I regret shaking your hand? That's something you'll have to decide someday. Well, it's certain that you'll be shaking a blood-stained hand, though. The Prince Lord grinned. Kenya knew that there was something behind that fearless smile, but he still shook the other's hand. He didn't know what this connection would lead to. However, Prince Lord didn't seem like a bad person to him right now. In the game, he was shrouded in mystery, and Kenya didn't know what kind of person he was. But, I still don't know anything about you, but I feel like I have to take this hand. His intuition drove Kenya to act. Their hands clasped one another, a second class and a royal, a ruler and a slave. The meaning of this handshake, which should never have happened, was known only to the one who initiated it. Yet at this moment, fate was already sealed. The fate of a battle that would engulf the world. Well then, now that we've introduced ourselves, I'll be watching. Yes, please do. Make yourself at home. The Prince Lord watched the three of them practice for a while. Hey, wait a minute. Kenya, this is really awkward. It's not like I can just tell him to leave. Kaguya and Kenya converse in a way only the two of them can hear. After a while, Prince Lord stood up. I'll take my leave now. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, okay. Were we heard? He didn't hear us, right? Don't tell me we'll get purged. Kaguya whispered while bowing. Prince Lord chuckled slightly at that. Then he exited the simulator room. So he was holding back at that time. His technical skills surpass even the Ice Princess. If it's him, then that plan might. Prince Lord smirked confidently. He walked briskly down the empty hallway, like a ruler moving with ease. No one heard the words of destruction whispered quietly by one of the world's apex existences. To take control of this world. What was that all about? Who knows? For now, let's call it a day. In the end, I couldn't even reduce it by 10%. Rianna sulked in front of him. Her downcast expression was so sad that he felt it was only natural for him to reach out. Pat. Kenya gently patted Rianna on the head. After all, it looked so easy to do. You've gotten strong enough. It's only been 2 years, right? That's impressive. Rianna looked up at him. Kenya has been playing KOG for nearly 6 years, counting his gaming time in the previous world. He was honestly surprised by Rianna's strength, considering she'd only been at it for 2 years. But that's something only Kenya knows. Really. Her innocent eyes were like those of a child, and her upward gaze seemed unintentionally adorable. Kenya's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively clutched his chest, overwhelmed by her adorableness. He was completely smitten, gazing at Rianna with a lovesick expression. Kaguya watched this unfold. What are they doing, flirting like that? He said he liked me. Kaguya felt irritation towards Kenya, who was now getting cozy with another girl. Not just Rianna, but he's also getting all lovey-dovey with other Japanese girls in their class, which frustrated her. What is this annoyance? Seeing him getting along with other girls made her feel uneasy. It's as if, no way am I jealous. She realized she was feeling jealous due to Kenya, who was still being all sweet with Rianna. This was jealousy. Kaguya, what's wrong? No way that's true. You idiot. He approached Kaguya, who was trembling and acting strangely. But suddenly, she hurled an insult at him, completely out of context. Kenya was used to Kaguya's insults, but he thought they had grown closer and that she might be getting softer. Well, whatever, let's go Rianna. And so, they finished their simulator practice for the day and headed towards House Sylphid together. The two walked side by side while Kaguya watched them from behind. Suddenly, she realized. Kaguya. What's wrong? She was holding onto the sleeve of Kenya's shirt, as if to say, don't go. When Kaguya realized she had been noticed by Kenya and called out, Her face turned bright red from embarrassment. Enno. Die. Ga. Kaguya, now aware of her feelings, insulted him as a way to hide her embarrassment, then pushed him away and ran off. What the heck? I can't stand this. What is this feeling? Just thinking about Kenya made her heart ache. Desperate to avoid showing her flushed face, she ran away. Tears even began to spill from her eyes, but at this point, Kaguya understood. This is impossible. How could I have feelings for that pervert? Yet she still couldn't accept it. Was it her pride? There's no way I like him. Despite her own will, she couldn't help but think only of Kenya. Chapter 18. Second father-in-law. What kind of person is your father? Papa is a strong person, and also strict. From what Rianna said, it was Sieg Sylphid who taught her KOG piloting. She learned about culture and martial arts from a young age, and as soon as she turned 15, he taught her KOG piloting. Thanks to that, Rianna was at the strongest level among her peers. So, even though they were on the front lines, he never thought there would be anyone stronger than Rianna in this island nation. So, that's why I've caught his eye. Still, the attention's a bit uncomfortable. As Rianna and I walked together, I could feel the intense gazes of the first-class Asgard citizens on us. They were leering at us, alternating between looking at Rianna and me with those creepy, grinning faces. Well, they might think you're just a servant for sexual purposes. Huh? What did you just say? A servant for sexual purposes. Sexual purposes. That phrase, which seems like it would never come from Rianna, definitely ranked in the top 3 shocking words he's ever heard. Kenya let out a bewildered voice in response to her sudden statement. I am a noble from a baronial family, so when I have a second-class citizen of the opposite sex with me, it can be perceived that way. Oh, I see. Legally, even second- and third-class citizens have some human rights. If you kill them, you can be charged, but it's not considered a serious crime. At worst, it would be akin to theft in modern Japan, but with enough money, they might choose to let the other party do as they pleased. After all, it was hard enough for the third-class citizens to adequately fill their stomachs daily. Could it be that Rianna has sexual desires too? Then Rianna recalled something. Section. Past Rianna. Rianna, you must learn to control the 3 basic human desires. The 3 basic desires. Rianna was being trained by her father. Yes, the 3 are the desire for sleep, the desire for food, and the desire for sex. The desire for sleep is when you're sleepy, and the desire for food is when you're hungry, but I don't quite understand the desire for sex. It's the interest in the opposite sex, but you probably can't feel it for men weaker than you. It's the feeling you have for someone stronger than you. That is sexual desire. So for you, Papa, family members are excluded, though I do hope you'll find someone you can feel that way about someday. Yes, I've been feeling it more strongly lately. What? Really? That's surprising. Rianna actually has sexual desires. Kenya was taken aback by the series of bombshell revelations. It was embarrassing to hear, but Rianna remained completely unfazed. Yes, I feel sexual desire for you, Kenya-kun. Why? Oh, we've arrived. This is our home. Huh, wait, is that it? Yes. For now, let's go inside. I'll call my father. Okay. As if nothing had happened, Kenya stepped into Rianna's house while feeling flustered and somewhat aroused. The house was a mansion. It would probably cost several 100 million yen in his previous world. A beautiful garden and a huge palace-like mansion stood before him. More importantly, Kenya, who was currently feeling aroused, wasn't in a position to think about anything else. But since Rianna didn't continue the conversation, the topic of sexual desire came to an end. He was guided into a room with a long table that looked like something out of a television show and was made to sit down. Please wait here. Rianna went to call her father. Even though it's a mansion, it seemed there were no servants around. She mentioned something about being a baronial house, but wasn't that the lowest rank? Is that how it is? Kenya inwardly mused. He waited restlessly for a while until the door finally opened. Welcome, Mitsurugi. The person who appeared was the military man he saw at the entrance ceremony. However, Kenya has seen him many times before, and he has even controlled him as a player. He was that famous and popular of a character. Hello, I'm Mitsurugi Kenya. I am Sieg Sylphid, nice to meet you. And he extended his right hand. Kenya was offered another handshake today. It felt natural for Kenya, but he understood that it was rather unusual in this world. His hand is hard. The hand felt tough like that of a warrior. Hess, I see. Sieg, holding Kenya's hand, started to laugh. This hand's calluses are like those of someone who has only dedicated himself to piloting cogs. Mitsurugi, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Stay and eat. Is that all right? Of course. Rianna, please prepare the meal. Yes. Then Rianna left the room. Sieg, after watching her go, closed the door with a bang. Now the nuisance is. He turned to Kenya with a grin. With a heated gaze directed at Kenya, he spoke in a magnetic voice. Gone. Huh. Now come over here, hehe. I'm going to have some fun with you. It's getting me all worked up. Sieg gripped Kenya's arm tightly, drooling as he tried to lead him to another room. His eyes are like those of a tiger hunting its prey. Caught by this seemingly crazy general, Kenya was helplessly dragged away. Is this how nobles operate? Could it be that I'm the target? Is he planning to take me by force? Now straddle it. Just kill me. Come on, what's wrong? You said you were confident in your technique, right? I understand. And then Kenya straddled something. Something hard and lifeless, like a simulator seat. Yeah, this was just like usual. It wasn't that kind of homoerotic development. I can't believe you have something like this set up at home. It looks expensive. I use them to keep my skills sharp. Besides, I'm at the top of the military in this country, so it's no problem. The reason Sieg called Kenya here was because he wanted to measure Kenya's abilities in person. His eyes were burning with excitement, like a boy who has found a new toy. Like father, like daughter. He recalled the day Rianna challenged him. But today, the opponent he's facing is undoubtedly one of the strongest in this world. How far can Kenya's own strength match against his? Are you ready, Mitsurugi? Please don't get angry if I defeat you. Ha, how amusing. I've never been spoken to like that back in my homeland. And with that, the two of them got in position, ready to begin. 3, 2, 1, fight. Chapter 19, War God and World Champion. So just how strong am I? How far can my power go in this world? I won't let my guard down. I'll meet the challenge head-on at full throttle from the start. I ready my KOG exclusive sword to face the incoming attack. Sieg closed the distance and struck. Every move he makes is refined and efficient without a hint of waste, and that's why. This is surprising. Kenya blocked Sieg's strike. Just when it seemed he's been pushed back, he counters with a strike of his own. Because I'm familiar with him, I can read his moves. As expected of the war god. You say something like that after I barely managed to stop you. Strong, likely pro level. No, at this rate, maybe he's on par with the top contenders at the World Tournament. He's certainly not inferior to the masters from the Japan server I regularly faced in ranked matches. In fact, he feels like a professional level player who would compete in tournaments. A back-and-forth battle unfolded. Ha, you're really strong. I'd believe it if you said you were a paladin commander from the homeland. Thanks. Gunfire, sword clashes, movements into blind spots, and high-level mind games. It was a high-level fight, but after a long struggle, the moment of truth arrived. One KOG player knelt, and the victor was displayed on the screen. Even though it's been a while since I've practiced, a Japanese person actually managed to defeat me. Mitsurugi Kenya win. Kenya emerged victorious. He triumphed in a razor-thin battle against Sieg, a top-tier player in this world, even though the other party was using a simulator he was familiar with. Sieg, while not shining as brightly as in his prime, was still a formidable opponent. Far stronger than Rianna. Phew, it's been a while since I fought with all my might. You were really strong. But Kenya had been holding back while teaching Rianna and Kaguya every day, repeating only basic training. Thanks to that, his skills had improved, but it had been a long time since he'd faced a tense match like today. He was so focused that he could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. The most significant change in his attitude toward operating KOG since coming to this world was likely the immersion. In this world, a single mistake could lead to real death, and Kenya's concentration was, am I growing in this world? Being good at a mere game had transformed into a skill for preserving life, allowing his talent to blossom. Kenya, still young, had a lot of potential for growth. Though the war god had been out of practice and wasn't at his peak, he was still among the top tier in this world. And as the war god stepped down from the simulator, he extended his hand for a handshake. That was wonderful. Have you been undergoing special training? Yes, that's right. Seeing Kenya avert his gaze, Sieg understood. There was something he couldn't say. After all, he too was a victim of war. Everyone has their own circumstances. I won't pry any further. Thank you. Oh, and one more thing. Yes. Please keep this a secret from Rianna. I need to maintain my dignity as a parent, okay? Sieg asked with a wink, his face looking a bit sheepish. Sieg's face looked less like that of a soldier and more like a cheerful neighborhood uncle. Haha, got it. I won't say a word. Feeling Sieg's warm personality, Kenya found himself liking the character he had admired in the previous world even more. Kenya, so you were here after all. Ah, are you ready, Rianna? Then let's go Mikazuki. Yes. Huh, you've already had a match. Who won? Kenya and Sieg exchanged glances. Secret, it's a secret. Wow, this rolled omelet is delicious. Did you make it, Rianna? Yes, I did. Rianna is surprisingly good at cooking. She does it every day. And her specialty is Japanese cuisine. Even though she doesn't seem the type at all, and it's even Japanese food. Imagining Rianna in an apron. Me hugging Rianna from behind as she stands in the kitchen. Come on, Kenya, I can't cook properly like this. Isn't it fine? Right now I just want to eat you. Moo, then shall we go to bed? Wait, what? Go ahead and eat me. With pleasure. Hee. Kenya, you have a strange look on your face. First-class and second-class citizens can marry. In fact, it's encouraged. The Empire encourages first-class citizens to marry second-class citizens. As a result, their children become first-class citizens. The simplest and most powerful way to truly integrate a conquered nation into the Empire is to make the next generation as guardians. A nation that has genuinely become part of the Empire is one that is truly integrated. That's why the Asgard Empire established a law that only children of first-class citizens could be first-class citizens. Is that really okay? Fool, I didn't say it was allowed. Do you want to marry me, Kenya? Yes, I do. Don't get carried away. I won't allow it, I won't allow it. At that moment, there was no difference in race. It felt as if I was simply having dinner with my girlfriend's parent. It was a dinner party with that kind of atmosphere. Well, I've never had a girlfriend, though. By the way, Mitsurugi, do you have time after this? I have something I want to ask. Yes, I don't have anything in particular planned. Kenya was taken to a military facility under Sieg's guidance. However, Rianna stayed behind as the two of them traveled by car. What's this about? I was originally thinking of asking Rianna, but you're more suitable. Suitable? The place where Kenya and Sieg arrived after finishing their meal was more of a research facility than a military one. Inside was a massive warehouse that could be called a factory, likely filled with KOG parts. Tanaka, are you here? As soon as he opened the door, Sieg called out a name. There, a researcher in a lab coat was sleeping on 3 chairs lined up together while surrounded by a mountain of empty energy drink cans. Wake up, Tanaka. Huh? Oh, Sieg-san, good evening. Why are you always like this? Seriously, why are there so many eccentric geniuses? The man, who was called a genius and an eccentric by Sieg, was slouched over. Mitsurugi, this is Tanaka Ise. Well, he's what you'd call a genius, and the head researcher here. Haha, I was picked up by Sieg-san, and I'm working on KOG development here. His demeanor was laid back, his posture slouched, and his unkempt stubble showed no signs of grooming. He wore glasses, and dark circles were visible under his eyes. Nice to meet you. I'm Mitsurugi Kenya. Huh, are you Japanese? Tanaka, this is the test pilot I mentioned the other day. You should use him. He's Japanese too, so it should be easier. Sieg introduced Kenya while patting his back, revealing the reason for bringing him here. Can you operate it? Even someone at Rianna's level would struggle to make it stand, you know. Tanaka looked at Kenya with a puzzled expression. Even though it's been over 2 weeks since he enrolled, could a new student really operate a KOG? No problem. He's stronger than I am. Huh, come on, you've got to be kidding. Well, just give it a try. If you say so. Tanaka, still skeptical, looked at Kenya. However, since Sieg was pushing him, Issei reluctantly decided to acquiesce, but he thought that there was no person in his homeland who could beat War God at this age. So he assumed Sieg was just joking. Sieg-san, I'm gonna be a test pilot for what exactly? Oh, there's a unit being developed by Tanaka's team right now. a cutting-edge military base built in Japan. It seemed that cutting-edge KOGs were being researched there, and Tanaka was the lead developer. There were also other staff members who appeared to be Japanese around. They were probably part of Tanaka's team. But why is Tanaka-san a researcher here? I know I'm a second-class citizen, but for a second-class citizen to be researching KOGs. Then Tanaka answered with a slightly sad expression. I was a KOG researcher even before the war, working for the Asgard Empire. Now I'm a second-class citizen, but I used to be in Sieg-san's care. I see. Although he became a target of persecution after the war ended, he was picked up by Sieg and was able to work at this research facility. Not all citizens of the Asgard Empire promote discrimination. In fact, many oppose it, but they can't openly express their views. So there were Asgardians who were friends with Tanaka even before the war. All right, we've arrived. Beyond the massive door was a dimly lit warehouse. This is the 6th-generation KOG. It doesn't have a name yet, but it's undoubtedly the latest and fastest unit. Tanaka turned on the lights. Before Kenya and the others stood a KOG, which should have been primarily black, but this unit was white. It looked like a white lightning bolt shining in the night sky. This unit is, I see. Kenya recognized the machine. He had used it more than anyone else and had been better at piloting it than anyone else. He had loved it more than anyone else. I can't believe it exists in this world too. I'm so glad to see you again. There stood Kenya's beloved machine from the previous world. Its official name was Take Mikazuchi, a 6th-generation KOG made in Japan, a shining white KOG bearing the name of a Japanese god. Section Audiobook by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 20, White Machine. Take Mikazuchi, what are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry, it's nothing. Tanaka looked at Kenya with suspicion, but Kenya hurriedly corrected himself. He had accidentally called it by the name from the previous world, but could it be that it didn't have the same name in this world? Well, whatever. This unit doesn't have a name yet, and to be honest, we haven't even done a functionality check. I was hoping to find an ace-level pilot, but those kinds of pilots aren't easy to come by. At the very least, the pilot must be at the level of a paladin, like Rianna, to handle this special unit's specs. According to Tanaka and Sieg, they had tried to incorporate all the latest technology to create a high-spec special unit. As a result, it had become a finicky machine with erratic performance and was so responsive that just standing up was a challenge. It's like a character in a fighting game whose win rate increases in proportion to the player's skill level. If you can't operate it properly, it's incredibly weak, but as you get better, it becomes stronger than a standard unit. It's that kind of machine. In the previous world, it was so erratic that it was either a carry or a feed, and it was defaulted to dragging the team down. That was the main reason for its position in the meta, and one of the factors was the complete elimination of all long-range weapons. It was a machine that fought only with swords in both hands, which was a bit too hot-blooded. Today, we haven't finished the adjustments yet, but would you like to try moving it a little? I'm worried about whether it can even stand. Is that okay? Of course. And Kenya climbed into the white KOG. The cockpit hasn't changed. The basic operation methods were the same. All right, try standing and walking first. You don't have to push yourself. It would be great if he could even make it stand up. Even Sieg-san had a bit of trouble with that. Yes. I feel kind of happy. I can't believe I can ride you again. Then Kenya activated it. A mechanical startup sound echoed, and the white giant stood up. Yeah, just as expected from Take Mikazuchi. The response speed is amazing. The KOG was sitting in a position similar to Seiza. The act of standing, which a human could do without any conscious thought, was not so simple for the KOG. Imagine how you would stand up from a Seiza position. First, you would bring your right foot, or left foot, forward. You would put weight on one leg and shift your body weight while using your hands to support yourself as you stood up. There were many more steps if you go into detail. The KOG had a high degree of operational freedom, so it can't just stand up with the push of a button, it needs to go through the correct process to stand. That's why there's a significant skill gap between ace pilots and trainees. And this Take Mikazuchi had an unusually fast response feedback with the control sticks. It's like playing a game with a mouse set to maximum sensitivity. If you can handle it perfectly, you can move incredibly fast, but the difficulty skyrockets, so even simple operations were challenging. Did it really stand up? On the first try. That's ridiculous. Wow, I thought it would be tough at first, but the two were astonished as Kenya's voice came through the open channel. Is it okay to walk a bit? Yeah. That's fine, but in front of Tanaka stood the white giant, taking a step forward. It moved as smoothly as a human. It can't only stand but also walk that easily. Sieg, what exactly is he? I don't really know either. But I told you from the start, he's stronger than I am. Well then, I'll be counting on you from now on, Kenya. Yes, call me anytime. I really want to pilot it for real. That day, they only tested simple operations, and Kenya was accepted as a test pilot, seemingly earning Tanaka's approval. After the meeting, Kenya returned to the dormitory. Take Mikazuchi, I wonder if I can somehow make it my machine. However, even though he was accepted as a test pilot, he probably wouldn't be able to get that machine. After all, Kenya was a second-class citizen in the Empire. Still, what should I do from here? Infiltrate the Empire? Haha, I'd be killed in seconds. Lying on the sofa, Kenya contemplated his future. He wanted to stop the world invasion, but he didn't even know the cause. For now, the emperor was bedridden, halting any progress. Would it start once the next emperor was decided? And for Kaguya's sake, if possible, he also wanted to help reclaim Japan. But he was just a pilot skilled at piloting a KOG. There was only so much he could do. But I want to help. At first, he only wanted to protect Kaguya, but now he also wanted to save the oppressed Japanese people, starting with Isshin. Is it hypocrisy? Maybe. He wasn't a person from this world. Even though he was Japanese, he had no acquaintances and had never experienced war. Yet, he still remembered the sensation of that child's hand gripping his, the tears of the girl who lost her parents. Still, all I can do is pilot a KOG. He didn't have any political power or strategic prowess. The knowledge from his previous world meant nothing here. Kenya was just an ordinary person. The only thing he could do in this world was one thing. He was strong while piloting KOGs, and that was it. I wonder what I can do. He raised his hand as if to grasp the ceiling. How to live while dreading an unseen tomorrow. No matter how much he thought about it, he had no answers. With those thoughts, he decided to go to bed that night. However, Kenya still didn't truly understand the reality of this world, the true meaning of fighting. From then on, Kenya served as Take Mikazuchi's test pilot. After school, he practiced with Kaguya and the others. And he lived a life immersed in KOG training, piloting an actual machine at Amaterasu's headquarters, while enjoying playtime with the children, including Azusa. Section, a few days later. They've come. A phone rang at Sieg's place. It was a call notifying him of the arrival of an important person, and he already knew who it was. I can't believe there are still resistance fighters. We should just kill them all or turn them into slaves. As the sun rose, a woman descended from the airship. With golden hair, she was a stunningly beautiful woman, fit to be called a princess. Lady Emir, we've been waiting for you. Sieg bowed his head in greeting. Around him, several members of the Asgard Empire army also bowed in welcome. Including KOG, there were many guards present. Now that I'm here, you can relax. I'll take care of the rebels in this area. Are you going to deploy? Of course, pigs that can't even become second-class citizens, let alone third-class ones. She smiled at Sieg. Yet there was not a trace of nobility in her expression. Though she was supposed to be beautiful, a grotesque face lurked beneath. Kill them all, right? Oh, but I should leave a few young males alive. Just for fun. The princess licked her lips. Her beautiful face twisted into something hideous, as if she were about to kill insects. Known as the torture princess, it was said that it would be better to die than to fall into her hands. She was a true psychopath. Asgard Emir, she was one of the rulers of this world. Chapter 21, Torture Princess. So, where's the Trash's hideout? I have a few candidate locations, but I can't tell if they're just slums or not. In the conference room, Sieg and Emir were having a briefing. Then let's clean up all those slums. That way we can flush them out in the end. All right, meeting adjourned. Emir issued orders to one of her aides from the Asgard Empire. Jillian, the captain of Emir's personal guard, was on par with Sieg, who lived for his loyalty to the Empire as a paladin commander. He was a tall young man, still in his youth, wearing glasses. He looked like a picture of seriousness, yet he was a young talent chosen as a paladin commander of the Empire. So this is Jillian. I've heard he has talent, but he's at the paladin level. The paladin commanders didn't want to become Emir's knights, so he was promoted ahead of others. Jillian was strong, but his actual ability was at the paladin level. The paladin commanders from the homeland had grown weary of Emir's reckless behavior and had made Jillian her knight instead of themselves. Even so, being a paladin meant he was an ace-level talent, a rarity that emerged only once a year from training schools across various nations. Understood, Lady Emir. Lady Emir, that would mean killing civilians too. Please reconsider. One of the soldiers standing guard in the room raised his voice in protest. Oh no, The soldier opposed the princess's statement. Seeing this, Sieg regretted his blunder. He should have kept all second class and below hidden in front of this woman. Oh, you're second class, right? Come here for a moment. With a seemingly gentle smile, she called the soldier over. The young man in his 20s walked straight to the princess's side. I'll tell you why. Lend me your pen, and could you place your hand here? Why, yes. The soldier handed over the pen he had in his chest pocket. The moment he placed his hand on the desk, as instructed. Kaguya. Emir stabbed the pen deep into his hand. With a smile as if nothing had happened, she asked, but her eyes were devoid of any laughter. This is what it means. Do you understand? Be but Lady Emir, there are children there too, Kaguya. There are no humans there. You're not human, are you? You're livestock. You exist only to die at my whim. She twisted the pen, as if to inflict even more pain. Emir watched the soldier's agonized expression with delight. Her beautiful face twisted into that of a grotesque witch. You're second class, aren't you? A loser who can only wag his tail for us after abandoning his country. Goo, please reconsider. Hee, you're trying so hard for a dog, aren't you? It sends shivers down my spine. Hey, you guys. Yes. 3 men stood behind Emir. All of them were handsome, but they were not citizens of the Asgard Empire. The men who had been defeated by the Asgard Empire in the past, losing their country and becoming Emir's slaves. As proof, they wore collars with bombs attached, ready to explode at Emir's command. They did not resist Emir. Having witnessed their comrades being tortured and killed for defying her, their spirits were already broken. How many times will it take for you to break? I'm ready whenever you are. I'll make sure to educate you properly. It's part of my duty. With that, the men pinned the man's hands down on the desk. Kaguya. Over and over, she stabbed him with the pen, yet no one could stop her. No one could challenge the ruler of this world. They were the law, and the only one who could stop them was a single person. A boy entered the room. Sister, I know you're a soldier, but this is too much. There are more enjoyable things we can prepare. Oh, Lord. She tossed the pen aside, her interest shifting entirely to her brother. The sister was fond of her brother, who only did what was convenient for her. Thank you for today. I appreciate you coming all this way. Don't mention it. I'll leave the command to you. Just call me when you're ready. With that, Emir left the room, entrusting everything to her brother. I didn't expect my sister to show up. More unnecessary blood will be shed. She has a knack for these things, which is troublesome. Lord, I understand this is an impolite request, but please try to minimize the bloodshed. I beg you. At Sieg's plea, Lord nodded. Then he declared loudly, causing the soldiers around him to kneel. I'll do my best to accommodate. I do not particularly enjoy unnecessary killing after all. Unlike my sister. And thus, the operation began. It was early morning, coinciding with the time when Kenya and the others would be heading to school. Good morning, Kaguya. Oh, good morning. Kenya sat next to Kaguya, as usual. Lately, Kaguya had been avoiding eye contact, which made him feel a bit lonely. Kaguya, is something wrong? Nothing's wrong. Why do I turn red just from looking at him? Kaguya kept repeating to herself that she didn't like Kenya. The more she tried not to think about it, the deeper she fell into her own trap, but she was unaware of this. By the way, where's Rianna? She had received a message that Rianna wouldn't be able to join their usual morning practice, so she had attended somewhat reluctantly, but Rianna was not in the classroom. Who knows, besides, today is self-study. I wonder if something happened. Although they had arrived at school, the instructors were absent since it was self-study. With nothing to do, Kaguya considered just looking over the manual. Wait. Kaguya's device received a message. As she lazily glanced at the screen, her face turned pale. Immediately, she stood up. Kenya, come on. Kaguya, in a panic, pulled Kenya outside the classroom. What's going on, Kaguya? You seem in a hurry. Calm down and listen. The Asgard army is heading to our base. What? The base of Amaterasu? Yes, I'm on my way there now. What about you, Kenya? Of course I'm going too. All right, I understand. Kenya and Kaguya left the classroom and headed towards the base. Since then, Kenya had been going to Amaterasu's base almost every day for KOG's practical training. A sense of unease gnawed at him. Please be safe, everyone. Well then, let's get started. Sig. Yes. A massive transport vehicle that also served as a mobile fortress. This enormous vehicle, resembling a mansion, functioned as a command center during wartime. Inside, it was spacious and comfortable, with the commander seated as if on a throne. In other words, Lord Asgard, the prince known as Devil's Brain, undefeated in battle. There are 3 slums nearby. First. Then I'll take this one. I'm off, Jillian. Yes. Understood, sister. I'll handle the other 2. His sister interjected and made decisions on her own. However, Lord, who generally avoided opposing her, conceded since it wasn't particularly important. Sister, please issue a warning first. Do as you please with those who resist. He requested Emir to at least give a warning. Though he thought it was futile, this operation was still under the pretext of suppressing the resistance. Is that so? Understood. Well then, Lord. And with that, the torture princess set off. Lord and Sieg watched her leave. Despite being royalty, she piloted KOG. Why? In the Empire, power was everything, meaning that mastering KOG's operation was essential. In an empire where one could even become a noble solely based on their skills with KOG, it was that highly valued. Thus, it had become a tradition for royalty to be able to operate it. However, Emir's motives were different. Hee, it's been a while since I hunted humans. I'm looking forward to it. Like nobles enjoying the hunt of wild rabbits. She took pleasure in hunting humans. That was the joy of the torture princess, Emir. Well, it can't be helped. Let's wrap this up as quickly as possible. Let's begin the operation. Lord, seated on his throne, stood up and declared. Commence. Chapter 22, Massacre. So, Jillian, shall we commence the hunt? Yes, ma'am. Over 10 KOGs loomed atop the mountain. While it was insufficient for a full-scale war, it was enough to eliminate the resistance. They were Emir's royal guard, a private army that only the royal family possessed. And at the forefront stood Jillian, one of the Empire's proud paladin commanders, despite his youth. Then, a booming voice echoed from the KOG that Emir was piloting. The loudspeaker of the KOG projected her voice down to the slums below. Testing, testing. What the? A loudspeaker. The residents of the slums looked up. They strained to hear the sudden booming voice. They were outcasts who couldn't become third-class citizens and couldn't abandon Japan. They were Kaguya's family, and Kenya regarded them as family too. Can you hear me? You livestock living illegally in our country, can you hear me? Is this? Could it be the Asgard Empire? I was told to issue a warning, so here it is. Emir, instructed by the Lord, issued the warning. Please surrender without resistance. If you want to become third-class citizens, I will spare your lives. I will start counting down now, so please surrender. If you do not surrender, it will be considered a refusal. 5-4. What? What does that mean? Mom, what is this? That voice echoed throughout the slums, and whether by bad luck or good, this was the slum where Amaterasu's headquarters was located. Isshin. Prepare for battle immediately. Kaguya, contact Kenya too. This voice, could it be, a member of the royal family, and torture Princess Emir? The worst possible person has come. The resistance led by Isshin armed themselves. With more KOGs now operable, they had the means to counterattack. 3, 2, 1. The countdown continued, one by one. There was no intention of issuing a warning, it was a death sentence. 0, how unfortunate. Now let's begin. No one could see Emir's face inside the KOG, but she felt no regret whatsoever. Her expression was one of pure delight. Annihilation, heart suit. Her face twisted in ecstasy. I'm going to floor it, hold on tight. Kaguya pressed the accelerator with all her might. At this rate, they should arrive in about an hour. I hope they're okay. Kenya's heart raced. He had fought once during the operation. He had killed before, but this was the first time he was on the receiving end of an attack, and this time it was against the regular army. There was no guarantee of a certain victory. There was even a possibility of death on this first battlefield, this fight. We have to hurry. Please, we have to make it in time, please. Kaguya drove as fast as she could. The two of them remained silent for a while, feeling anxious as they approached their destination. What is that smoke? And gunfire. Black smoke billowed into the sky, accompanied by the sounds of explosions and gunfire. It was clear that the slums had become a battlefield. The two of them headed towards the warehouse that served as Amaterasu's headquarters. Why is this taking so long? Emir, elegantly sipping tea while seated at a makeshift table and chair after disembarking from the KOG. Even though they are the resistance, it would be dangerous to charge in without assessing their strength first. We should observe for about an hour. You're always so cautious. How boring. Emir's private army was attacking from a distance, watching for the enemy's movements. However, we've already got a good idea of their capabilities. Shall we deploy, Lady Emir? Is it fine now? Yes, I apologize for the wait. I will protect you, so feel free to do as you wish. Emir boarded the KOG. It took off from the mountain and descended into the slums. The slums were already ablaze from long-range fire and bombing, yet many people were still in the process of evacuating. Among them were individuals dressed in military uniforms, directing the evacuation. There are still plenty of pests around. We need to clean them up. A demon descended upon the slums. KOG. Everyone run away quickly, us. The standard-issue machine gun of the KOG. The bullets fired from its shoulder ended a life effortlessly. After the gunfire, the evacuees screamed and fled in a panic. Memories of past wars flooded back. You couldn't expect them to show any moral consideration for women and children. The soldiers of the Empire would massacre anything in sight. Ah, this is so much fun. Hunting humans is the best. I surrender, I won't resist, so please. Oh, what a good attitude. For a moment, the soldier's expression softened at her response. But their life ended easily, crushed by the massive sword that was swung down. But I can't understand the cries of pigs. Ah, this feeling of conquest from taking lives is simply the best. Emir replied with a smile, enjoying each kill. She took her time, killing slowly. Her face was flushed with a pleasure akin to that of a woman reaching ecstasy, her cheeks stained with indescribable delight. Damn it, don't underestimate me. A bazooka was fired at Emir's KOG, a shot from the artillery. However, the shell exploded mid-flight. I won't let a single finger touch Lady Emir. It was easily shot down by Jillian, a knight of the Empire. Emir's defenses were impenetrable, and any attacks from their side were utterly ineffective. Isshin, we need to fight too. Not yet. If we go out now, it would be a pointless death. Focus on evacuation, resist only as necessary. In the command room, Isshin clenched his fists tightly, blood seeping from his palms. He knew they were under attack, but the enemy was the regular army. And the fact that the princess was here meant that a paladin commander class was present. Thus, the members of the resistance, Amaterasu, were dedicated to guiding the evacuation and engaging in minimal counterattacks. Even so, the damage was severe, and many soldiers and civilians were losing their lives. We're no match for them. With our piloting skills, even the KOG is just scrap metal against a paladin commander class. Are you saying we should just sit here and let them do as they please? The soldiers were reaching their breaking point. If we don't fight here, if we lose what we want to protect, that would be complete defeat, wouldn't it? I know that. Isshin slammed his fist on the table, causing everything on it to rattle. He felt a mix of irritation and impatience, biting down hard enough to draw blood to keep himself from rushing out immediately. But not yet. We must endure a little longer. It won't be long now. Soon. The one he was waiting for was just one person, the boy who would be with his beloved daughter. His origins were unknown, and it was unclear why he was so strong. At first glance, he seemed like just an ordinary boy, one who looked as if he had come from a world untouched by war, a gentle soul. But he held a burning passion in his heart. He possessed an unbreakable pillar of strength. With straightforward eyes, he had vowed to protect his daughter and everyone here. He's coming. He awaited the irregular who appeared in this world. Chapter 23, Night's Rage. Ha. Kenya and Kaguya arrived at the edge of the slums. No way, no way. What Kaguya saw before her were blood-soaked corpses, people crushed under rubble. Many of them were unrecognizable. Kenya stood frozen, unable to utter a sound at the sight. What the hell is this? He had never seen anything like it. He had seen pixelated corpses online, but even those had made him feel sick. But the scene before him was far too vivid. So red, so real. Ugh! The smell of gunpowder, the scent of smoke. The stench of death pierced Kenya's nostrils, making him vomit. The cheerful aunt who used to smile at him, the gruff uncle who greeted him every day. The children who adored him like an older brother, always wanting to play, they were all equally dead there. What the hell, why is this happening? Then the gunfire rang out again. Wiping his dirty mouth and lifting his face, Kenya paled as he looked in that direction. That way, the orphanage. The children he had played with every day, the ones he had shared a roof with. With trembling legs, he desperately tried to move forward. Kaguya, her eyes brimming with tears, understood what needed to be done and began to move her feet. They ran toward the orphanage. It felt as if their hearts and bodies had become disconnected, making it hard to move. The orphanage was in ruins. In front of it stood trembling children and an aunt cradling them. Before them were two cogs. We have a message for the resistance. Surrender, everyone. If you don't, all the children here will die. The voice of a woman echoed through a massive loudspeaker. Emir Asgard, one of the imperial princesses. Breathless, Kenya saw her. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what was happening, but hearing that voice made him realize what was about to unfold. Stop, hey, stop it. With a breathless voice, Kenya understood the scene before him. The machine guns on the shoulders of the Kogs were aimed at the children, and it began. 3, 2, 1. A countdown to death. Stop it, please. Kenya's scream made the children who heard it turn to him. Takaru, who had always insisted on playing with him, despite being a bit lonely. Midori, who used to eat on Kenya's lap. And Azusa, the girl who called him Papa while holding his hand, always crying. Reaching out as if seeking help, they extended their hands toward him. 0, goodbye. With the sound of gunfire, they were pierced by lead. Yua! No, Kenya, no. Kaguya hugged Kenya tightly, stopping him as he tried to rush toward the children. They're all Kaguya, let go. No, Kenya, please, we have to escape now. Before Kenya's eyes lay the shot children, some still had breath left in them. Big brother. Their hands reached out toward him. If he treated them now, he might be able to save them. Everyone was stretching their hands out this way. They were reaching out for help. He had to grab hold quickly to reassure them by holding their hands. It's just like cockroaches, so resilient. We have to exterminate them properly. But those hands stopped moving, with another echoing gunshot. Kenya. No. Kaguya desperately covered Kenya's mouth as he screamed. She pulled him away with all her might, slowly escaping the scene. Tears filled their eyes, as if blood were seeping into them, their eyes were bloodshot. The girl walked straight ahead, while the boy trembled in a daze. What separated them was the difference in resolve and experience. One had already experienced hell, while the other had enjoyed peace. He understood. He felt he understood. That this world was hell, but he still didn't grasp it fully. That lives could be lost so easily. That the fragile peace he had enjoyed until yesterday was merely a thin thread. I felt like something was there, but whatever, let's go, Jillian. Yes. Dad, you're here. Isshin and the others, who had been waiting in the warehouse, greeted Kaguya and Kenya as they arrived. Isshin embraced Kaguya. Though relieved by her father's safety, Kaguya quickly pulled away to ask about the situation. Mr. Isshin, please lend me a KOG. I will kill them. Kenya. As soon as the explanation was over, Kenya pleaded with Isshin. The meaning was clear, he wanted to fight. I still didn't understand. About this world. About war. His fists were clenched tightly, trembling. Yet Kenya was surprisingly calm, even to himself. In a daze, he kept asking himself why. The conclusion he reached was simple. I thought killing people was wrong, but now all I feel is the desire to kill them. Kenya was consumed by anger. He had learned that revenge was wrong in a peaceful world, that retaliating was not the answer. He was supposed to have learned that. But even now, if he closed his eyes, he could see the hand that had reached out to him back then. The children's screams, the blood, the eyes losing their light. That was why he wanted to kill them. He was being driven by that impulse. I can't hold back anymore. The only way to pay for their deaths is with death. I can't face everyone who has died, especially Azusa. Kenya. Kaguya grasped Kenya's hand. Her grip was painfully tight. I understand. Go, Kenya. Dad. Unleash that anger. Is revenge wrong? No one in this country, no Japanese person would say that with sincerity. Isshin's strong words. As he looked around, the soldiers were also gazing at Kenya with intense eyes. It was as if they were conveying the same feelings. We have lost so much. Our country, our families, our loved ones, and we still haven't been able to reclaim them, so go, Kenya-kun. Yes. Just as Kenya was about to move toward the KOG with trembling legs, Isshin approached and firmly slapped his shoulder with both hands, bringing his face close. But remember one thing. Isshin struck Kenya's chest hard, urging him to remember. Just like that night when Kenya first piloted the KOG and killed someone, what is it that lies within you? Remember, Kenya had come here almost every day. He didn't just want to protect Kaguya, he wanted to protect everyone here too. Somewhere along the way, he had begun to harbor such feelings, albeit vaguely. Had he grown attached? That was true, living together, sharing meals, laughing together, sleeping side by side. Spending those days together, everyone treated him like family. It felt comforting. Was this what it was like to have a close-knit family? He felt like the children who looked up to him as an older brother were like younger siblings to him. And he associated the uncles and aunts who cared for him with his own parents. Everyone laughed together over little things. Was family really like this? Was it supposed to be this warm? He felt that way. That was why he wanted to protect them. That was why he hated those who had killed them so much. This is not a fight to kill. It's a fight to protect. What is it that you want to protect? What still lives? With the flames of revenge burning in his eyes, Kenya stood firm. But those words made that flame waver. Before him was a girl, trembling and holding his hand tightly. A girl with tear-streaked, bloodshot eyes who had been watching him with worry. Seeing that, Kenya remembered why he had come to this world, what his purpose was here. Kaguya. Kenya recalled the one thing that resided within him. Calm your breathing, take a deep breath and clear your mind. Yes. His head was spinning with anger, but blood began to circulate. The blood carried oxygen throughout his body, calming his heart. That's right, remember. Why had he come to this world and decided to fight in it? I'm sorry, Isshin-san, I've calmed down a bit and I've remembered. The reason I came to this world was to protect everyone and... He gazed at Kaguya, continuing while looking straight into her eyes. You. Seeing that, Isshin nodded. It was all right now. This boy was not being controlled by anger. He was firmly in control. He could transform the energy of his anger into strength. As long as he remembered that something important supported him in his heart, he would be fine. Go, Kenya-kun. The KOG is ready. And then Kenya boarded the KOG. He gripped the control stick tightly, quietly channeling his anger. Without a doubt, he was heading into a battlefield. There was a risk to his life. Dying was a real possibility. Kenya, who had been just a high school student, a recluse in a peaceful country, was no longer the same. He understood and was aware of the meaning of this power. If there was a reason he had come to this world, it was probably to fight, to resist the absurdity. His eyes burned with the flames of anger. I'm off, Isshin-san, everyone, and Kaguya. In those fiercely burning eyes, there was not a trace of fear. KOG, activate. Chapter 24, The Strong and the Weak. Did Ainyu draw the winning ticket? I really have no chance in situations like this. The Lord had subdued the other two slums. However, there were no casualties. He conducted a thorough investigation into the existence of the resistance without unnecessary and brutal killings. Then he ordered the capture of the slum dwellers, treating them as third-class citizens. The defenseless people of the slums were taken away by the Asgard soldiers without a fight. The speed of the operation was so swift that the slum residents couldn't even comprehend what was happening. Well then, shall we go? It's our turn now. The worst enemy began to advance. The undefeated commander, the ruler of the world. Before him, there was no defeat, not even a single loss. A genius who had pushed the EU to the brink of destruction. The Asgard lord headed towards the battlefield where Kenya was fighting. Hey, Jillian. Are there really any resistance fighters? No matter how many we kill, they just don't show up. There are some in military uniforms. The KOGs that were captured should be showing up soon. Oh, look, one just came out as we speak. A KOG appeared before Emir, who was engaged in a massacre. Jillian understood it was an enemy because it wasn't emitting any signals identifying it as an ally. An inferior being operating a KOG, huh? It's a weapon beyond your capabilities. Oh. A communication came through the open chat from the KOG standing before them. I want to ask you, why are you killing? They should be civilians. The pilot was Kenya. He directed his words towards Emir. Suppressing his anger, he tried to remain as calm as possible. As a soldier, he should be prepared to die, especially since they were in conflict as resistance fighters. He didn't deny the need to fight. He could still understand the reasons for killing. But the view from the cockpit. In his line of sight were numerous corpses, and Kenya grimaced at the sight. Was there a reason to kill unresisting humans? You're saying something interesting. First of all, your perception is wrong. You are inferior beings. Pigs wearing human skin. Do you need permission to hunt pigs? We're human too. We're no different from you. You really don't get it, do you? Maybe it's because you're inferior beings. I just wish you had enough brains to communicate at least. I see, that's enough. What? Enough, shut up. Clang. In the next moment, Kenya stood right in front of Emir's KOG. Then he swung down with a massive sword. However, the attack was deflected by the sword of the KOG that intervened. Emir-sama, please step back. Don't kill them, drag them out alive, Jillian. I need to educate that one. I'm sorry, Emir-sama, With a vigorous motion, Kenya deflected the sword and created some distance. Jillian, the Imperial Holy Knight commander, readied his sword and stared straight at Kenya. Sweat dripped down his forehead. It doesn't seem like this opponent is one we can take lightly. And the two clashed. Jillian quickly understood. This enemy is strong, so strong that even with all my might, I might not be able to reach them. No way. Emir couldn't believe what she was seeing. As someone who also operated a KOG, Emir had a certain level of skill. While she wasn't at the level of a knight who had undergone proper training, she could still operate a KOG and fight to some extent. So she knew Jillian's strength and trusted him. She had never seen him struggle in battle. Yet, what the hell, who the hell are you? I am the Paladin Commander, the top of the Empire. Paladin Commander. There are differences in strength, even among Paladin commanders. Sieg was far stronger. I wish I could have fought him when he was active. He must have been even stronger then. Jillian, who had been calm, now showed signs of panic. With every clash of their swords, he felt the gap in skill. With each strike, he sustained damage somewhere. What are you doing, Jillian? Damn it. Do you understand even a little? The sound of metal echoed across the battlefield. The massive swords clashed against each other. One sword was firmly gripped, while the other was sent flying through the air. Could it be, I'm going to lose? That sword flew far back and plunged straight into the ground. The feelings of the weak, the feelings of those trampled by violence. Then Kenya's sword struck Jillian's KOG in a single blow. The KOG, sliced in half, ignited, exploded, and fell silent. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Hi. Jillian, what are you doing? Jillian. Emir couldn't believe the scene before her, so she spoke to the now motionless, charred KOG. What are you doing? They're inferior beings, right? Asgardians can't lose, can they? Jillian, you're just a poor thing, a pitiful princess brainwashed by the Empire. Kenya's KOG walked toward Emir, slowly and surely closing the distance, dragging the massive sword behind, spreading the sound of death. Don't mess with me. I am Asgard Emir, the ruler of the world. I am strong. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Why won't you obey me? Emir stepped back, feeling something indescribable from the machine before her. She couldn't grasp the true nature of that feeling. Until now, she had been on the side of the strong, and the world had turned out as she wished. She had even thought the world belonged to her. What was this emotion? Obey, I am a princess. Stop. Stop now. The princess's machine stumbled back, tripping over the rubble and falling on its rear. That's fear. The same fear that those you whimsically trampled upon felt. It's a natural human emotion to protect what's important. Kenya's sword struck Emir's KOG, smashing both of its legs. Unable to move, Emir's machine could only flail helplessly in place. Me afraid? Me dying? No, no, no. I still want to kill more. I still want to take more. Stop it. Isn't that your belief? Survival of the fittest? Then you have no complaints, except that you were the weak one. Go ahead and die with that understanding. New. Kenya's sword was about to cleave Emir's machine in two, or so it seemed. Clang. The sound of metal crumpling echoed around them. Huh. Emir, drenched in sweat with disheveled hair, saw something through her fear. What she saw was a silver KOG. Adorned with delicate pink, it looked as beautiful as cherry blossoms resting on the snow. This machine, no way. Kenya, blinded by rage, failed to notice the KOG, but through the voice coming from the open chat, he understood. Emir-sama, leave this to me and escape. Lord has arrived. Ah yes, well done, well done. What's your name? The cherry blossom-colored KOG raised a massive sword toward Kenya. It was a familiar voice. A soothing, monotone voice she had heard almost every day. Yet the blade aimed at him undeniably carried something. A genuine hostility that she had never directed at him before. Rianna, I am Rianna, Sylphid from the 13th Special District Military Training School. Murderous Intent, Chapter 25. The enemy I want to protect. Is that something she inherited from her father? Lord let out a dry chuckle as he glanced at Sieg, watching Rianna take off before receiving any orders. He recalled the days when he fought alongside Sieg during the Great EU War. I apologize. I'll call her back immediately. No, it's fine. She probably wants to test out her new unit. I've already given her permission to act freely. However, Jillian was defeated. What happened out there? Is the enemy pilot on par with a holy knight? But my sister is currently alone. Sieg, come here. Yes, sir. Lord, seated in his throne-like command chair, gestured for Sieg to approach. I need you to keep this a secret from the others. Find my sister, ensure her safety, and report only to me. Then, wait at the mountain. Understood. With that, Sieg boarded his KOG and took off. His mission: locate and retrieve Emir, who was now wandering the slums after her defeat. The princess fled on foot after escaping from her KOG. Rianna stood between her and Kenya, preventing him from pursuing Emir. I know you can hear me. Who are you? You don't seem like just some resistance fighter. Rianna's voice came through the open comms. Why is Rianna on the battlefield? No, wait, she's an Asgardian soldier. It's not strange for her to be here. No response. Should I reveal my identity? No, not yet. I can't throw away my position as an Asgardian soldier just yet. Very well. If you don't want to talk. Rianna readied her sword. Then I'll force the truth out of you. Her blade came down with clear hostility, lethal intent. She's fast, even faster than in the simulator, and that silver and cherry blossom-colored KOG, it has to be Rianna's personal unit. Aphrodite. In the world of KOGs, elite pilots were granted exclusive machines known as personal units. Kenya had assumed such machines didn't exist in this era, but with the appearance of both Take Mikazuchi and this new KOG, he had to rethink his assumptions. They were far more expensive and vastly superior to standard models. Rianna's Aphrodite, in particular, was an incredibly well-balanced unit. Unlike Kenya's close combat specialization, hers excelled in all areas: offense, defense, and mobility. Among masterclass pilots, it was one of the most frequently used machines. In a simulator, where they had identical units and specs, Kenya would never fall behind Rianna. But now, she had honed her skills immensely. And she had a cutting-edge personal unit. This was no opponent he could toy with. Kenya blocked her strike, but the impact sent him reeling. Sweat dripped down his forehead, an unfamiliar sensation of urgency gripped him. This was a genuine, lethal battle. So this is what you're like on the battlefield, Rianna. But I can't defeat Rianna. If I do, then what's the point of me fighting at all? Stop dodging and fight me properly. Kenya remained on the defensive, evading and blocking her strikes. But just defending wasn't enough. She would catch up eventually. She was already stronger than Jillian, surpassing the level of a holy knight. Fine, Rianna. If I hurt you, I'm sorry. In the next instant, Kenya countered. A decisive reversal. A a true strike, one he had never shown Rianna, even in simulations. His goal was to incapacitate her, but against an opponent like Rianna, avoiding injury entirely wasn't an option. This was full force, but only because he trusted her. If two true masters clashed half-heartedly, someone would die. He had to believe she could take it, and so he committed to neutralizing her. A relentless onslaught. Blades clashed, gunfire roared, an unrelenting storm of attacks targeting her KOG slims. GHH. Strong, so he was holding back earlier, but now I know, this opponent is stronger than me. Rianna retreated, gasping for breath inside her cockpit. Even in that short exchange, her stamina had been drained. The pressure of a life-or-death battle consumed energy faster than she had anticipated. Ha ha. This barrage, it's just like Kenya-kun. Just then, a communication came through. Rianna, can you hear me? Lord Sama, yes, I can hear you. It was Asgard's lord, now arriving on the battlefield with his command tank. Withdraw immediately, you cannot win. That pilot defeated Holy Knight Jillian. Focus on escape and retreat to my position. Understood. Lord had instantly deduced from Rianna's struggle that her opponent was the same one who had defeated Jillian. And he knew Rianna could not win, so she had to run. But turning her back too carelessly would mean instant death. Even escaping from this enemy might be beyond me. She cautiously took a step back, but the KOG before her didn't move. A trap. No, an opponent this skilled wouldn't need to resort to tricks. Why? Step by step, she widened the distance, and finally she took to the skies and fled. Yet the KOG did not move at all. It simply stared straight at her. I don't understand, but I survived. If I had continued fighting, I would have undoubtedly died. Rianna returned to the massive, vehicle-shaped military base that served as Lord's mothership. The moment she stepped out of the cockpit and set foot on the ground, her knees gave out, and she collapsed to her knees. I had no idea I was this exhausted. The fatigue of a girl who had resigned herself to death was beyond imagination, draining her strength entirely. After taking some time to rest and resupply, she returned to the command room. Her knees still trembled, but she had recovered somewhat. Where is Lord Sama? Rianna asked a nearby soldier upon entering the command room. He stepped out for a bit and asked us to keep watch. I see, but where did he go? After waiting for a while, Lord and Sieg entered the command room. You're back. Welcome home, Rianna-kun. I'm glad you're safe. Yes, thank you for the evacuation order. Is Emir-sama safe? No, my sister was shot and killed by the resistance. I see, my condolences. I should have escorted her safely. No, against that opponent could I even have. No, this is not your fault. You fought well. That opponent was the same one who defeated Jillian. Isn't that right, Sieg? Why yes, welcome back, Rianna. Sieg, who had also returned to the command room, was startled when Lord suddenly called his name. For some reason, he seemed different than usual, but Rianna assumed that her father was simply tense from the battlefield after so long and didn't think much of it. He's terrifying. Could he really have done something like that? Section. Sometime earlier. Lord Sama, we have secured Emir-sama. She is currently resting in the nearby mountains. She appears to be utterly exhausted. Ha ha, kill her immediately, Sieg. Bring that insolent woman before me. I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. Tear off her limbs, gouge out her eyes, and keep her alive so she can never take her own life. Sieg stood by, watching over Emir, who was utterly drained and seated on the ground. He knew of Jillian, the fallen Holy Knight commander, as a fellow knight. Jillian was a recently appointed young knight, but still a Holy Knight commander. He wasn't someone who could be defeated so easily. And yet, what was the outcome? A KOG cut down in a single stroke, as if by an overwhelmingly superior force. Have the Holy Knights grown weaker? Jillian was certainly among the higher ranks, but perhaps he had simply gone too long without a real battle. Knights grow through war. Only by risking their lives and claiming victory do they become stronger. Sieg knew that truth all too well. But recently, there had been fewer and fewer battles that could be called true wars. As Sieg pondered this, a single KOG descended from the sky. It was a royal exclusive model, adorned much like Emir's KOG. Lord Sama. The KOG knelt and its pilot disembarked. Lord, you came for me. Seeing the seemingly gentle, golden-haired young man, Emir lifted her face in joy. Sieg, did anyone see you? No, Emir-sama's personal guard is still engaged in battle with the resistance. I am the only one here. I see, that's good. Below them, a fierce firefight raged. Emir's personal guard was locked in combat with the resistance, led by Isshin, unable to break away. What's good about that, Lord? Explain it so that even I can understand. There's no need, not for someone who is about to die. What? Bang, a gunshot rang out. The dry sound of the shot was drowned out by the ongoing battle below, fading into the vast wilderness. The gun in Lord's hand fired from his chest, piercing straight through Emir's heart. Why, Lord? Goodbye, sister, as for you. Emir collapsed, blood scattering in the air. I have nothing but contempt. Chapter 26. Victory and Despair. Lord Sama. Sieg, dispose of the body and make it look like she was killed by the resistance. Sieg was so shocked that he couldn't move. He felt a deep fear toward the boy who, without hesitation, kicked aside his own sister's corpse and gave orders as if nothing had happened. No one else must know about this, just you and me. I understand that you have a special attachment to this country. How do you know that? I did a little digging, don't take it the wrong way. But you must have hated her too, didn't you? That woman treating human lives like trash. Even though they were both of royal blood, the way he spoke of his own sister was utterly devoid of affection. His eyes regarded her like she truly was garbage. Understood, I'll take this secret to my grave. Even if he were to expose the truth, Lord would just crush the revelation and make it as if nothing had happened. Sieg didn't believe he could outmaneuver Lord's schemes. Besides, that woman was nothing but a blight upon this nation. The world would be a better place without her. She was that rotten. Even the knights who served the Asgard Empire thought she was better off dead. For Sieg, keeping silent was the best choice. Well then, shall we return? Yes. Section, back to the moment when Rianna returned to the command room. Now then, show me the map, identification signals, and known enemy positions. Yes, sir. Lord sat on his throne, staring at the massive monitor in front of him, which displayed the battlefield. The blue markers represented allies. The red markers were enemies. It was a simple yet effective tactical map. Each allied unit was labeled with a letter, and the individual soldiers within each unit were numbered. Lord examined the map for a while. Then, as if his thoughts had aligned, he stood up and issued an order to the soldiers. Well then, it's time for our counterattack. The order to strike back at the resistance had been given. Section, meanwhile, Emir's personal guard. Damn it. Why do these inferior scum have KOGs? They even brought out ancient weaponry. We're surrounded. What happened to Jillian-sama? Our communications are down. The full force of Isshin's resistance had encircled Emir's personal guard, with the KOGs they had captured. Bazookas and tanks joined the fray, bombarding the guards and pinning them down under relentless fire. All right, right flank, advance and circle behind them. Left flank, keep them suppressed with gunfire. Understood. Isshin's leadership was sharp and precise. He was an exceptional commander. In the past, they had been utterly crushed by the overwhelming might of KOGs, but now they had their own. Furthermore, the loss of their leader, Jillian, had left Emir's personal guard without coordination. They were unable to act effectively. Isshin capitalized on this opportunity, concentrating his forces for a decisive assault. And then, the final blow arrived. What the hell are you? Kenya had arrived. In a single strike, he cleaved through an exhausted KOG from the enemy's ranks. You made it, Kenya-kun. Although they had failed to capture Emir, Kenya, the one who had defeated Jillian, had joined the battle. Isshin-san, cover me. I'll take them all down. From within his KOG, Kauta's voice echoed across the battlefield. Watching his towering figure, Isshin couldn't help but smile. Ha, what a dependable man. It's hard to believe I'm the older one here. Though Kenya was around the same age as his daughter, he had become an irreplaceable presence on the battlefield. He reminded Isshin of the reliable senior soldiers he had looked up to in his own youth. Got it, go wild out there. He's grown even stronger, Kenya-kun. Kenya had learned to control his anger. He had defeated an imperial holy knight commander, and now he was taking another step forward. I will kill them. He spoke as if convincing himself, but it was not a reckless, rage-fueled impulse. He fought not out of hatred, but because he had to kill in order to protect. He had not become desensitized to killing. but he had accepted it, accepted that he would take lives and that his own life was on the line as well. Both sides had put their lives on the line for this war. There was no room for naive ideas about peaceful negotiations on the battlefield. And so, what the hell is this guy? How is he moving like that? A monster. I will kill you all properly. I understand that. With these hands, without a doubt. Because that is what it means to fight. That is what it means to face this world. One by one, Kenya cut down the personal guards. Isshin's covering fire ensured that none could escape. This is the last one. With a final slash, Kenya struck down the last enemy KOG. Emir-sama, forgive us. Then, the KOG exploded. Emir's entire personal guard had been annihilated. Kenya disembarked from his KOG and rushed over to Isshin and the others. And then, from behind, Kaguya, a girl with short black hair, rushed toward him. Her cheeks were smudged with soot, and blackened tears streaked down her face as she threw herself into his chest. I was so worried. Thank you, Kaguya. Kenya and Kaguya embraced. The tense atmosphere of the battlefield heightened their emotions. They gazed into each other's eyes and slowly drew closer. Their hearts pounded. Kaguya's cheeks turned red. She closed her eyes, and then, "Are you about to kiss?" A deep, gruff voice interrupted them. A bearded, middle-aged man had wedged himself between Kaguya and Kauta. His name was Isshin Kurakami, Kaguya's father. Sorry. I just got caught up in the moment. Dad, I understand that this is a touching reunion, but now isn't exactly the time for it. I get that emotions are running high, but... Why, you idiot? I just got something in my eye, that's all. What are you even thinking? Pervert. Huh, why am I the one getting called that? Isshin was left speechless, holding his cheek where Kaguya had just slapped him with full force. Pouting and fuming, Kaguya turned her back on Kenya. What am I even doing? There's no way, a kiss just like that. She turned her face downward, burning red, mumbling impossible to herself over and over. The thought that she had almost kissed Kenya, swept up in the atmosphere, was utterly mortifying. Her face felt like it was on fire. Haha, anyway, Isshin-san, is that all of them? Yeah, that should be all. I see, sorry. Emir managed to escape. I see, but you did well. Thanks to you, we avoided complete annihilation. The soldiers behind them also expressed their gratitude to Kenya. Don't get complacent. First, we focus on rescuing survivors and evacuating. This slum is no longer safe. We have to save as many people as possible. Yahe. The enemy was gone, the resistance had won, but the cost was far too great. No one was in the mood to celebrate. Kenya surveyed the ruins and the countless bodies. Once again, he was reminded war was nothing but tragedy. And yet, at least, it was finally over, or so he thought. To the resistance, a booming voice, amplified by a loudspeaker, reached Kenya and the others. It was unfamiliar, but it was clearly the voice of an Asgard military officer. Princess Emir has perished. Regicide is a grave crime. Therefore, you scum are unworthy even of third-class citizenship. And so, right here, right now. Dark shadows filled the sky, at least 100 of them blotting out the sun. We will exterminate you. Every single one was a KOG. A massive force of jet-black machines, like the very embodiment of despair itself. The elite division of the 13th Special District Army had arrived, at Lord's request. They had only one purpose: to kill Kenya and the others. No way, this can't be happening. Chapter 27, The Genius of Strategy. How should we deploy our forces, Lord? A soldier asked as he watched the monitor displaying the battlefield map. The man he addressed as Lord was intently studying the screen. The one relaying his orders to the troops, purely a figurehead in command structure, was a man named Argo. A civil officer in his 40s with an impressive beard, he had long served as the Lord's voice on the battlefield. While Argo was indeed a capable commander, his role was not assigned to him solely based on merit. It was also something he had earnestly desired. He trembled with excitement. Serving the imperial family was considered one of the greatest honors in the empire. Yet, Argo's devotion was not born of mere faith in the empire. Of course, he was loyal to his country. But what truly moved his heart was something beyond loyalty, something closer to fanatical devotion to the Lord. Ah, it's been so long since I last witnessed Lord's battlefield genius. To see it again, this is bliss. He was ecstatic. His first experience of the Lord's brilliance had been during the war with the EU. That war had already lasted 5 years, grinding to a stalemate. Then came a royal tactician, sent to break the deadlock. A mere 10-year-old child. Argo had thought it was a joke. Entrusting command to a kid who wasn't even old enough to be called a young man, a complete mockery of warfare. He assumed the boy would suffer a humiliating defeat and be forced to relinquish command. Or worse, he feared the blame would fall on him instead. Reluctantly, he had gone to meet the young lord, feeling nothing but dread. But his perception was overturned in an instant. Flashback, the Lord's first battle. Move Alpha Unit to point A21. Bravo Unit to A32. What? But there are no enemies in those locations. They're there, an ambush. Around 10 of them. The map displayed the known enemy and allied forces. Allied troops were fully mapped and divided into 5 units: Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. Enemy positions, however, were only those detected and confirmed. HMPH. What could a 10-year-old brat possibly understand about war? Argo seethed internally. A battle that should have been his to command had been taken from him by royal authority. Moreover, this particular royal had an unusual background. The emperor had conceived the boy with a second-class citizen. At first, he hadn't even acknowledged the child. But then, for reasons unknown, he suddenly did. A prince out of nowhere. Perhaps that was why he was so quickly thrown onto the battlefield. Argo had assumed the boy was simply meant to die in combat. Still, command belonged to this child now, so, with a heavy sigh, he relayed the orders. "This is Alpha. We've spotted the enemy. Engaging now." What? The boy's fantasy had become reality. "This is Bravo. Alpha has engaged the enemy, will provide support. Looks like we can flank them." Seriously. In mere minutes, the 10-man EU KOG unit was wiped out. They had lain in ambush, but the battle had begun before they could act. Then, as if that wasn't enough, double the force hit them from behind. They were obliterated in an instant. Magnificent. A coincidence? No, that's impossible. How? How does he know the enemy's movements? Doubt not at Argo, but he continued following the Lord's orders. Every single command was flawless. Every move was swift, precise, and resulted in total victory. This is unreal. The enemy lines crumbled. Before them lay the enemy stronghold. Surrounded on all sides, the opposing army surrendered without resistance. This is Delta. We have secured the enemy headquarters. They have surrendered. What are your orders? Treat them with dignity, as prisoners of war. Why, yes, my lord. A frontline deadlock that had lasted a month, broken in a single day. Not a single loss, a perfect series of victories. It was as if he could see everything on the battlefield, as if he knew the enemy's every intention. This battle would later be called the proof of his future sight, a term used to describe a victory already determined by fate itself. The EU never found a way to challenge the future the Lord had already seen. This was the beginning. The first battle of Lord Asgard, the devil's mind that decided the fate of the 10-year-long EU war. The most feared royal strategist in history. "I'm going to rest for a bit. The rest is up to you, Argo." "Yes, my lord." Argo saluted sharply. At some point, all resentment had left him. He saluted the Lord not out of duty, but out of true respect and awe, like one would salute an emperor. That day, he had witnessed something beyond human, the pinnacle of strategic brilliance. Even the way the Lord treated prisoners with dignity, he was noble, a true gentleman. And yet, he was just a 10-year-old child, barely older than Argo's own son. "Now then, report the status of our units. This is Alpha. Our casualties, none. If we resupply our ammunition and KOG energy, we are ready to continue fighting." Well done, excellent work. Even in such an intense battle, having an entire unit without any casualties is incredible. Although some minor injuries and ammunition replenishment were necessary, the overall outcome was outstanding. 0 casualties. Argo thought the unit commander deserved a reward. He believed it was due to the excellence of the troops, but the next report made him pale. "This is Bravo, no casualties here either." "What? This is Delta, we also have no casualties." This is Charlie. 0 casualties." "No way." "Echo also has no casualties." One after another, the units reported their status, yet not a single one had taken losses. No deaths. Argo had never seen such a thing in all his time on the battlefield, nor did he believe it was even possible. It was like winning a game of chess without losing a single piece. Such a feat could only be achieved deliberately, and Argo couldn't even begin to fathom its difficulty. He understood that the only way this could happen was if the skill gap between the two sides was as vast as that between a professional and an amateur chess player. Yet the enemy commander was no amateur, he had held the line for a month. A seasoned strategist. That meant Lord's skill level far surpassed even that. Argo trembled. He had already thought Lord was exceptional, but now he realized Lord was beyond anything he could comprehend. That was when it began. Like a fanatic worshipping their idol, like a devout believer in their god. Argo started to revere Lord as if he were divine. Section? Yes, let's encircle them slowly. Leave an opening at point B leading to C, redirect those forces to point E instead. May I ask the reason? I'm not a sadistic murderer. I'll at least give civilians a way to escape. Once we deal with the resistance, they can become third-class citizens. Understood, your benevolence is truly admirable. Argo relayed Lord's orders. Leaving an escape route was an act of mercy, allowing civilians to flee the battlefield. The resistance, which had framed Emir's murder on them, had to be eliminated. But Lord had no intention of slaughtering ordinary people. However, there was another reason behind this move. And just like a noose tightening ever so slowly, an inescapable defeat closed in on Kenya and his allies. Ishin-san, the entire slum is surrounded now. What about the evacuation? The evacuation seems to be going smoothly. I'm not sure, but it's progressing. A soldier overseeing the evacuation reported via radio that it was proceeding without issue. I see. A trap, but I heard the second prince is an honorable man. Could this be intentional? But they say he killed the princess. Kenya claimed he fled, but damn it, I have no idea, still. Then we'll break through with everything we have. The evacuation is likely fine. If this Lord is as capable as the rumors say, then the evacuation should be safe. Understood. Ishin's commands were precise. He, too, was a brilliant commander, one of the most fearsome generals of the Japanese forces, having survived countless battles. He made the best decision for the situation. The enemy had positioned their troops in a full encirclement. Thus, the only way out was to concentrate all their strength in one breakthrough. Kenya and the others followed his orders, attempting to break through a single point. It was the best and fastest decision. But precisely because it was the best decision, why is there so many of them here? There was no escaping Lord's foresight. Chapter 28, Protecting with One's Life. Ishin-san, I'll find a way to force it open. Kenya, piloting his KOG, called out to Ishin. In front of Kenya and his team, who were attempting a breakthrough, nearly 30 KOGs stood waiting. This was point E on the battlefield map. 30 cogs, enough to shift the tides of war, a force powerful enough to bring down an entire city. Should I head out as well? No, stay here. You're exhausted from the previous battle. Sieg and Rianna watched the battlefield from their monitors. Rianna insisted she was ready to sortie, but Sieg denied her request. Even from the side, it was clear she could barely stand. That was how fierce the battle had been. Yeah, our forces should be more than enough. The only concern is that pilot, the one who took down Jillian and even came close to defeating you. Seated on his throne in the command center, Lord contemplated. That one factor remained uncertain in his calculations. But no matter how strong an individual might be, there was no way one person could triumph against nearly 100 cogs. That was far beyond personal strength. And yet, why can't I be sure of our victory? What am I overlooking? Why does a single ace pilot make me feel so uneasy? A strange sense of foreboding gripped Lord. On the battlefield, he had always been certain of victory. Even now, everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. The resistance was where he expected, making their move as he had foreseen. And now, they were targeting the exact location he anticipated, facing overwhelming odds that should have crushed their hopes. And yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Why? This unease, what is about to happen? I'll break through with everything I have. Leave me behind and run. Kenya made his declaration. It was a call for a suicide charge. He was prepared to die, charging alone into a force of nearly 30 cogs. "No, Kenya, you can't." From the ground, Kaguya screamed. Kenya's words were practically an admission of suicide. "Kaguya, I'm sorry. But this is the only way I can think of to keep you alive." I don't want that." Tears welled up in Kaguya's eyes. She understood. If anyone could break through the encirclement, it was Kenya. But that meant his death. If he didn't hold the line, the rest of them couldn't escape. And Kaguya couldn't think of any other way. She had no idea how to change their fate. All she could do was cry. "Why am I so powerless? If only I were as strong as Kenya, maybe everyone could have escaped." Regret washed over her. She should have trained harder. She should have pushed herself more, even if it meant putting her life on the line. There were still KOGs here. If only she were stronger, if she were as strong as Kenya, then maybe, just maybe, they could have made it out together. "I understand, Kenya. I won't let your resolve be in vain. I swear I will protect Kaguya." Isshin accepted Kenya's proposal. Every second counted. A decision had to be made, a choice of life and death. Who would be sacrificed and who would survive? "Father, no. I'll fight too." But Isshin struck Kaguya across the face. "Fool, do not trample on a man's resolve." Then, gently, he placed his hands on her shoulders and met her eyes. "I know this is painful, but you must live. You, the one he is willing to risk his life to protect, you must survive. That is your duty." Deep down, Kaguya understood. She sobbed uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Kenya. I'm sorry." Memories flashed in her mind of the older brother who once saved her. She had sworn to become stronger ever since then, training every day. And yet, again, her weakness was costing the life of someone dear to her. Again, someone was dying to protect her. All she could do was weep. A powerless 16-year-old girl blaming herself. Then, Kenya stepped out of his KOG, taking a brief moment for himself. "Kaguya, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? You've always protected me. I swore I'd get stronger, but in the end, I can't do anything, Kenya embraced her. In his arms, she trembled, sobbing. Holding her, he realized just how small and delicate she was. She was strong-willed but truly kind. She was just a girl. A normal, fragile, and adorable girl who only tried to act tough. "I wanted to protect you in a cooler way, but you're already cool, Kenya. Then, can I get a reward for risking my life?" Trying to lighten the mood, he joked. But before he could finish, she silenced him. Standing on her toes, she pressed her lips against his. Kaguya kissed him. When their lips parted, her tear-streaked face looked up at him. "I love you, Kenya, I love you." "Kaguya, was that a good enough reward?" Blushing, embarrassed, Kaguya's face turned bright red as she smiled through her tears. She thought this might be the last time. If she didn't say it now, she would regret it forever. Right now, she could be honest. No, she had to be honest, or she would regret it for the rest of her life. She wanted to tell him, this boy. At first, she thought he was strange. Why was he so strong, so kind, and why did he, for some reason, say he loved her so much? Kaguya had fallen for Kenya. She had fallen for this boy who was straightforward, reckless, and unwavering in his devotion to her. They hadn't even spent a full month together, yet Kenya had grown so large in her heart that she found herself thinking about him every day. That's what he had become to her. "I see. Thank you, Kaguya. I love you too." Kenya embraced Kaguya once more. This might be the last time, so he held her as tightly as he could. Tears welled up in Kenya's eyes as well. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of dying. In fact, he was terrified. His legs were trembling. He still couldn't fully believe that he was about to die. A boy who had lived comfortably in modern Japan was now about to fight on a battlefield. Would it hurt when he died? What would it feel like in that moment? He was nearly crushed by that fear. But now, those feelings had completely disappeared. Kaguya's confession had erased that fear. A fire burned deep in his chest. He had to protect her no matter what. Gently, he let go of Kaguya and brought their final moment to an end. "Thank you, you gave me courage. Time's running out, goodbye, Kaguya." "Yes, Iwaga, no, goodbye, Kenya, I love you." Kaguya steeled herself. She knew that if she said anything more, she would only hold Kenya back. She forced herself to hold back the tears and saw him off with a smile. Kenya nodded at that smile and turned his back to her. Isshin approached him. "Kenya, take this. You know how to use it and when to use it." Isshin handed him a single handgun. Kenya understood what it meant and nodded slowly. Then, he climbed into his KOG. Behind him, Kaguya and the other members of the resistance gathered in preparation for their escape. Several KOGs stood by as escorts. Kenya took one last glance to confirm that everything was ready. Then, he activated his KOG. A fight to protect, huh? Dying to protect the girl I love. The old me would have never imagined something like that. He had once thought this kind of thing only happened in video games. But in this world, he had met people fighting desperately to survive. He had lived alongside them, and he had grown not just in his skill with KOGs, but as a person. Perhaps the greatest change was in his heart. He had learned what it meant to live with his life on the line. In this harsh world, he had seen fellow Japanese people fighting desperately to survive. For Kenya, who had once lived aimlessly, each day had become meaningful. He had found value in his life because his existence mattered to someone. It made him truly happy that he had become someone important to Kaguya. Then, Kenya launched himself toward the enemy forces. As if speaking to himself, he declared in a loud voice. His eyes, locked onto the massive enemy battalion, held not a trace of fear. Well then, guess I'll do it. With a fearless grin, his spirit burned brightly. I'll protect them, like my life depends on it. Chapter 29, The Tactical Genius. What the? He's charging straight at us. What's he gonna do alone? Is this one of those so-called suicide attacks? Nearly 30 KOGs formed a defensive line, Asgard soldiers standing firm. Yet a single KOG charged headfirst into their formation. The soldiers, half smirking, prepared to shoot it down, confident in their overwhelming advantage. Ha, looks like we've got a Death Seeker here. Must be an idiot, fine, I'll grant his wish. One of the KOGs raised its rifle, aiming directly at Kenya. Goodbye, you inferior ha. The gun shattered. With a single, precise shot fired mid-charge, Kenya had destroyed it completely. He was moving at high speed, yet his accuracy was flawless. One shot, one kill. They had made the wrong choice. What they should have done was unleash a coordinated barrage with all 30 units. But because they underestimated a single opponent, they hesitated, even though this was the same warrior who had defeated the Holy Knight Commander. Already your weapons. All KOGs raised their rifles. But it was already too late. Kenya had closed the distance, now right in their midst. Don't shoot. The 30 KOGs surrounded Kenya, their guns trained on him. But none could fire, because if they missed, they'd hit their own allies. Switch to swords, surround him and crush him. 5 KOGs lunged toward Kenya. Focus, focus. Kenya sharpened his awareness, tracking every enemy's position. He anticipated the attacks from behind, expanding his field of perception. How the hell is he dodging everything? Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Even while surrounded, Kenya deflected every strike. Still, 5 against 1, it seemed impossible. Asgard held the advantage. No matter how skilled, a lone fighter couldn't beat superior numbers. That was simply the logic of battle. And yet, something felt off. Why isn't a single hit landing? We have him outnumbered. 5-1. How the hell is he blocking everything? Focus, don't take a single hit, see everything. Kenya was adapting. It was as if he were viewing the battlefield from above. His brain filled in the blind spots. He predicted movements. He saw the future, like Lord's foresight, but different. This wasn't strategy. This was pure tactics, and Kenya was reaching its ultimate form. In this hellish battlefield, staking his life, Kenya awakened. He was on his way to becoming one of this world's strongest, but no one knew that yet. And then, what the? Kenya launched his counterattack, one down. With a single slash, a KOG exploded. Good, I can do this. It almost seemed like he was turning the tide. Asgard forces had never trained for 5 versus 1 combat. They lacked coordination. That was part of the reason. But more than that. Dodge with minimal movement. End them in one strike. A single mistake means death. Kenya's movements were simply on a different level. What the hell are you all doing? He's just one man. A commanding officer roared in frustration. Unable to stand it any longer, he jumped into the battle. He was a knight captain, an elite who had graduated top of his class from the pilot academy. But, Captain, he stepped too close. In mere seconds, Kenya cut him down. The seasoned knight vanished in a burst of ash. What is this guy? How the hell is this happening? It was as if a sphere of absolute death surrounded Kenya. Even the Asgard soldiers could see it. An invisible barrier, where anything that entered was instantly struck down. They had thought they were winning, but already 5 KOGs had been reduced to ash. Kenya's defense was perfect. If he kept this up, he could hold them off. But then, don't let them escape. The resistance. Asgard shifted their focus to Kaguya and the others. Isshin and his team broke through the hole Kenya had created. A single enemy KOG took off in pursuit. Kaguya. Kenya, who had focused solely on defense, threw everything aside and charged. All his defenses abandoned. All his power focused on a single strike. He destroyed the enemy KOG. But Kenya. Kaguya screamed. Because Kenya had been shot from behind, his arm was blown off. Go, hurry. Kenya turned his back to them. Kaguya reached out to him, but pulled her hand back, turned, and ran. Kenya watched her go. Good, she made it. Then he turned back to Asgard forces. The battlefield was still swarming with cogs. He narrowed his eyes and raised his sword. A single, straight cut into the ground, a clear boundary line. This line. No one crosses this line. Even if I die, never. As if convincing himself, and at the same time declaring to the Asgard army. Thus began Kenya's fight to the death. Even after losing an arm, he remained entirely on defense. He should have been a dead man walking, yet he stood like an impenetrable wall. A wall so high and unyielding that the Asgard forces could not break through. One by one, their KOGs were shot down. The massive force of 30 had already dwindled to 15. Why is he fighting this hard? Just what is he? It's not over yet, I can still fight. Kenya's eyes had not lost their light. But his ammunition was gone, and his right arm was useless. Because of that, his energy consumption was skyrocketing, and his operational time was running out. F form a barrage, attack from a distance. F fine will drag this out, don't let him get close. A second knight captain issued the order. It was the correct tactical choice. Yet their pride burned with humiliation. They were admitting defeat in close combat against a lone opponent, 30 against 1. And a battle of endurance meant allowing the resistance to escape. Forget pride. That man is too dangerous to fight up close. A relentless barrage of gunfire followed. Bullets rained down like a storm. Kenya had no way to stop it. His KOG wasn't fast enough to close the gap before being torn to shreds. If he even tried, they'd turn him into Swiss cheese in an instant. For now, he barely survived by using fallen enemy KOGs as cover, but it was only a matter of time. Shot after shot, his KOG's armor was breaking apart. Damn it, but still. Kaguya and the others were no longer in sight. He had no idea how much time had passed, he had been too focused. But it seemed they had successfully escaped. He had done his job, the blockade was broken. Good, at least I fulfilled my role. A sense of relief washed over Kenya. And at that moment, a bullet struck his KOG's energy tank. The machine lost all function and came to a stop. Slowly, it collapsed to the ground. He stopped, we finally got him. Their long-range bombardment had finally taken its toll. Kenya's KOG shut down due to an energy leak. So, this is the end. Reality isn't as easy as a game, huh? Kenya reached for the object Isshin had entrusted to him. It was black, heavy, and built with a brutal, deliberate weight. A weapon designed to take a life with the slightest pull of a trigger. A pistol, with a single bullet. A gun meant for suicide. Kenya stared at it. The first thing that came to mind was Kaguya's tear-streaked face. His deepest regret. That he never got to make her smile. If there was a next time, I'd spoil that tsundere princess rotten. He wanted to smother her with affection, tease her, make her laugh. He wanted to take her on dates. He wanted to do all kinds of things with her. I bet she'd look adorable. He let out a dry chuckle, laughing at his own foolish fantasies. He pressed the gun's muzzle against his temple and closed his eyes. Finger on the trigger. He applied pressure. I'm sorry, Kaguya, live on. Chapter 30, White Lightning. He finally went silent. Lord stood up, having observed the entire battle. Jillian and even my daughter wouldn't be able to match him. Even at my peak, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Watching the battle footage, Sieg and Rianna muttered in disbelief. However, Rianna couldn't shake a growing suspicion. He fought just like Kenya, a resistance fighter, a Japanese pilot could it be. At that moment, Rianna realized the truth. Having fought countless battles alongside Kenya, she recognized his habits, his fighting style, just from watching. But now he's out of energy. Such exceptional skill, it's a shame to lose a talent like that. But judging from his fighting spirit, I doubt he'd ever switch sides. And yet, that fighting style, I've seen it before somewhere. Lord wasn't well versed in combat strategy, but his extraordinary observational skills told him there was something familiar about that pilot's movements. He had seen that fighting style before, but he lacked the necessary information to connect it to Kenya. Indeed, a man willing to stake his life on battle, such people rarely betray their cause. What is it, Sieg? No, I was just thinking, he may already be dead. I've seen it many times on the battlefield. Sieg recalled countless formidable warriors, proud fighters who, rather than become prisoners, chose to take their own lives. It was entirely possible that the KOG's pilot had done the same. No, Lord, please, I beg you, show him mercy. At least spare his life. Hearing this, Rianna panicked. She was beginning to connect Kenya to that pilot. It wasn't certain yet, but if there was a chance, she had to do something to save him. Then, Lord, a transport vehicle from the Asgard army just passed through. Is it for resupply? A transmission came through the command room. Resupply? I haven't heard anything about that. Are you sure it was ours? Yes, it was confirmed to be one of our transport vehicles, so we allowed it through the perimeter. We verified its ID, but it was heading straight for point E, so we thought we should report it. What? An ally? ID, who was it? The ID belonged to the KOG Research Institute of Special District 13, Ise Tanaka, rank 2 Asgard citizen. Tanaka, you know him, Sieg? Yes, he's a researcher specializing in KOG development. Wait, was that transport carrying a KOG? We're not sure, but the transport vehicle is one normally used for moving KOGs. Hearing this, Sieg began to piece everything together. An exceptionally skilled resistance pilot, most likely Japanese, and Tanaka transporting a certain KOG still under research. There was only one person Sieg could think of who could pilot that machine. No way could it really be Kenya. Are you the resistance pilot? Lord and Sieg looked at the footage. The silent KOG, and the transport vehicle speeding toward it from behind. This is terrifying. All it takes is a little pressure. Kenya hesitated. He had fought with the resolve to die. But taking his own life required a different kind of courage. Still, if the Empire captured him, he had no idea what they would do to him. So, all right. He steeled himself, about to pull the trigger, when suddenly, a vehicle raced toward him at full speed from behind. Through a speaker, a familiar voice rang out. It's me, Tanaka, I brought it. You can still fight, can't you? Kenya understood everything in an instant. He threw the gun aside and hurriedly climbed out of the cockpit. The speeding vehicle drifted to a halt right in front of him. He leaped onto it, opened the hatch, and jumped inside. He didn't know why Tanaka had come, but right now, this was his only chance. If it was that machine, if it was his partner, then even this hopeless battle could be turned around. Lord, one of our own vehicles has arrived. Is it to capture that pilot? I don't know, Sieg. What's going on? Lord shouted, unsettled by the sudden development. I don't know either, but my guess is that transport is carrying the KOG our forces have been developing. Sieg was confused as well. But there was one thing he knew for sure. If the person inside was Kenya, and if the KOG they brought was that cutting-edge prototype, then the tide of battle, take Mikazuchi, activate, was about to change completely. Sieg, I'll be expecting a full report later. Yes, sir. Transmit to all units. Cancel the encirclement, head for point E. Lord's command echoed through the entire army. Nearly 70 remaining KOGs moved toward Kenya's location. His voice wavered slightly, betraying his unease. This is what my bad feeling was about. Lord shuddered as he laid eyes on the white KOG emerging from the transport vehicle. His instincts screamed at him, this was dangerous. If that abnormal pilot, already unmatched in skill, was no longer using a mass production model, but a state-of-the-art custom machine. All units, destroy that white KOG. Tanaka-san, you saved me. I have a lot of questions, but yeah, we can deal with that later. First, we survive this. Kenya, now in the KOG's cockpit, communicated with Tanaka, who remained in the transport vehicle. The adjustments are complete. It's performing at its best. This will be its first battle. Have you decided on a name? Tanaka had asked him to name it beforehand. For Kenya, there was only one choice. In his previous world, this was the machine he had piloted countless times. The one that took him to the top of the world championship. Yes, I've got the perfect name for it. Gripping the controls tightly, Kenya called out with a commanding voice. Take Mikazuchi no Kami, the war god also known as the thunder god. A name worthy of this lightning-fast machine. Take Mikazuchi no Kami from this country's mythology, a great name. Thank you, Kenya. Kenya activated the KOG. The transport vehicle's hatch opened, revealing the gleaming white KOG. Like a bolt of white lightning, it rose to its feet. Before it stood an army of black-clad enemies, and against them, the white lightning, go Kenya. Show those invaders. Let's do this, take Mikazuchi. Blow them away. Chapter 31. In the left hand, the power to protect, in the right hand, the power to pierce. What is that white machine? Knight Commander, may we open fire? Yes. Lord has ordered us to eliminate it. But I've never seen Lord this shaken before, that machine. Something about it is dangerous. All right, men, the plan remains the same. Form a barrage. Understood. The Knight Commander's orders were precise. A long-range barrage. This was a tactic where no amount of absurd combat skill could make a difference. No matter how skilled an enemy pilot was, they couldn't simply ignore a storm of bullets. Kenya had experienced that firsthand just moments ago. Against a normal machine, this alone would have been a decisive victory. Against a normal machine, ready, fire. At that moment, a triangular shield appeared before the white machine. It was shaped like a spear and charged straight toward them. Its speed was unlike anything seen before from a KOG. Like a white bullet, fire, fire. The Knight Commander, unable to hide his unease, still managed to command his troops to unleash a barrage. They succeeded, or so they thought. It's deflecting all of them. The spear-like shield deflected every bullet backward. A white blur streaked forward. Like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant it was upon them. What the hell is this machine? The spear-like shield shifted, transforming into two massive swords. Kenya grasped both weapons, one in each hand. His stance, Miyamoto Musashi. Tanaka murmured, recognizing the stance of the legendary dual-wielding swordsman. A sword in his right hand, a sword in his left, and for his enemies, defeat. In his previous world, the Take Mikazuchi had been designed with that legendary swordsman in mind. At Kenya's suggestion, its equipment was modified. A shield for closing the distance. 2 transforming swords. A machine specialized entirely in close combat with no ranged weapons whatsoever. Tanaka had initially doubted whether such a machine could even function on the battlefield, but those doubts had long since vanished. Within the space created by Kenya's poised twin blades, none could defend, none could endure. Within minutes, 15 KOGs had been cut down. The area surrounding Kenya would later be known as the White Domain, a place of fear and reverence where only he was allowed to exist. I know it. With Take Mikazuchi, I won't lose. Kenya felt exhilarated, not just because he had survived, not just because he had gained the power to fight, but because he could go all out with the machine he loved. Then he looked to the sky. A massive black shadow loomed overhead, a force of over 70 units. Come at me, no matter how many of you there are. Kenya grinned. Even if it's 100 versus 1, I don't feel like losing. What is this, Sieg? What the hell is that thing? Lord rose from his throne, trembling. Not just in anger, but in a fear he had never felt before. That is, the most advanced KOG ever created. Theoretically, it's the fastest and strongest machine in existence. However, no pilot should be able to handle it. And yet there he is. Impossible, 100 against 1, that shouldn't be possible. One by one, KOGs were being destroyed. A single blink and another was reduced to rubble. Their attacks couldn't even touch him. The white lightning struck again and again, cutting down black KOGs with terrifying speed. Focus, see everything. Kenya sharpened his concentration, diving deep into a world of stillness, as if sinking into the depths of the ocean. A mental state known to elite athletes as the zone. A realm of peak concentration that one could not reach by will alone. Yet Kenya forced open the door. Driven by sheer willpower, by talent, by the extreme circumstances pressing down on him, everything aligned. And the door swung open. A feeling of omnipotence washed over him. Right now, even bullets felt like they could be cut down. 90. With a single slash, he took down his 90th opponent, adding to the 30 he had already destroyed. A battle of 100 against 1. A fight that should have been unwinnable. A battle that shouldn't even be called a battle at all. It was only possible because of Kenya's godlike piloting skills. Even though the enemy consisted only of knight-class pilots without an ace among them, their sheer numbers alone should have been overwhelming. But then Kenya realized something. This battle, it was just like that time. As if this entire scenario was testing him, challenging him to see if he could overcome absolute despair. As if only those who could surpass this trial had the right to be here. Which meant he could not lose. He had fought this battle countless times before. He had suffered defeat again and again, all to save the two heroines of his past world. Back then, he had unlimited chances. But here, he had only one. Which meant he had to win. If it meant seeing her smile again, if it meant meeting her once more, if it meant reuniting with the girl who had once said she loved him. I will survive. With a roar, Kenya cut down his 99th enemy. And then, I'll flirt with Kaguya all I want. With one final slash, the last enemy was torn apart. In his left hand, the power to protect what mattered most. In his right hand, the power to pierce through anything in his way. With an unshakable will of steel, he had cut down every last enemy. Kenya stood victorious, alone atop the ruins. Around him, the burning wreckage of 100 fallen cogs, 100 lives taken, to survive. To ensure Kaguya's survival. Kaguya, I made it. Then his knees buckled. His mind had long since surpassed its limits. His brain felt like it was on fire. The adrenaline that had kept him standing faded, and exhaustion threatened to take over. In the distance, he saw a massive vehicle. Most likely, the enemy commander was inside. Rianna would be there too, and Sieg, but there was no need to chase them. The victor had already been decided. Section? Ha 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 ha, what the hell is this? This is beyond absurd. Not even a joke would be this ridiculous. Lord laughed, his voice trembling, like a broken man. He laughed at his own defeat, then slumped powerless against his throne. Did I lose? All of them cut down, my entire strategy split in half. This is the first time I have ever lost on the battlefield. Lord. That day, the legend of Lord's undefeated reign came to an end, all because of a single irregularity. One man's tactics surpassing an entire strategy, Argo, issue the retreat order. The victor of this battlefield has already been decided. Why yes. Commander Argo was stunned. Lord's orders had been precise, without a single flaw. They had chosen the best, most optimal course of action, one that should have guaranteed victory. And yet, they lost. Why? The reason was obvious. That white KOG had ignored all strategy. It had overturned the grand plan with sheer individual superiority, turning their assured victory into utter defeat. Retreat, all forces withdraw. The operation is over. Algo gave the order in a trembling voice. Across the battlefield, even the foot soldiers of the Asgard Empire began their retreat. They're pulling back. Watching the enemy withdraw, Kenya muttered. He leaned weakly against the cockpit seat. Despite his victory, he felt no sense of accomplishment. The losses were heavy. So many people had died. On both sides, countless lives were lost. Killed and killed in return. And for what? What did we gain? What was even created from this, after so much death? All that remained were the dead. Kenya couldn't think of a single thing they had gained from this battle, only what they had lost. But at least one thing was clear: power was necessary to protect. Without it, without fighting, Kaguya would have died here. So he had no regrets. Even so, the weight of those losses pressed on him, bringing tears to his eyes. He remembered the hands he couldn't grasp in time, the tears shed for him. I have to become stronger, strong enough to protect everything, with these hands. Kenya, having awakened and triumphed. Lord, tasting battlefield defeat for the first time. The day these two prodigies met in battle, the gears of fate began turning toward a clash that would change the very fabric of the world. This encounter would carve a new path into history. But for now, Tanaka-san, sorry, I'm gonna sleep for a bit. The knight who had fought until his brain nearly burned out drifted into slumber, resting alongside the white knight, preparing for the battles to come. Afterward, Thank you so much to everyone who's read this far. This concludes Chapter 1, Night of Another World arc, and Chapter 2, Earthguard arc will follow. See you at the end of Part 2, Postscriptum. My favorite anime is Code Geass. I've drawn heavy inspiration from its world-building. Actually, my love overflowed, and writing my fave chars made it resemble too much. Now, how much originality can I inject from here? End of Volume 1.